My life was great till you added color. push sword can end the games. And it's done.
And man,
That is brutal.
there you have it.
Hey, that's enough from you.
Well, just like that, Osan's gonna take the series.
And EJ's gonna be your Shadowverse Open February champion.
Unnecessary extra damage here.
And earn herself a spot in the Contenders Cup. Dolan is gonna be the May SVO champ.
There you go. There it is. Like,
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Take it.
I think this is where Beba takes the game.
It looks like it.
Yeah, with the +1 attack.
Oh, green light! Off the top!
wow.
Okay, so there you go. There's the power of Dark Prison Dragon. I'm gonna go into hiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shadowverse fans all over the world, it's time for the Shadowverse Open Contenders Cup. I'm your host, Vicious, and we have an amazing show for you all weekend. It's been a long journey, I know, but as we've seen some of the best Shadowverse players duke it out month after month, this right here is the culmination of all their hard work and dedication to their craft. But as we all know, only the very best can make it to the big stage. This is the moment we've all been waiting for all year long. Who will make it to the World Grand Prix? Joining us as always to bring the hype, breaking down all the matches, is Wonder Chef and Luis the Panda. How are we feeling today, gentlemen?
I am so excited. We've seen the players fight the entire year. Now we have the 16 best of the region fighting for slots for the World Grand Prix, the ultimate Shadowverse prize, and I can't wait to see who's going to take those slots.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to get my much stuff out of the way because I want the rest of the weekend to be just 100% about the players. But I am so ecstatic that I'm able to be here for my first Contenders Cup. And I've been just so happy that the community's been so cool over the past year, and I've been able to be a part of this. And I'm so excited to see, you know, after all this entire season of, learning a lot more about the players and understanding the game more, just how this ends up.
Oh, without a doubt, I share the exact same sentiment, man. These guys have been nothing but welcoming to every single player, even some of the new folks on the production, myself included. It's been 1 year, right, being able to do this full season, and I'm glad I got to spend it with each and every one of you, as well as my fellow casters. Again, we have quite the show for us today. Again, Storm over Reveal, barely out, not too long ago. That's going to be like the biggest thing, right? We're looking into it. These players have just had a couple of weeks to adjust to the current meta, right? And we're going to see some pretty hard matchups going through it all. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the format and how we're going to do things this weekend. What we can expect here at Contenders Cup, our 16 competitors will be facing off against each other through 4 rounds of Swiss play. With the current rotation, the players are allowed to bring 3 different decks and are looking to win with all 3, as there are no bans in place this time. For day 1, we'll be taking a look at various matches to check the players' progress, all the while keeping score, and depending on how they perform, they'll move on into day 2 and will be placed in a single elimination bracket. As mentioned before, their seeding will all depend on the results today. The players need to make every win count to make it into those top 3 spots, and you can see it right there on the left, how many wins each player would need to advance into day 2. Again, every one of these wins count because, as we take a look at the prizing, only the top 3 will be making it to the World Grand Prix, but getting an amazing amount of cash as well, right? First place taking $3,500, second place taking home $2,500, third place taking home $1,800, fourth place taking up $1,200, fifth place $800, and of course those that score 2-2 in Swiss will be taking home $600, and of course 1 and 3 and 0 and 4 scores will be netting them $500. Listen, that's an amazing amount of cash, right? And again, everything counts here. Let's take a look at the standings of our top 16 qualifier or competitors for today. Now, to break it down, some made it through the cut via qualifier cups. Majority of the players made it through league points. We've seen some very familiar faces that have shown up from last year's Contenders Cup, so we do have our favorites, but I gotta ask, from the casters themselves, who's looking to be the top dog?
So we have the top 16 best players of the region. So really anybody could take it. But for me personally, if you told me that Asher Cloud is going to walk out of this with a World Grand Prix slot, it would not surprise me in the least.
Yeah, and of course, just as a side note, Temple Storm's Noir has already qualified for the World Grand Prix automatically as being #1 in the standings for the main season. So he's not on here, but everybody else, again, I mean, Azure Cloud, of course, you have to look at it, but there are so many players in here that have been to the World Grand Prix multiple times. You know, I mean, Hishiro, Pain, it's always so difficult to tell for Contenders Cups.
Yeah, and we also have those players that have been to multiple Contenders Cup, but have not quite gotten to World Grand Prix, like Autoaim, for example. This will be his 3rd consecutive Contenders Cup. Is this the time for Autoaim to step up and finally go on to Worlds?
I'm kind of curious myself. And again, as we mentioned before, what is on the line for the prizings? We do also have a very, very special trophy for the person that comes out on top, right? Ooh, take a look at the Shadowverse Open 2020, the Wild West Contenders Cup trophy. Looking really slick there.
Oh, yeah, and, you know, make sure it gets to them. Unfortunately, don't get to do the whole handover this year, but still want to make sure that everybody gets exactly what they deserve.
And we also get the Contenders Cup jacket for all 16 players. By the way, take a look at this bomber jacket with the SVO 2020 tag on the sleeve. I like that. Do we
got the name of the players in them? What an excellent gift for all the players, because just getting here is already a massive accomplishment for all the competitors we have today.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before, but this is the most difficult season maybe yet of the Shadowverse Open for the West, because this is the first season, of course, that we've had the regions combined into just the one full West region. So any of the players who made it here into the Contenders Cup today, or I guess I should say this weekend, already amazing. Already definitely should be considered some of the best in the world. So difficult to do it. And, you know, some players may not place all that well this weekend, but regardless, it doesn't take away anything from them. And, you know, being able to make it to something like this, I'm glad that they get to take home something that really, you know, really commemorizes their accomplishment here.
Again, we have so many players and so many matches to look forward to. We're going to bring you to our first one of the day. It's going to be Azure Cloud going up against Iyashi K. We see the decks there bringing to the table, right? Iyashi K, she's bringing Burial Rite, Sanctuary, and Artifact. Azure Cloud bringing Evo Sword, Burial Rite, and Artifact as well. So slight difference here, but these are the kind of decks we could probably expect from majority of these players, right?
Yeah, so we saw Iyashi K qualify by winning the last SVO. She did so by defeating Noir to earn that spot here today. But now in the first round of Switch, she has to go up against Azure Cloud, essentially the #1 seed. And really, this is time for her to prove that she deserves to be here and she can do it. But her opponent, it's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, that is, like I said, you know, based on seeding, maybe the most tough one. And also, can I just note how weird it is to see this screen and not have any of these decks grayed out, aka banned, because there are no bans. This 3-deck no-ban format is going to really take a lot of consistency, a lot more than maybe our usual format, and it will not be easy for anybody to pull out a win.
And again,
based on the decks, we have the majority of players are bringing Swordcraft today. Swordcraft is still very popular, very strong with the new expansion. Iyashi K is one of the only players that is not bringing Sword, and we'll see if that's going to be how it's going to play out for her.
Maybe we can kind of get insight as to why Iyashi K brought the decks that she did, right? I also want to know what she's done to prepare herself for this very moment. In fact, we do have an interview with Iyashi K with those thoughts. Take a look.
My name is Azure Cloud, and I have qualified for this year's Contenders Cup by being the second highest league points earner in the West. I'm really excited to be competing at Contenders Cup this year. I missed the chance to hang out with all the players in real life. So it's just a combination of self-practice, scrimming against teammates, discussion between ourselves in order to prepare for Contenders. And I feel like we have been pretty well prepared in that regard. I am expecting to at least make it to the grand finals. What would it mean for me to win the World Grand Prix and the $1 million? Well, it will be life-changing.
Hey, I'm Iyashi K. I'm super psyched to be able to compete at the Contenders Cup. In terms of how I expect to perform, that's very hard to say. You know, it's so early on right now and you never really know what's going to happen. My goal for myself is that I want to at least make day 2 so that I can compete for as long as possible. That would be fun. What would it mean for me to win the Contenders Cup? Well, for one, it would mean that I would get a chance to go to Japan and compete in the Shadowverse World Grand Prix, which is crazy. If I ended up winning the $1 million, is I am going to whale for the Albert leader in Shadowverse.
So we did have the player interviews from both sides, Azure Cloud and Yashike. I gotta say, again, $1 million, life-changing money on the line over the stage of the World Grand Prix. But man, Yashike does have a good point there. With $1 million, she could definitely wheel over for whatever she wants in Shadowverse for multiple accounts, right? She can do it for every single account, right? Like PC, mobile, get another mobile device and play even more, right? So either way, it's going to be an exciting match for our first one. Again, Azure Cloud versus Yashike. Azure Cloud, we've seen in multiple Contenders Cup, World Grand Prix qualifier as well. Yashike coming out the woodwork from qualifying into the September's Cup. Is going to be pretty exciting to see. I want to see it come down to the wire, but we'll see how it turns out as we take a look at Azure Cloud's deck, what he's bringing to the table. Evo Sword is going to be what we're probably going to see majority of the time, but break it down for me, gentlemen. What is so special about this deck?
Yeah, so in Evo Sword, it's one of the classics. We're going to see a lot of it. Then newly changed from the Summer Reveal expansion, we have Not, which is a fantastic legendary follower. People were hyping up Bunny and Baron, but it turns out that Not is the one to stay and the one to be a part of the deck list. We also see Ramiel show up. Ramiel is an excellent, well-statted 2-drop with a good effect, and he gives Swordcraft the ability to ramp, which is crazy if you think about it. And then you still have the old classic, Kagemitsu, Wildcat, the World OTK. Sword has pretty much everything. We see Azure Cloud's going to play a pretty standard list, nothing too crazy. It's what you expect from a player of his caliber and his skill level.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the deck that we see by far the most today, and there's a good reason. It's definitely at the top of the meta right now. I mean, it can do kind of everything, you know? It can play a late game where it tries to win with the World and Regal Wildcat. It can play an early game where it just overruns you. It can play a mid game where it, just builds a board that you cannot deal with. There are just no huge weaknesses to that deck, but it is also a very, very cool deck. We saw it a lot before in the expansion previous, and we're definitely going to see it a lot going into the future. I really enjoy watching it, especially the fact that it uses a lot of the new mechanics. So yeah, definitely get ready to watch a lot of Sword for sure.
Well, we're definitely seeing the Wild West, right, with Storm over Reveal. We also have, again, Azure Cloud bringing Burial Rite Shadow and Artifact Portal. Can you guys touch up a little bit as to why you think Azure Cloud decided to bring these two as well?
Yeah, so Artifact is another one of the most popular that we're going to see. It's kind of like Sword, still very strong, maintains most of its cards from the previous expansion, and it's just really good. And it's one of those decks where if you are a skilled player, you can really push the deck to its limit, and Azure Cloud has all the skill he needs to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, flexibility is going to be the name of the game today. Because of, again, the 3-deck no-ban format, you need to not have any matchups where you just get, like, basically stonewalled out of a win. Because coming back from even just, like, a 1-game deficit in normal SVO is so tough. And being able to come back from a 2-game deficit is just good luck, you know, especially if you don't have the matchups correct. So that's why we do see these super flexible decks like Evo Sword, like Artifact Portal.
On the other side of the coin, we do have Yashike also bringing two similar types of decks with Burial Rite Shadow and Artifact Portal, but we're going to be focusing in on that Sanctuary Haven, right? Take a look at this deck list now, boys. Tell me what is going on with this deck.
Yeah, so not only is Yashike not bringing this sword, but most players that are playing Haven are playing Ward Haven. Yashike is one of the only players bringing the Sanctuary variant. This is a more control-oriented version with the Sanctuary, which is sort of like Alana's successor. Gives you a lot of control in an amulet. You get removal, you get followers, you can buff your followers so they can't be targeted. It's a really cool deck, and you know, we'll see how it works out for it today.
Yeah, only, I believe, 2 people, right, the whole day managed to, or decided to bring this deck, and it's kind of on the up and up, I would say. Definitely Ward Haven, by far the more popular, just overall, not only within the Contenders Cup that we see here today, but this can give a lot of decks a lot of trouble. I mean, the healing is gigantic. It can outlast a lot of different decks, especially if they're trying to play that earlier mid-range game, and a lot of people maybe don't have quite as much experience against it. And also, it's just really, really annoying to play. So I could definitely see the possibility for that deck to tilt people.
Yeah, she even has the one of Angel of Evocation as sort of like a spicy tech. I'm not sure if it's gonna, pay dividends, but we'll see. It's a crazy card for sure.
And again, as we get ready for this match, we want to remind the folks at home that we will have an active poll going for this match. So be sure to choose who you think will be the winner, as we will choose anybody who guesses it right will be, again, chosen from like a handful of people. They will be winning card backs from Storm over Veil towards the end of the show. So we highly encourage you guys to really, really think about this and see who will win between Iyashikei and Azure Cloud. Be sure to volunteer, or vote in for those polls, right? So again, it's going to be pretty interesting to see. Iyashikei bringing Burial Rite Shadow, Artifact Portal, very similar to Azure Cloud. Again, Azure Cloud being Evo Sword, and Iyashikei bringing Sanctuary Haven instead as a difference. Now, players aside, we've seen the accolades of Azure Cloud, and we've seen Iyashikei's dominant performance back at September. If you guys were participating in this poll, who would you guys vote for? With only the decks in mind, right?
I think Azure Cloud has the more standard lineup, and if we're going just on lineups, I still like his lineup better.
Yeah, but I think that's what makes it so scary, is the fact that you are going up against a not standard lineup against a player that is kind of the wild card going into this tournament, but it looks like they're starting.
Here we go. It's going to be game one in the first round of Swiss play. It's going to be Iyashikei versus Azure Cloud. Here we go.
All right, Chef, let me set the story for you because it's a good one. So Azure Cloud last year barely qualifies Contenders Cup. He goes on to win that, gets top 8 at Worlds, and then has an excellent run this year. You can see he's got amazing growth as a player over the past year or so, right? Now, Iyashikei is sort of where Azure Cloud was last year, where she's barely qualified for Contenders Cup this year. She's the lowest seeded player and the underdog here. Can she sort of, be the Azure Cloud of last year today? But she has to face against Azure Cloud, right? Who's so improved as a player now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, definitely this is the wild card against the kind of favorite, I guess you could say, the overall favorite if you're just looking at like statistics. And also, just as a side note, not only did Azure Cloud, of course, get top 8, but he was the furthest placing player from any of the SVO players over there, so including West and SEAO, which is extremely impressive.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to start with the artifacts against the Sanctuary, and I'm seeing something really cool right now. Tell me you appreciate it. We have all animated cards. Pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. I know you are in particular a fan of animated cards.
I love it.
But yeah, that is really cool. I haven't even seen some of the animated cards, honestly, from the new set, just because it's so new. So hopefully there's more that we get to see there. But already starting off a pretty good curve for Azure Cloud, which is definitely what you want to do. You do not want to let the healing get started.
Yeah, but you see Iyashikei has both Sanctuaries in hand already, and the early Blind Justice can be used to banish the follower and deny that paradigm shift from Azure Cloud. For artifacts, the early game is all about generating those paradigm shifts, so that in the mid game, you can discount them with your artifacts. You can see that that banish is going to put Azure Cloud a bit behind, and now he doesn't have a single paradigm shift in hand to discount.
Oh yeah, this is actually, a huge deal. Banishing is gigantic, especially against, of course, Shadow, but also against Artifact Portal. Because not only can you banish exactly what we saw right there to prevent the player from getting the paradigm shifts, but you can also banish the actual artifacts, right? So you can double slow them down if you have enough banishes in hand, like Black in Scripture or like, whatever that card's called that I can never remember.
A lot of the artifact effects are reliant on different artifacts with different names destroyed. Mm-hmm. And once you banish an artifact, it does not go on that list. Makes it even harder for Portalcraft to get to 6 destroyed. On top of that, Iyashikei did have the Sanctuary perfectly on curve like she would want it. And we'll see what approach Azure Cloud is going to take here. Does he want to try and be more aggressive, even in the phase, or take it slow, play for the Modesty Leader effect, which is still absolutely key for the artifact?
Oh yeah, that's going to be extremely nice, especially because I believe the effect on the Sanctuary just makes the followers untargetable, right? So you should still be able to deal some damage to them with the Modesty effect, assuming that there are some artifacts destroyed, which will inevitably happen. Although this could be another opportunity for a banish.
The Sanctuary goes in order, so first it heals then it summons, I mean, first it deals damage, then it summons the tiger, and then it buffs any follower.
Right.
So she would like to get 2 sanctuaries set up, but the pressure from Astral Cloud with the stats on the board means that she is not able to. But as you said, hey, Banish is pretty good against those artifacts. And you already see the Sanctuary getting value, but at least cleaning up the 1/1.
Yeah, and there is a good amount of damage left on board, but oh no, never mind. That's right. That was the second heal with the fusion, and that means that the Evo Tiger, first Tiger of the game, is going to get a lot of value, and it feels like things are set up extremely well for Yashike right now. I mean, so far, you know, the 2 banishes, exactly like you were talking about, have been so valuable. A lot of Astral Cloud's game plan has just been completely negated. You know, luckily the leader effect is in play from the Modesty, but still 0 artifacts altogether.
Yeah, you can see the power of the Justine allows you to, you know, proc the heal at no play point cost or board space cost is really crucial. And those tigers can be used as removal with the Evo. We see Astral Cloud set up some artifacts, but again, his game plan has been delayed. He only has 1 Paradigm Shift in hand that's discounted, and as we see from the Modesty, only 1 artifact destroyed so far.
Yeah, and the fact too that some of these artifacts are not easy to replicate, like actually there technically is another like guard form golem in hand, but you know, for instance, or I think it was a strike form, the fact that some of them are easier or harder to get a second copy of makes that more or less important too. But yeah, regardless, the game plan has overall been slowed down. You know, I mean, we're on turn 6, starting turn 6, and so far, I mean, the damage that's been dealt to Haven so far is going to be pretty much negated. I mean, very, very quickly, right? I mean, the healing in this deck is so huge, and now there we go. See the second Sanctuary, just because Yashike seeing that the board state is not really at a spot where 3 or I guess potentially 5 damage is that threatening.
Yeah, it was a very crucial turn for SGK. She had to decide whether, you know, that was the turn to get the second Sanctuary online. And I also like this play because it's going to set up the prayers, and with the life total that she's at, she could sort of bluff that, hey, if you put me at 14, I can play the world, and then with 2 Sanctuaries, it's really powerful. But Astral Cloud says, I'm not respecting the world, everything is going phase. We see Lucille summon the Radiant, and just push so much damage just like that in 1 turn.
Yeah, now we're going to have to see what the good answers are here. And there's Meowskers coming out to play.
Have you seen the Meowskers leader?
I have. I mean, I saw that it existed, but I haven't seen it in game yet.
Oh, it's so good. I really recommend it.
Well, I'm working through the battle pass. I'll get there eventually.
Okay. Yeah, so Meowskers get summoned. In this deck, Meowskers can be good. You can buff them up and you can push some damage. It can also be used as removal here to take out one of the 1-hole followers. But Yashike now only has 4 playmates left over, and that Astral Cloud board is pretty massive. Now keep in mind that with 2 Sanctuaries, the first heal that she gets is going to get, 3 damage from each one. And she still has Blind Justice to banish and deny once again, not only the name from the Radiant being banished, but also the last words from it.
Yep, and that's just so important. I really cannot stress that enough, and that's, a huge reason why we're even at this point. The pressure's been really great so far from Azure Cloud, but I think it just, if there's not a good way to close it out within the next few turns, and we do see another Lucille in hand, which is going to be huge, but okay, the ping does manage to hit the target that I would have to assume Yashike wanted, just because then that Meowskers is a great way to get rid of it. And now things look like they might start to be evening out, but there's still the potential for a huge amount of damage. Like I said, another Lucille in hand.
Yeah, Astral Cloud is just trying to push as much damage as he can. The thing about the Sanctuary is that not only is the Yashike going to be answering the followers of Astral Cloud, but as she does that, she's always healing, right? The more she heals, the harder it is for Astral Cloud to push that damage. But he's not going to stop. He's got another Lucille, can get a free Evo off of it. And even though he only has 1 Paradigm Shift in hand, hey, that Paradigm Shift could be the Airstrike Storm follower.
Yeah, which can end up being a lot of damage. And speaking of a lot of damage, look at this, down to 4. And had there been less, I'd say, banished artifacts, that could have been essentially game, because they just need 1 more Evo, and then it could have been, just the extra damage from the Modesty leader effect. But that's not how it is. So now, plenty of play points to heal, but the question is, there's the third Sanctuary, which then it becomes a board space issue, but only for the Tigers.
Yeah, it's really funny to see on turn 7, after Azure Cloud has played so many cards, that the Modesty Flex is just doing 1 damage.
Yeah.
That said, though, because his board is so strong and he has, damage, that 1 damage is adding up, and he's very close to lethal next turn potentially.
Oh yeah, extremely close. But let's see just how much healing can happen. I'd assume there's a good way to pretty easily clear board here. Maybe not. Maybe no. Yeah, there should be. Yeah.
Plus the Yukari. That's some good heal, some good protection. But it's just not enough heal, right? One of the things about the Sanctuary is that when you get the 3rd heal of the turn, your followers not only get +2 and can be targeted, but they gain ward. That lets the Sanctuary deck play a bit more defensive. But Yashike just hasn't been able to get to that spot where her followers get ward. So even though she can clear the board, she's, has no defense here.
Yeah, I think this is it, right?
Should be lethal.
Paradigm shift, and
Radiant,
then
Evo the face.
Or Radiant.
Yeah, just like that, Azure Cloud is going to take game number 1. Yashike had the early Sanctuaries, but the pressure was just too much, and Azure Cloud is going to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, that was so much aggression from Artifact Portal. I mean, you can see that was honestly, a pretty strong start overall from this Sanctuary Haven. And still, regardless, there was just so much pressure coming out, and great of Azure Cloud to be able to sense that his hand was going to be one of those hands that would allow a game plan like that. And I mean, that's really going to be the story of today, I think, is so many people are playing such flexible decks that a lot of a win or loss is going to be based on how well they can identify what their hand is going to allow them to do. And Azure Cloud was a great example of that.
Yeah, I like the word using how flexible Artifact is. It's always been one of its biggest strengths. You can have Artifact games where you're playing defensive, you're healing for, 10, 20 in a game, and you're playing for potentially World or late game shenanigans. Or you have Azure Cloud be like, hey, I'm going to just smork, go face, close the game out pretty soon.
All right, and now we're actually going to see Artifact on the opposite side being brought by Yashike. Of course, Artifact now off the table for Azure Cloud as Azure Cloud brings the Evo Sword, another super flexible list. So this is going to be the first of a matchup that we are going to see undoubtedly a lot today. And boy, that is maybe not the best starting hand for Azure Cloud.
Well, he's got a lot of those amazing mid-game followers, but he does have to find some late game sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the curve is looking pretty good for Yashike too. Azure Cloud though, even 4th card, not looking super great. And a Regal Wildcat, that is rough.
No early game whatsoever. On the other hand, Yashike, we see her playing one of the new legendaries from Snow Reveal, the Ilganu, a fantastic 1 playpoint follower. You can replay her time and time again. And then eventually you get her spell, Wretched Thirst, which is amazing because it can be turned into either board clears or potentially 12 damage to the face. And then you also get some 3 bikes out of it. It's a really, really strong card.
Yeah, it just so good in so many different ways. Also, it just seems to be that cost cards tend to fill out the curve really well for Artifact Portal, or for Portal in general. They just have some weird curves, and that has helped smooth it out. Plus, it just never goes away. It's essentially, well, until you actually get its effect. You can play it 3 times, potentially, and then the 4th time, and yeah, just great value for just a raw 1-drop.
Also, can I just say how great it is that we can once again see the players on the webcams? I think it really adds a lot. You can see their expressions. You can learn more about the players by watching them. So shout outs to production. I really appreciate having the players on cam.
Yeah, it's been so long. I know it's been one of my favorite things. I miss all the classic old school ones, like LC sitting behind Noir and all the camera shots.
Or like Cookie and the Santa hat, things like that, right?
Yeah. But yeah,
the early game aggression from Yashike is not going to take a paradigm shift, but instead an analyzing artifact. Seeing Azure Cloud past turn 2, maybe she thinks it's her time to be aggressive. Azure Cloud finally draws an early game follower, but, these Swordcraft 2-drops can be so strong once you get their effects off, like the Thief. But right now, Thief is a 2-drop that is going to, trade poorly against the 1-drop.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's probably maybe even one of the weakest draws, like playable draws that Azure Cloud could have drawn, because already, playing Honorable Thief on 2 is like maybe not. I mean, it doesn't feel bad, but the fact that you have to play it on 3 without its auto evo effect, that's tough life. But, you know, maybe Azure Cloud makes it to the mid-late game and then just has an unbelievably strong hand, maybe?
Well, one of the things about Amelia that is nice is that if Azure Cloud can get to that turn 5 Amelia's going to draw 2 cards, and they're guaranteed to be playable because they're officers, and the officers you play are always good, basically, like Gelt and the Thief, so you just have to hang on a little bit. Playing Aliaska as a 4-drop going first is less than ideal, but that may be his only choice here.
Yeah, depending on that looks like it. I don't think you want to just use this turn on a resolve, especially just because you're going to have your turns full already with the Amelias within the next few turns.
Yeah, see, back in the day, you could accelerate the Wildcat for an amazing board. I can no longer do that. I do want to point out that Azure Cloud is playing 2 Wildcats in his decks. The thing that, you know, most players are only opting to play 1. Playing the second one gives you more consistency in having the combo, but you might struggle through these turns where, you know, the cat can kind of be a brick. That said, the rest of his hand was already a brick anyway, so it's not like I want to blame the cat for this one.
But it is worth noting that Yashike's hand is also a little bit weird in the way that it is playing out. A lot of kind of these tiny little threats that overall might not add up to all that much. I mean, there are a few paradigm shifts, which are going to be nice. But aside from that, I mean, you know, like 2 artifact scans and just a bunch of tiny little artifacts, a bunch of 1/1s, not a huge amount of threats building up, at least until, you know, the world's able to be played. But because of the nature of Azure Cloud's hand, there was no aggression, and the world is going to be sitting there for a while, probably.
Yeah, Ashike opting to play the Wind God from hand, does get the fanfare, but Aliaska cannot take damage from effects. We see another one deck from Azure Cloud, but at least he has the Amelia like I talked about, which will, you know, give him other playable followers. Granted, he didn't get like a Gelt, which would have been nice, although Samurai might still put in work.
Yeah, I mean, well, Samurai is great, especially with this weird hand that we know that the SK has. It's going to be able to trade favorably over a lot of these options. Well, not trade, but swing favorably and clear them out without taking anything. But you know what? Things are maybe not looking quite so bad for Azure Cloud. There's nothing built up as far as Evos. Well, there's only 1 Evo built up, and the rally count is extremely low. But overall, you know, managed to make it into this turn 5, turn 6, where things are really going to start popping off, while only taking a little bit of damage.
You know, the Ilganu Evo actually just answers the Samurai for free. She only gets +1/+1 in stats, but the -1/-1 does answer, and she presents a pretty aggressive early game. Now, unlike Azure Cloud last game, she doesn't have the modesty to get that extra damage every turn, but she's still making the most of it, and she even picked up a Tisiphone, which could be relevant later on in this matchup.
Yeah, this is tough, because there's not a lot of aggression after this board gets cleared, but I don't know if Azure Cloud can clear all that much. I'm trying to just see how all this damage is going to add up. So having the ward here is nice, obviously, and then we might lose the... So there's still the potential for... There's going to be the potential for quite a bit of damage still, right?
Yeah, there will be at least 4 damage left over.
Right, plus Evo.
Right,
so,
and Azure Cloud knows that there's at least 1 paradigm shift, which, you know, potentially is an extra 2 damage as well. He's going to just play at the Kagemitsu. I think really just as a... like a target that Yashike might trade into, so that dissuade her from going face at this point, honestly.
Yeah, there's no way to be able to lethal here, right? I'm trying to think if there was any possible way.
Well, Modesty will give her a lot more damage in the long term, but it shouldn't translate into like a big lethal this turn.
Right. Yeah, so I would say definitely no chance now, for sure. I mean, the only real options would be something with a paradigm shift, but only 1 in hand costs 4. So, at this point, do you just set up Modesty?
Well, if you hold a Modesty, you can get the free one at next turn, but that's a huge commitment. You have to spend the whole 7 placements on it. Honestly, I like the earlier you get the Modesty, the more value you'll get out of her as you proc the effect every single turn. And, you know, I can't... the Modesty is so crucial to the artifact game plan, whether that be to, you know, clear the board and play for the late game, or just push face damage as we saw Azure Cloud last game and push for lethal.
Right, yeah. I mean, even that small amount of damage, even with only pinging like one for 1 damage every turn, it added up to. I mean, assuming that hadn't been the draw on the last turn wasn't there, it still would have been lethal because of that, which is hugely important. And we do see that, and we see the artifact destroyed adding up. So at this point, I would have to assume that we're going to see at least something taking out that Kagemitsu, right? You don't want to leave it up at this point, even though
if you ignore the Kagemitsu, the Modesty would clean it up anyway. And at this point, Modesty is doing more damage than the 2 attacks, so it's better to trade into it, let the Modesty effect go phase. It's a great artifact scan for Yasuke, getting back the Ancient to get the free cleanup on the Amelia, ends up with a great board and the leader effect established. We see Asher Cloud picks up Nod, which is really amazing at dealing with super wide boards. Now, that may seem like a really solid game plan right now, but, Asher Cloud is only at 6 life.
Yeah, I mean, it's great at dealing with super wide boards, especially if there's like something particularly tall on it, which is what we're seeing, but I don't think it's going to be able to. There's no way within all of this to clear everything, right? So you would still be taking some damage?
Well, he has the boots as well, so the 2-2 respawn.
Oh, you're right.
The boots to get an initial clear. So it is a full clear. And he at least gets, not left over, which is kind of nice. Only at, 6 life, Modesty effect, I believe, is doing 3 damage still. But now that paradigm shift is almost free, basically.
So there is an opportunity for lethal here, right? You paradigm shift, you get the storm artifact, you swing it into the not, and then you artifact scan to try to get it again, and you swing it into it again, and then the Modesty damage is lethal.
But that would be lethal, yeah.
But what are the odds that works, right? That's such a tough call, especially with hand size being such an issue right now.
Well, I'll tell you this: there's only 3 artifacts destroyed so far. So if she does that play, Artifact Scan gives you 2 artifacts, and you have only 4, so it's like a 50-50 chance.
Yeah. There's a...
Actually, wait. This is also lethal because she gets the bike from the Wretched Thirst, and gets the extra attack. Modesty effect is going to be just enough. What excellent play from Yasuke. Why take a chance on lethal when you have a guaranteed lethal? Wow, what a great match and a great series so far. 1-1 now.
Yeah, that was a super great way to end that, actually. Super smart to even remember that the wraiths or whatever they are give a bike when they die. That's the thing that, I mean, it does come into play somewhat, but to be able to recognize that entire situation, super smart.
Yeah, so that was an excellent display of the artifact by Yasuke, showing she understands the new cards. However, I will say that Asher Cloud had a pretty atrocious hand in the early game. Now, in the format for Contenders Cup, games are 3 out of 5. The more games you have, the more chance you have to display your skill. And Asher Cloud had a bit of a rough start in his hand that game, but over the full series, we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, I mean, even though it was a rough hand, it did at least get to the late game. However, it was just maybe a little bit too late. So still great play by Azure Cloud to stay in that game and keep it competitive. But, I mean, it had lost a little bit longer. Had there been a life, maybe like the world drawn, then maybe that wouldn't have been over. But now we're going to see an entirely another deck from both players as we see the Shadow Mirror.
Yeah, very similar opening hands on this Shadow Mirror. Shadow decks are, not too crazy. There's a couple differences. So, for example, Yasuke is playing 1 Shooting Doji. Shooting Doji is kind of cool in this deck because it has the Necromancy effect, it gives you extra evos, and it lets you get extra burst damage with the lead effect, particularly with the legendary skeleton. As for Asher Cloud, he's instead playing 1 Wind God, which, as you be alright, you're still getting a bunch of rally count, and the extra Wind God could be great to buff up the board, give you an additional free shadow. So just minor differences here.
Yeah, I think if we do see that come into play within this game, that could be huge, just because if you are playing the mirror and then you end up getting a board that is just slightly more buffed than another kind of board-based mid-range-ish deck, I mean, that's everything, right? I don't even feel like I need to say anything more past that. But right now, playing a pretty good curve.
Shadow is in a really interesting spot this expansion where they have a lot of great cards and different ways that they could potentially build the decks. You can try and go more aggro with the 3-drop that pushes face damage. You can try and go more combo while playing a bunch of partitions because there is an OTK with it. But it seems like most players have opted for somewhere in the middle, where you have real right package to play for the board and get the shadows, and you maybe play like a one-off partition, so you might still get that damage and you can still pull off the OTK, but you're not necessarily like full-on committed to being a combo deck. So once again, like you were saying, flexibility, right?
Yeah, exactly. Name of the game for the Contenders Cup, and that's I would say, I mean, it's definitely the third most popular deck here today, right?
I believe the 3 most popular decks are Swordcraft, Warnhaven, then Artifacts. After that, it would definitely be Shadow, though.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I thought I said 4th in my brain, but it's still too early, still waking up, right? While trying to pay attention to all these games. But yeah, sorry, I meant 4th. Obviously, our first 3 are pretty solidified.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of amazing Shadowverse action here today. Again, these are the top 16 players of our region, and they're fighting for a chance to qualify to the World Grand Prix, which is every Shadowverse player's dreams. You want to go and potentially fight for $1 million, right?
In Japan, too. That's a huge deal. I want to go to Japan. I've never been to Japan. But these players, at least 3 of them will be going at some point.
Yeah, only 3 out of the 16 players will, earn that coveted slot. Here in the early game, between the Shadow Mirror match, we're going to have just, small board trades here and there, still focused on the BR right. Lovers is definitely super key. We're going to see what Azure Cloud rolls off of the Lovers here. Gets the double Curator. We saw the 2-drop, the new 2-drop, the Skeleton Dreamer. It's a pretty cool card because it's just a 2/2, but it last words gives you a bullet bike. And hey, last game, we saw the power of the bullet bike, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you see the, obviously bullet bike is amazing, but you see the power of that, the skeleton, especially in the aggro shadow archetype that we're not seeing a whole lot today, and by a whole lot I mean at all. But it's just so much value for the card that it is. The fact that it's a 2/2 for 2, it gives you +2/+0 and rush as like an added effect at some other points. The fact that works even if you reanimate it, because it's the last word. So altogether really good. But getting double curators is also good too, because that's a super strong board.
Yeah, the thing about the bike is that even if you're not on an aggressive deck and you're not using the effect to push for damage or lethal like we saw last game, the bike still gives you a rush, so you can use the rush to trade. One play that I really like is when you have the bike set up when you play the Lovers, because Lovers can't evo manually, but if you give the Lovers the bike, then you can trade right away, and it's a pretty cool play.
Oh, yeah.
Yashike go with her own Lovers, but her reanimate targets are way worse. She gets double 3-drop, but her 3-drops are 1/2s instead.
Yeah, it's actually like the exact mirror, but like the negative mirror of what Azure Cloud got from the Lovers. This is the lowest stat point that you can get for getting double 3s, which is super unfortunate, but still manages to get the clear.
Yeah, one card that I want to bring up is the Necro Impulse we see in Azure Cloud's hand. Another new card from Storm over Rebel. It gives you 4 Ghosts, and then you can give all your followers +1 attack. Shadowcraft is still very much board-based. The Lovers gets the great board. You get BR right and all the shenanigans. So sometimes you have a good board, and then you just follow it up with a Necro Impulse, and you can push Unexpected Lethal. It's a great card, and I definitely love its inclusion here.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I've been thinking about this, and I'm gonna make a very strong claim that definitely people are going to prove me wrong on. But I think Necro Impulse might be this, in my opinion, the strongest card in this set. It is an unbelievable card.
It's pretty good. It is definitely super, super good.
Yes, I mean, using the correct decks, of course, it can give just so much stats for either clearing the board or for buffing your own board or for just doing a ton of damage to face even when you have no board. Everything about it so great, and it synergizes so well with this deck.
Yeah, I personally, for this set, I really like the trio for Shadowcraft. It's such a strong legendary follower. It's amazing when you play it and you have a Gremory effect and you get a second one, and then you get all your play points back. That's enough to win games sometimes. It has crazy synergy with Path to Perdition, or even just reanimated on the He Who Once Rocked. So Shadowcraft definitely got a lot of great cards this set. We see Azure Cloud, maintain his board, and the shadow count is crucial here. At 17 shadows and 22 cards left in the deck, he's getting ever closer to that Gremory Invocate, which will allow this crazy trio plays that I'm talking about.
Yeah, it seems possible that within the next turn it will be achieved. But right now, even while you're getting there, building a board like this is super nice. And look at the triple fatal order in hands too. Can I just note that?
So if Yashike doesn't spend her shadows by not playing Lane Skeleton, then she will get Gremory next turn as well. That means that, you know, her turn is a bit weaker as she can't answer that 6-5, but it's so crucial in the Shadow deck in general that you invocate that Gremory turn 7. It's the turn you wanted. It enables so much. We see Azure Cloud does not get Gremory on turn 7, but he does pick up the Wind God out of the deck, and he will have to set up for a Gremory next turn. Or does he decide to just cash in his shadows this turn? Because oftentimes you get to this point where you have to wait a turn to get the Gremory, or you spend shadows, and then once you spend shadows, you can just assume that you'll never get Gremory that game, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that, I mean, you were talking about the difference between their decks, and the Wind God being the Azure Cloud main choice here, and that is such a powerful turn to be able to get Wind God on when there's still a 6-5 up and something else that can swing face. Like, this is going to be go from like a scary board with a ton of damage to an even scarier board with even more damage, and does decide to kind of go for an option for both with that fatal order.
Check this out. Yashike has Gremory invocated. She has Trio in hand. She has Path to Perdition. Like, this is her time to shine. She could do so many absolutely insane plays here. And I really want to show us Yashike, what can you do with the Shadowcraft? You're all set up, you have all the tools you need. It's a tough board she's facing, but she has so many powerful combos in hand right now.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why there's quite a bit of thinking before anything's being played.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of options. I mean, there are a lot of options really in both hands here. You can see really why Shadow is so good, and the fact that it very rarely runs out of resources. It always gives itself resources back. And I mean, look at this. They're like at full hands, and they're building full boards and clearing full boards every turn. But also, you know, she has to think about the fact that she's at 9 health, and that's essentially nothing in against a deck that has so much damage potentially out of hand.
Okay, so gonna play Fatal Lore first. This problem is that she's gonna use the Lane Skeleton to get back to 7 play points, which is, you know, different from starting with the trio. Again, really so many different options. But with this play, she can guarantee the last words from Azure Cloud's trio. Oh, it hits the resummon. The clock is ticking. She definitely didn't want that roll. She still has a lot of playmates to work with, though. What is the play? Okay, you summon another trio. Maybe it didn't go as expected, but honestly, this is still fine.
Yeah.
Enough to get her back in the game for sure. But now it's up to Azure Cloud, who will have the same Gremory, all the shadows, 9 cards in hand, and Yashike only had 9 life. You can see her maybe not happy with how that turn turned out.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any way for lethal here. I'm trying to see. It's so hard because the hands are so large. But starting off with the Monster Trio, which is, of course...
I mean, absolutely insane, right? Like, you get 2 6/6s with all those effects, and that's just the start of the turn. Like, now you have 8 play points left over.
Yeah, so do whatever you want with. So the Fatal Orders will pull back the Invincible Trio again, right?
And Necro Impulse, that should be... Oh, yeah, that should be lethal, right? Just an Evo to the face. Actually, it's not even needed. Azure Cloud's gonna take game number 2.
Yep, and there we go. So much potential damage out of hand. I really didn't believe that like the damage out of hand potential would be going up from this deck, but it certainly has. I guess I should say from the last expansion. But that means that Azure Cloud now just needs to win one more game to advance 1-0 in the Swiss.
Yeah, so basically for Shadowcraft, just think of the fact that they have a combo that does 20 damage basically. So the deck doesn't lack damage. It has just damage for days, right?
Yeah.
That game was cool. We saw Yashike be the first to get the invocation on that, you know, crucial turn 7. Her play after kind of fumbled. It did answer, but it wasn't just like enough to win the game. Azure Cloud, when he got the Gremory, he instantly went for the lethal.
Yeah, I mean, honestly though, without any like real life gain, it was a pretty tough situation just because Azure Cloud had pushed so much damage to face. But you know, that's talk for another time, as we are going to see the return to the Sanctuary Haven and a full mulligan again from Azure Cloud. Doesn't get the fully expensive hand, but not the fastest either.
Well, he's got more cats in his hand, but at least this time he at least has a 3-drop, and Non-Dot going second is a pretty great turn 4 play.
But now there's the second cat. I feel like you cursed that, but Yeah,
You can see the reaction in their faces, right? Like I really missed this, being able to see the players and how they react to the situations.
I know, it's weird. I mean, Azure Cloud even looks a lot different from the last time that I saw him, being on camera or whatnot. But, there are options here. Gelt, always good.
Gelt. Now, we talked about how Sanctuary could banish things against artifacts that are annoying. Banishing a Gelt is pretty good, but this is an excellent turn to get the Sanctuary online, not facing a lot of pressure. Sanctuary definitely relies on the Sanctuary, obviously, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why it's called that. But also, of course, you're going to use life as a resource, especially in a deck with healing, but in really every deck. And I like the aggressive Evo from Azure Cloud, which is also going to push it out of the potential range of Blackened Scripture. Had that been the option in hand, that would have been a huge deal.
Yeah,
but
it also gets it out of range of just dying to one ping off of the Sanctuary.
True, yeah, that's true too.
One thing that I want to point out in this matchup is that, Swordcraft very commonly runs Resolve, and the Sanctuary deck, it operates on the idea that you have your Sanctuary and you're set up to get all your benefits out of it, and it's fantastic. But what happens when your, Sanctuary gets Resolved? Like, can the deck function after that?
Yeah, I mean, it's still got the potential because it's got so much lasting power, right? But I would have to assume that would be really difficult. And that was, I think, an issue that the Alana archetype ran into a little bit too in the last expansion before this one came up, before she cycled out. But we haven't so far seen any of that happen, and there's actually quite a few ways to get rid of it. Even aside from Resolve, there's cards like, let's say, like not in the sword matchup, but like an artifact like Mounier, right, can get rid of one. There are definitely some others that I'm not thinking off the top of my head, but I don't know. We'll see if I'm sure at some point within this weekend we'll run into that issue.
I mean, there's Myth Cleaver, but I don't think we'll see any Myth Cleavers this weekend.
That would be that card.
We see Azure Cloud just playing two Samurais. Samurais in this matchup, could be easy to get value to them. They are going to die pretty easily to the Sanctuary pings. But just playing them out for the rally and just to be a bit annoying and, use the play points. As Swordcraft, you still want to stick to the tried and true. Use your play points every turn. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, also, I mean, assuming that this Archangel wasn't evoed here, having them both out there meant that the odds of, even if there was, say, like another Sanctuary and a heal or something like that, the odds of the Gelt going down were going to be particularly low. But that's a good way to clear it, and of course, bring that health back up.
So the Sanctuary, the Archangel is sort of a tech. Definitely, I don't think it's commonly run. It gives your leader 5 maximum extra life, which is pretty cool. And we'll see that's relevant. She can heal to 25 life now.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any deck that can take advantage of it, it's probably this one. And we're going to see... We could see the Raw come out. That would be a clear with an evil point. If that's
one thing that I do want to point out about this matchup specifically is that oftentimes, people think of Sword and you're like, hey, Sword is amazing, and then turn 10 you have OTK with Wildcat and the World. And while that's true, that combo does exactly 20 damage.
Mm-hmm.
If Yashike gets to 21, 22, 23, 25 life, then she could survive that combo, and that's pretty cool, I guess.
That is true. We could see a game where it goes past that combo into like the late game where the sanctuaries have been destroyed. That would be pretty funny. But a
really cool play, gets the Lorena and picks up the Tiger. Nice board left over for Yashike, and 24 life. But Nana's gonna show up. So the Nana spell, Tyrant's Order, it counts anything on the board. It even counts the amulets. So it can be a lot easier for Azure Cloud to clear here. Because you don't target the follower that it destroys, it's able to sort of bypass the can be targeted of the Tiger. And you see the power of Not in a full board clear, a free Evo, and then 3 bodies left up.
Can Not destroy amulets?
No. It just the amulet, you could choose the amulet so you can destroy something else, basically.
Right, gotcha. Yeah, the way the targeting was there is confusing to me for a minute.
The way she works is really weird. I don't think we've ever had a card in Shadow where it's worked like that. But she's a really cool follower, great synergy in the rally, the free Evo, and hey, why not give Sword a 0 play point, answer the board spell as well, right?
Yeah, why not? But yeah, extremely strong card. And speaking of extremely strong cards, actually, Set is a great card that we just got a chance to see. First of all, it's flexible, as we just saw, but also if you can manage to play it fully, but only in this deck. It's just we hadn't seen Set yet, so I just felt like mentioning that.
Well, I like Set. You can play it in with the West Goddess Wind. So it summons Safina and Set in the deck. Like, it's pretty cool. I recommend that if you guys haven't tried it. But yeah, nothing we'll really see here in this weekend.
Yeah, that would be fun. But we do have a few pretty spicy decks. Hopefully come up a little bit later.
Shows up with the mirror image technology for, again, more rally, more evos. Exactly what Swordcraft wants to do. We also see Asher Cloud have the Ramiel in hand, or as I like to call her, Rampiel. And
oh my god!
You can't ramp with the effect at this stage in the game. The fact that she has that shield and she can't take damage from effects, such as the Sanctuary, makes her a pretty good sticky follower.
Right, and so she can't take damage from effects, but she can still, like, soak up the target from the effect.
Yes, exactly.
So you could potentially soak up a ton of damage with her against a lot of different cards, actually, honestly, in this game. That it's a very, very valuable effect, even if you don't manage to take advantage of the ramp.
Right, part of what makes her so good is that, again, flexibility of being amazing if you're going second and it's your turn forward to get the ramp. But hey, otherwise, it's still a fine, playable 2-drop with a good effect and ward.
Yep. And I think not every sword deck has been running her. I feel like I've seen a few that haven't, but
I think the majority of players in today's deck list are playing her, but you know, out there in the wild, not everybody's on that train yet, I guess.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cards like that still. Like we said, we're still pretty early in this meta.
Yeah.
But now, look back at Yashike's turn.
Yes.
For the Raw.
9 cards in hand, so many options, 8 play points, and still over 20 life.
Yeah, having that fusion. Oh wow. Okay, actually gonna we'll just play the Justine. Oh, there's another one in hand. But having that option for fusion is definitely going to be nice as far as like hand size. And I assume we're going to see the. Oh no.
Okay, not gonna axle the set. Just gonna wait. I guess she knows that there is Kagemitsu's coming next turn, so maybe the reason is like, why give them a target, right? Better that they have nothing to attack into.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, one's going to be able to swing. I think we're at... I don't think we've had any auto evos, right, past these. So I think we're at 4 evos.
Kagemitsu is at... Asher Cloud's at 5 evos so far.
Oh, okay. I clearly missed one auto evo. And I don't know what it was, but... All right, we're seeing another Not.
Yeah. So again, Tyrant's Order, really, really strong. At this point, I wonder if Asher Cloud is thinking of like, hey, what if I use Kagemitsu plus the Wildcat, try and push for game? I also like the play of the Not because Yashike was like, hey, you have Kagemitsus, I'm not going to give you any targets. And then Not is like, oh, here, take 2 chumps you can attack into and get all the value, right?
Right, plus the auto evolve from the Not brought them up to past Sanctuary damage, which is altogether just a ridiculous play and does everything that you would want for that turn. And yeah, that was definitely the evil that I missed too, the earlier Not auto evo.
But he gets to keep the Tyrant's Order for a future turn as well, which is massive.
That's pretty disgusting. So how do you answer this? This is a board. Let's just
she does have the AoE spell, Benevolence Blight. Dealing 3 damage to all enemy follows is pretty good. And then that's also going to proc the Sanctuary effect, as well as, you know, let Lorena evil for free after another heal. And I think that may be enough to answer.
Possibly. I know at the very least, I mean, you ping off 1 and then you can get the Lorena, but are you still 1 away? Is there any more clear?
Well, Lorena might get answered, but once Lorena evils, it is a full clear. You can even try and get the buff on her, because, again, Justine lets you heal without using the play point, which is, again, really, really massive. So, you know, Asher Cloud had a great board, but Yashike answers back, showing the power of the Benevolent Blight, that 3 damage to the entire board of Swordcraft. You know, great spell.
Yeah, you know, honestly, so far, the game plan has really worked out overall for Yashike, and we might really get to that point here where we see the world invocation into not enough damage overall.
Yeah, like that actually might be super relevant, right?
Yeah. Wow. That tech card would really be pulling its weight. But Of course, there's one more turn before that where Azure Cloud can try to set up enough damage on board. And also, you know, another thing that we might see is if all that damage does come out next turn, there's a chance that the fact that Azure Cloud runs double Regal Wildcat could really come into play too. There's a lot of choices here that are really mattering.
Like his turn 10 might be like World plus Cat, and then try and set up for Kagemitsu plus Cat, for example.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting, but that would take a lot of healing. And then also, I mean, the players do, of course, know each other's decks, right? This is open deck list, but Yashike would also have to, you know, really keep in mind that that's a possibility.
Yeah, so but now we're getting to the point of late game Control Haven, where Yashike has the World Invocation, but she also has a Yukari to back it up, to protect her followers and her face from the damage. And when you combo that with Ra, who's already doing 5 damage right now, plus the Sanctuary, oh, it's going to get really crazy for Haven here. The board is going to be insane, the damage is going to be crazy, and maybe just 2 Yukaris will be enough to stop Azure Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the you know, we were talking about the potential for the 2-turn lethal with double Wildcats, but the question here now is, can Azure Cloud prevent lethal even next turn? You know, you need to play enough to get rid of this world on board, and of course the Brawl that's protecting it. And of course the cat. There's so much here.
Yeah, well, this is why the Tyrant's Order is so amazing, because he was able to hold it for 0 play points. So it's going to definitely be played to answer at least, you know, some of these followers for sure.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about the Tyrant's Order, and that is still a terrifying board. The cat, of course, does not manage to survive as it was played, or it was summoned, I guess, after the Yukari.
Yeah, but like if Azure Cloud attacks, like he doesn't get the protection from the world that Yashike has, so he would be taking damage from both worlds plus the Ra this late in the game with potential, you know, either Justine or Meowscar's Burst with Storm. It might just be way too much damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, without healing, if Azure Cloud swings the Brawl this turn, it's over, guaranteed. Yashike could just pass, and then that would be it. And I'm looking at...
So you can mirror image the cat and get an extra 4 damage, but because the Yukari effect is there, the world 4 damage won't proc, so it basically doesn't really work to push extra damage. He does have heal from his own world, and finally draws the Resolve after all this time. If he wants to use it to clear the Sanctuary, it might still not be too late.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that you would burn a card, but at this point, I don't know. And
I mean,
also,
the game is ending like next 2 turns for sure, I think.
Yeah.
This is a really exciting game. Again, if Azure Cloud wins this, he will be 1-0 in Swiss. The Yashike has to win to tie the series 2-2. And she's doing a great job showing us why Sanctuary Haven is a strong deck.
Yeah, and I mean, the Sanctuary's gone, but like at this point, like the Sanctuary isn't even the main threat anymore, right?
Yeah.
But of course, it is a pretty like nearly free option because it refunds so much. But wow, that is a board. That is a ridiculous board.
Yeah, so Azure Cloud makes the choice to not attack with the world, and at this point it's, you know, fair to see why. It wasn't going to push any damage then. If the story Yukaris, it won't push any damage then, but it would harm his own board. So choosing to just, hey, not going to attack with the world, let's just, you know, sit on it. The world does survive as a 10-10, and hey, if he survives, maybe he can attack next turn for potential, maybe lethal. I don't know, 25 life is a lot.
Yeah, I mean, maybe something like Kagemitsu cat or something. I don't actually know exactly what the math would end up being on that, but also, yeah, like you said, this is a really large board. There's no more Sanctuary for at least, you know, 1 ping, or for a buff, or for a cat that you could evo. Still 1 evo point left per player, which is so weird this late in the game.
Yeah, and this is one of those games where the Shadowverse board state gets so complicated at this stage in the game, where you have, you know, you could play like so many cards in a turn. Both players have like multiple followers on the board. There's like 3 leader effects ticking. There's like so many things going on. It gets hard to keep track of. And, you know, this is where we're going to see the skill of the players come in hand. Can Yashike, she's in a good spot, honestly. But look, she's always run out of time. She needs to make decisions and stick with them.
Can she win through board lock at any point? Would that have been possible?
Well, there's the world ticking for her, so it's likely that she can never board lock him, basically. But she always gets a lot of damage from Raw plus world. Like, next turn, Azure Cloud will just lose to that. Because next turn it takes for like 11 damage.
Yeah, this is. There's no other world in hand. There has to be lethal, otherwise this is game, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So the world is 10 damage, but that set has 10 health, can't be targeted.
Yeah. Is there any? I mean, there's no like full clears. Like, there's nothing with like Bane or anything in hand, right? Is there another not?
Not, but by playing not that means that you bypass the cat. And I'm going to imagine that if there is a lethal here, it probably involves cat and mirror image, more than likely. So you can cat the respawn ward, and that's...
Or...
Oh, he can manually evo Kagemitsu because he's still evo. Okay, you cat the Kagemitsu, who can now attack and gets like 9 damage from his effect, and I think that is lethal.
That should be more
Asher
than enough.
Cloud, a genius, excellent display of Shadower skills. He's going to win 3-1 over Yashike. Wow, what a series!
Wow, yeah, that was a way to end it against a 25 health opponent. That was such a weird situation, and to be able to see that. And I wonder if that might be one of the reasons why Azure Cloud was saving that final Evo point. You know, I was talking about how weird it was that we see so many Evos left overall at the end of that game, and that might have been why. And yeah, great play to get around that extremely awkward situation. Azure Cloud showing why he might be the favorite to, at the very least, make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, we had Yashike. She used her final Evo to get a bigger set, which looked really strong. She was in a great spot. But then Astro Cloud, even the Kagemitsu, he got like 14 damage out of that. Wow, what a great set.
Yeah,
that was pretty wild. Sorry, go ahead, Chef.
Looking back at that last turn, I mean, I still think that the Evo in the set was probably right? I mean, Yashike knew that she won next turn guaranteed. There was no way to avoid that. But she just had to do as much as possible to live within that turn, and setting up a 10 health ward that can't be targeted is pretty much the best that you're going to do, right? I don't think that she really had any other options. Healing wasn't going to do anything. She was already at max 25. It was like, okay, so only if Azure Cloud can get through 35 points of damage this turn, will that be lethal? And Azure Cloud's like, okay, I'll do it.
Again, that could have gone either way. That was a pretty wild play from Azure Cloud. I don't mean like wild in that sense, but that was completely unprecedented, I feel like. Again, you mentioned how rare it is to have that Evo point at the very last second. That manual Evo Kagemitsu was so sick. He had so much damage to deal out just at the last second too. All calculated plays here as expected from Azure Cloud, but still big ups to Yashike for almost bringing it to that tie, right? So that was very, very close, but it still have plenty more games to play as it is only round one, but we do have a very big surprise for you all today. Again, as we're going through day number one, we also have some more games to look at too. Again, this is Swiss format. We're going to be seeing a ton of games throughout the entire day. We're going to try to cover as many as we can. I do believe we have Praetorian and EJade going through, I believe they're at game 5 currently, but we're going to cue that up for you in just a little bit. Before we get into that, can we talk about the kind of decks that Praetorian and EJade are bringing to the table as we queue up for the next game?
Yeah, so Praetorian has Evil Sword, Real Right Shadow Artifact, which is, again, sort of the most standard lineup you can expect. We saw these decks from Astro Cloud and Yashike, why they're so strong. I really like what Chef said with the flexibility. You could really display your skill when you have the flexible deck that allows that. As for EJade, I believe EJade is playing Evil Sword, Real Right Shadow, and Ward Haven. We saw the Sanctuary Haven, but now we're going to see the Ward Haven, which Wilbert plus Ambuild just puts up a brick wall. A lot of decks just can't get through it.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see it depending on which decks they've chosen so far. But yeah, I mean, hopefully we get to see as much from every single player as possible today, because all these games are going to be great, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot of Game 5s. In fact, you see how close we were to Game 5 in that last set between Yashike and Azure Cloud, and even the games that were like losses were all super close. I mean, there was, I think, Yashike, 2 of her losses were 1 turn away from lethal. So it just goes to show you that like anybody can really do anything here, and I hope we get to see a lot of matches. But it would be nice if we got to see Ward Haven, which, I mean, honestly, we will see a lot of it today, one way or another, and most likely tomorrow, because I believe they can change their decks for tomorrow. But Ward Haven, very, very popular, and we'll see a lot of similar cards from that last game, but also, I would say, more than that, new cards.
Yeah, I really like for that series we just saw. I feel like the wins from Asher Cloud were wins where he really got to, again, display his skill. The lethals with the shadow and, the artifact and the sword at the end. Like, man, I know for a fact I would have missed those on ladder free. Like, there's no way I would have gotten that. So, shout out to Asher Cloud showing why he was the number one seed essentially for today. And, again, if he walks out of this weekend with a slot, I would not be surprised.
All right, we do have our players ready to go, but let's take a look at the interview between Praetorian and EJ as we gear up into their games. Take a look at how they prepare themselves for Contenders Cup.
Hello, I'm EJ from Team S5.
But EJ, congratulations, 2-0ing every single person. Yeah.
I'm a software engineer living in Silicon Valley. My hobby time is playing games, anime, and doing sports around. Unfortunately, I cannot do sports during quarantine, so just play more Shadowverse. I'm eager and aiming to enter the WGP. It's a great honor as a Shadowverse player, because every year there are only 24 players from all over the world. I'll fight for it.
Hello, I'm Dawnbreaker's Praetorian. I qualified through points, which was just like last year. The year before then, I was also in Contenders Cup, so this is my third time in a row. However, I have yet to get the first place. I'm always at least second or worse. Now, winning Contender Cup, that would be nice and all, but my real goal is to qualify for World Grand Prix. It's a big offline tournament with the best players in the world. Reward of being the best Shadowverse player in the world. I think that's a pretty big one too, and that's also gonna be something that I'm aiming for.
And I like that words from Praetorian and EJ. Praetorian has the bigger picture in mind as he's been to this stage 3 times already, whereas EJ being the new kid on the block with a fantastic start to his Shadowverse career this year, right? When we saw, as you might have heard from that little recap, 2-0ing almost everybody in his qualifier. So that was pretty impressive. So going into this matchup, EJ and Praetorian, we've talked about the decks they're bringing to the matchup. One of the biggest differences we see is that, again, Praetorian bringing Artifact Portal, whereas EJ is bringing Ward Haven. Tell me a little bit about, again, what we can expect between these two facing off. Actually, as a matter of fact, I didn't mean to go into that just yet. We do have the matches, so you can talk about it in depth. Let's take a look right now into game 1 with EJ and Praetorian, and then you can go all over it as you want to, right? So let's take a look again. We have EJ and Praetorian here in the first round, still going in game 1.
All
right. So the game is already underway. What I was going to say is that Praetorian, again, he's been playing a lot of Contenders Cup, and he's always been known as the artifacts player. When you ask players like, oh, who's a good artifact player? What is he known for? Like, it's always artifacts for Praetorian. And this meta right now, artifacts, top of the game. Right. I want to see what he can do with the deck. Show us why he's the master of it.
Right. But yeah, but Praetorian's been known for like Portal in general, right? It hasn't always been Artifact, I think. But
different versions of artifacts, I would say, right? There's been a lot of them by now.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, wasn't Praetorian super good when like you would have like the oh man, I cannot remember the names of the cards. But like back before it was Artifact, when you had like the I don't know. You know what? I'll get back to you later on that. But regardless, yeah, I mean these are two super old school players, really, right? I think they've both been, I mean, long time ago, like from the very, very start, although EJ we haven't seen quite as much, I think, at certain points. But regardless, yeah, how are they still in game 1 is my question.
Yeah, so all these games are going on at the same time, more or less, right? So being able to jump from one to the other is pretty cool. Again, this is still round 1, first round of Swiss. In this game, it looks like EJ has, set up some wards, but he's almost out of cards. While Praetorian has a lot of cards in hand, a lot of resources. He has a Megara, a Colony that could be set up for a turn 9, Cornelia, which she's glowing yellow. That means that at least 6 different artifacts have been destroyed, and she gets a free evo. So honestly, just from this, like, joining the game right now, it looks like Praetorian is in complete control here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Colony lethal next turn. based on, I mean, I don't know if, for instance, like there's like a modesty effect up. If there is, I would say there's a really good chance that that's that. But the board this turn should be pretty ridiculous. You could probably set up, I mean, you could get the free Evo for the double golems. There's the 0 cost Keen Edge that you can just throw everything out, and then next turn just colony and hope they don't have enough to answer it. And we can see that there's most likely in hand not enough to answer it. Of course, it's harder to. It's easy to say that when I can see this and when I haven't even looked at this match from the start. But
yeah, I'd say the one saving grace for EJ right now in this game is that maybe he already has like raw effect Tekken, and he can get a lot of damage from it this turn and potentially next turn if he's able to invoke a world, something like that. The Yukari is going to shield him from the modesty or not modesty, but the colony effect. So maybe it's enough to hold it down.
Yeah, and we do see that modesty is not active at this point in time, so that's going to be a big deal too. Otherwise, that would have probably been an easy lethal next turn. That would have been a huge chunk of damage if we saw that there was at least 6 different artifacts destroyed. And honestly, so this board is pretty nice here, but it's not presenting a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, one thing about Wilbert is that with 6 health and the protection, yeah, Raw is online. Okay, so actually EJ has a chance. Look at him. He's like, come on. Because Praetorian has to trade a bunch of little guys into the Wilbert, and then every time he does that, he takes 2 damage. Again, the shield means that he can't just like trade 1 and then Megara or Colony, which actually makes this super awkward for Praetorian.
Well, luckily there's a 0 cost Keen Edge in hand, so you could trade in like the Ancient and then the Keen Edge, and then you would be, taking 1 net damage overall from that. And then there is an auto-evolved Modesty. The auto-evolved Modesty, unfortunately, going to get blocked by the Yukari. So that Yukari is going to be huge. Otherwise, that would have been, 5, 9 damage to face, plus 6 or 7, which sets up for a next turn lethal really easily, especially with that Vertex Colony. So the Yukari, yeah, big deal here. I still think the Key Edge might be time.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's just like, even if he takes the damage, he'll likely go to 10. Ra's doing 5 damage next turn. And there's one card that I know EJ is playing, and its name is Boom Devil.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about this earlier. Boom Devil? If we see Boom Devil lethal, I think we should just end the stream.
I mean, I think we're going to see it eventually. I really think it's so good. When you combine the effect of Ra plus the World plus Boom Devil, you can end up doing so much damage. Okay, as a clarification, this might actually be game 5. We're not entirely sure on that.
Okay, yeah, well, regardless, this is pretty big deal, and we do see...
Okay, the World?
Wait, there's no evil points?
So he has 9 damage right now, which is 1 shy of lethal.
I mean, you can play the World and draw.
Yeah, you can also play Acolyte's Light to get, some heal as well. And maybe it's enough to stay alive?
Oh, Benevolent Light. Is that lethal?
No, it's not. It doesn't push face damage.
But with the you have raw damage, you have
he has to attack the World first. But that's 4 and 5 is 9.
Wait, right. Why did I think there was 1 damage from hand? There's not 1, or from board. There's not 1 damage from board.
If he doesn't get lethal though, he might still have enough to just have a wall and survive. Like he could play Blight, not attack with the World, and then he still maintains his wards, and he would be at 18 life.
Yeah.
Seems like not a bad spot to be at.
And honestly, at this point, the World, so you know that you're almost guaranteed being lethal. I mean, there's a lot of health gain, obviously, from Artifact, but you might just not want to attack with it at all because you know you're going to essentially guarantee yourself lethal within 2 turns anyway. And the fact that it could soak up so much damage from Modesty just by being there is...
Like, attacking with the World means that your wards get cleared, you take 4 face damage, and like maybe that gives Praetorian lethal? But with the heal, he feels safe enough at 14 life.
Yep, that should be it, right? Vertex Colony, and that's just Vertex Colony alone is lethal because then you get the Modesty damage and that's it.
Well, no, but he doesn't have Modesty, remember?
Wait, what happened? Did he?
No, he just didn't have Modesty in this game. I don't think when we joined, right? There was no Modesty.
He drew one, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he evoed it last turn. You're right.
Yeah. So
yeah, okay. So yeah, that should be lethal, right?
Yeah, I don't see how it wouldn't be.
Yeah, because it's
unless he's actually exactly at 6.
Oh wait, no, okay. So it's 6 plus 6, right? Which is 12.
Yeah. Sorry. If he was at
It's
7, it would have been
not. If you attack with the world, then you get the damage. But the way Shadowverse works, you can't tie. If both players' HP goes to 0 and it's your turn, then you lose. So if he attacks with the world and procs his effect, then the world would lose Praetorian the game.
Ooh, so that means that's it. There's no way to survive past this, I don't believe.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, that means, yeah, almost definitely that's an exact 6. Although I didn't see the ping from Modesty.
Oh man, like we just got to the end of this game, but that seems like a crazy game, right? It looked like it was in control. And then EJ was like, please, please, please. He had just enough to survive. He got the rod ticking, the world effect, gets a bunch of heal. And, in hindsight, it was really good for him to attack with the world because putting Praetorian at 1 means that he can't utilize his world. Unless there was like another, even through a Keenage, actually.
Yeah, unless you had an Evo point, which obviously Praetorian does not. But
clock is ticking. Praetorian's not going to play. I don't think he has one, to be honest.
Just playing the Vertex Colony, just going to show the going down to 2.
Yeah, it's close, but not enough. EJ has to just
pass.
Yeah, like he still has to get. So the Raw will do it. EJ's gonna take it.
Wow. All right. Yeah, that was huge. That was super down to the wire. And I'm not sure exactly if that was Game 5 or not, but I would be surprised if they were still on Game 1 this late into the round, as of course everybody's playing all their Swiss rounds side by side. But wow, that's the way that, especially if that really was a Game 5, imagine the set ending that way. That is tense, and that is tough. But there we go, EJ showing, we were talking a little bit about EJ, and EJ showing to still be a threat.
I believe we have an update. I think, that was indeed game number 5. EJ, that game was actually the winner. It was 3-2 over Praetorian. So big ups to EJ. And again, showing out as strong as ever, getting his first win in the first round of Swiss play. Praetorian falling 0-1. Again, we've had like a handful of players playing throughout this round, right? Again, we have 16 players, so there's going to be 8 matches going on. We only saw Azure Cloud and Yashike so far. We just saw a glimpse of EJ versus Praetorian just to get you guys caught up. That was actually a pretty close call. We didn't get to see the full match of it all, but EJ still being the underdog, taking it over Praetorian, pretty impressive.
Yeah, that seemed like a great game at the end, and it's even more impressive knowing that was 2-2. Praetorian with his artifacts. He was 2 damage off, and then EJ had just enough leader effects, just enough heal to close it out. Great display of the Wardhaven, which I'm sure we'll see a lot more of as we continue at Contenders Cup.
Yeah, I'm glad that if we got to see the last 2 to 3 turns of a game, it was that game, because there was it was an interesting ending. It was down to the wire. There were choices on each side that both decided the outcome of the game. So that was a whole lot just stuffed into 2 turns.
Yeah, it's also pretty cool because we had to play detective, where I'm like, oh, does he have the raw effect? Is the modesty ticking? What are the arts destroyed? And we have to just figure this out as it goes. But it was really exciting, and that was a great game, honestly.
Yeah, I hope we get to see more like that as time goes on. But that's super interesting to see EJ winning that first round. EJ and to me, honestly, actually, of 2 of the players that we've seen so far, EJ and Yashike are 2 of the biggest question marks for me, just based on how are they going to do? EJ doing so well early in the season, but then not showing up past that. Yashike, the opposite, not even present early in the season, and then winning the final one over Noir, who is the top player in the West region right now. So they're huge questions for me, and of course seeing them both play super solid so far has been a joy.
Yeah, it sets us up nicely for what's going to happen for round 2, right? We've had just our eyes on 4 players so far, and all of them very, very solid competitors. Yashike and EJ, again, being the underdog from the 2 sets that we've seen, doing really well for themselves, right? As close as it was from both of those games, we could expect to see so much more out of them, as well as the rest of these players. If you take a look at the standings of where we're at here in their first round of Swiss play, look at that. You see on the left, everybody that's won their games so far in the first round. Ooh, that's any big notables sticking out to you for Wonder Chef and Luis Depender? Let me know.
Well, I like Auto Aim with the 1 win. Great start to the day. Again, he's third Contenders Cup. I'll see Hishiro over there. Again, talking a lot about Hishiro. and how he's, I would say, one of the favorites. Asher Cloud, no surprise. Frost, top of the standings, gets an early win as well. Looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, a big one for me is Shincha, who brought a very interesting lineup. Actually, Shincha and Osav both bringing some slightly different lineups, and both, I guess Osav in particular too is another player that people are really questioning how he's going to do, because he always brings like spicy lists and some weird stuff, but both of them winning their first rounds, very impressive.
And with that in mind, again, as we taking a look at the standings, round 2, it's going to be all the players that went 1-0 facing off against each other, and then vice versa, with all the players going 0-1 facing off against each other as well. We are setting it up for everybody here. The next match featured is going to be Osav versus Auto Aim, I believe. So that's going to be coming up shortly. But in the meantime, again, we're going through each and every one of these matches. Some of the players here are still finishing up some of theirs. We've seen a lot going on into the first round of Swiss, but again, we have so many more games to play. We will continue with round 2 here at the Contenders Cup after this break, so do not go anywhere. We will see you in just a few short minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Shadowverse Opens Contenders Cup. My name is Vicious, here with Wonder Chef and Luis the Panda, back at it again. I told you it was going to be quick, right? I promised you, and we delivered. We do have our round 2 of play going into it right now. I believe we have Osav going up against Auto Aim on deck. Now, Chef, Panda, we've talked about this a little bit before we went back on. We've seen how much work these guys have put in up until this point. Break it down for the folks at home, what we've seen so far from Auto Aim and Osav. Bring these 3 decks to the table as well.
Yeah, so I believe Osav also won an SVO, and he's qualifying through points, and Auto Aim just very consistent. I believe he won, I think it was the April SVO. Again, his 3rd time from Auto Aim in Contenders Cup. Osav is trying to prove himself here. Although he was up in the standings, he has a more different lineup. He's not playing Sword, instead playing Spell Boost.
Yeah, that's going to be really cool to see. Spell Boost, got kind of popular again a little bit early in this meta and then fell off a little bit more, but it's still around. There's still a lot of decks that are widely used in tournaments, even the ones, a lot that we're not seeing here in the Contenders Cup this weekend, but that's definitely one of them that's had a pretty good amount of success in other places, and we'll see if maybe that's the key to breaking through the meta, right? I mean, the fact that people are bringing so many of the same decks mean that if somebody has just that right pick, it could mean everything.
And so we're looking at the matchup between the two, Osav and Auto Aim. Again, Osav currently is sitting at 4th in the standings, Auto Aim at 14th, right? Auto Aim, we've seen time and time again this year, but I actually want to know what he has in store for us in Contenders Cup. I do believe we have an interview with Auto Aim. Take a look.
Hello, my name is Auto Aim, and I've been playing Shadowverse for about 3.5 years. I qualified for the Contenders Cup through points, and I'm excited to compete against my fellow peers at the Contenders Cup this year. I expect to perform pretty well. I think a top 3 would be good, and anything but that would be a disappointment. I think my biggest competition is myself most of the time, and qualifying for the World Grand Prix and going to Japan is a long-term goal that I've had for myself, but as a competitor, I just want to go and compete against the best of the best in the world. I think that I have a good shot.
I always dig that attitude, man. He's got that look on his face too. He's stern, he's stoic. He's like, yo, man, I'm looking at the bigger picture. I'm here as a competitor. I'm here to prove to myself and the world that I'm the best, right? His only competition is himself. I haven't heard that line ever, I feel like. And that's pretty beast if you ask me. Wonder Chef, Luis the Panda, it's gonna be again Osav versus Auto Aim. Tell me a little bit about what we can expect from Osav as we go into his deck list. I believe we're going to have the Spell Boost rune to look at.
Yeah, so in the main expansion, for last expansion, we saw Rooney show up and sort of dominate the game. Since then, Spell was not doing too great in the Storm Reveal expansion, but Osav is bringing it here. Rooney's still a very, very powerful card, and it does have some new toys to play with, notably the Vincent. Vincent is a really powerful follower. He's fully statted, and he gives you not 1 but 2 leader effects on evolution. We'll see if Osav can take advantage of that and show us why Spellboost is still a great deck.
Yeah, and the other new card that you didn't mention is maybe my favorite card in the set, one of my favorite cards in the set, undecided still, Golem Marshall. Love that card, love its art, everything about that card is so dope. And on top of that, it's such a strong card. The value of that card is incredible. It brings out 2 arcane personnel vehicles and then 2 golems so that you could build this giant board, which of course Spell Boost already has such an easy time doing, so it just adds on to that. Plus you can accelerate it for I think it's a bike, but regardless, it's such a good card. I love to see it. It's got the best art, everything about it. Dig it.
Yeah, it gives you the horse, the 1 place.
Oh, that would make sense. Yeah,
which is pretty
one accelerate bike would be ridiculous. That's what I meant, the horse. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's got a lot going on, and I'm glad that we get to see it in a deck in Contenders Cup. A lot of people were kind of testing a more aggressive vehicle-based rune deck, which I've seen a decent amount, but it hasn't really made it into the tournament scene, I guess you could say. And so I was really sad that we weren't going to see Golem Marshall, which I like to call Marshall the Golem, but we're going to see it. And Vincent you were talking about Vincent. Vincent adds a lot of flexibility, a lot of spell. It's funny because it's not really as based around being a spell boost like card, but it just works so well with it because it just gives you so many spells.
And again, as you mentioned, what was going on with Spell Boost Rune, OSAV is also bringing Artifact Portal to the table, as well as Burial Rite Shadow, which is going to be a common thing as we see Auto Aim also bringing Burial Rite Shadow. Let's take a look at what makes this one go.
Yeah, we saw Shadow earlier on the day. See the power of the trio, and Gramarye is now better than ever. As soon as you get the Gramarye invocation, the leader effect is so powerful. You get really crazy plays. Most people in Burial Rite Shadow are no longer playing the Conquering Dreadlord, but Auto Aim is still playing as a one-off. I wonder how it's gonna, play out for him, because it can actually mess up your reanimate targets, since these days you'd rather He Who Wants Rock reanimate the trio rather than the Dreadlord.
Yeah, I mean, it already had a chance before of kind of getting in the way in certain situations, but it can be tough. I mean, luckily, when you're in those situations, often you're like, sure, yeah, I'll take a 6/6, that's fine. But that can be make or break, and that's definitely why we see it as a one-of. But sometimes, one-of, when all you need is one to ruin your day, can be a real negative for your own deck. So we'll see if it works out.
Yeah, I really want to talk about Auto Aim and, his, I guess, how he views himself in the tournament, because in the interview he's like, hey, if I place less than top 3, it's like, that's considered bad, right? Top 3 is where you want to be. But then he also says he's his own enemy, how he doubts himself. I know I've talked a lot with him, and sometimes on Twitter he'll be like, oh man, I don't know the meta, I don't know what I'm doing, and then he'll just show up and win the tournament the next day, right? I think he has to believe in himself because he can do it.
Well, he has to have that confidence now. He's going up against OSAV here in round 2 of the Swiss play. It's going to be the first game between Auto Aim and OSAV. Here we go.
Gonna see OSAV with the spell boost. I'm really curious to see how it's going to work out. I'm going to be honest, it's not a deck that I've seen a lot. I've seen people try Meister with the speedy boots, or, more full on Vincent, but still playing the Kuon, still playing the Rooney, all the spell boost technology.
And Kuon Insight is a starting hand. That's certainly a starting hand. On the other side, of course, we see the Artifact Portal again, which we are quite used to seeing so far in the day, and we will see more of for sure later on. In fact, maybe even in this set. But, just talking about these players, Auto Aim, I mean, that's quite a claim to say, like, anything less than top 3 is a disappointment, but definitely has proven that he's got that level of skill. Auto Aim has been consistent for many years now, and it's really interesting to see Auto Aim, who's this, really like a consistent player over time, go up against OSAV, who's this kind of, unpredictable player that, if any of you haven't seen it yet, Noir wrote a great article about all the different players on the Temple Storm site, and had some interesting opinions on OSAV, but that just makes me more interested to see how he's going to do. And he's really proven his skill over the past season.
Yeah, you could say that OSAV could be a bit of a wild card, but you cannot deny his place in the standings means that whatever he's doing, it is working.
Yeah, and it's the thing is too, there's a lot of players for instance, I was talking about how EJ did really well early in the season and then didn't do quite as well late in the season, or how Yashike only won the final and only showed up for the final month, but OSAV has been good pretty much the whole way through.
Yeah, and these players are now 1-0 in round 2. This is very crucial because if they win the set, they'll move on to a 2-0 score, which is exactly where you want to be. That would be one game away, or one win away from qualifying to day 2.
Yeah, giving yourself that extra breathing room is huge, but they're playing really fast, actually. I mean, most of other sets we've seen everybody take their time, but we're just like machine gunning through this. And speaking of machine gunning, this is like machine gun of damage. Look at this, a ton of small followers on board, but a ton of damage pushed already for Auto Aim.
Yeah, the aggression, if you're an old school Shadowverse player, you're playing against Rune, no matter what they're doing, what deck they are, you just smork them, right? That's the play. Now, yeah. I believe that with the authoring tomorrow, it's going to be enough for OSAV to clear. He did take a lot of damage, getting here, but hey, it's a clear board and he's spell boosting those Kuons.
I've actually never seen the authoring tomorrow 1 ping damage clear 5 things before, so that was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, he did a good job of setting it up so that it would do that, right? So,
right.
Really thinking ahead for sure. But Auto Aim's gonna just rebuild another board. As we were saying, Ilganu's so great. You can use it to just, fill out the curve. Make sure he's floating no play points whatsoever. This is not float portal.
No, definitely not. But Magic Missile, okay, so there's going to be a pretty easy clear here. I mean, that wasn't a terrifying board, but it's going to be one that's going to be hard to get rid of permanently. And the fact there's already 3 paradigm shifts in hand is great for auto-aim, because it means that all these little boards early on, as long as you're pushing damage, you know, them being cleared is beneficial to you.
Yeah, the paradigm shifts will more than likely be turned into face damage, right?
Right. Or heal. I mean, really whatever you need it for. You know, or building a big board if you can find some way to set up lethal next turn. But regardless, one or another damage.
Yeah, one thing that Rooney did to really change the spell boost game is that Rooney comes with heal. So all these early damage that Arm is doing could be negated by the Rooney, although it was drawn late, only spell boosted, maybe like 2 or 3 times by now. We'll take a while before he gets there.
Yeah, but we do see an available turn 6 cool-off, which is pretty quick and very, very nice if you're trying to outlast some aggression like this. I don't know if that's going to be the exact answer. There's always, of course, the option for other things, but it's available.
Yeah, so playing a turn 6 Kuon, you know, very strong. But if you can play a turn 6 Kuon with something else that turn, really, really powerful.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks possible. Look at this. Yeah. I mean, there's two potential spell boosts. I mean, unfortunately, the Evo'd Shikigami can't be traded into anything, but at the very least, the 1/3 trades in for more, and then you could have a pretty ridiculous turn here. I wonder how much the Rooney's spell boosted. I can't see.
So Rooney's spell boosted at 3 right now, so still a long way from the heal, and very far from the 10 for the copy.
All right, but
one card
you
that
know,
I want to talk about.
One Kuon brings it that close.
The Scorching Blast is a new card from Storm Reveal. So for 2 play points, you get 3 damage to every follower, which is pretty standard. But when you get to 20 cards or less, it deals 5, and you get a play point back. So essentially, you get a 1 play point deal 5, which is really, really powerful and a great way to spell boost the hand.
Yeah, and with with the lower cost spell boost cards, I guess you could say, I don't know, the cards that lower the cost when you spell boost them, it's essentially a 0 cost. You know, it's a net 0 once you get to low that 20 for free, which is beautiful.
Yeah, you see, like I was saying, always have able to play cards and play the Kuon, which is exactly what you want to do. A really quite powerful turn 6 play. I wonder if he's going to just like Evo the face here, because why not?
Well, that's a lot of aggression, but yeah, like you said, why not? And at the very least, when you set up a board like this, first of all, you set them down to 8s. That's ridiculous. But you put the opponent in a position where now their resources that they wanted to save for lethal, aka those paradigm shifts, might now be needed to clear board, get some life back, and it puts you out of the danger of your own reverse lethal. Like they say, the best defense is a good offense, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see how Auto-Aim can respond. Now, Ilganu Evo is very powerful since it hits every follower for -1/-1. It's essentially doing like 5 damage across the board, which is really nice. That definitely seems to be the start of Auto-Aim's turn, but that's only, so much. He needs to clear all or most of those followers. And like you were saying, it's probably going to come down to the paradigm shifts.
But because that Ilgano was Evo'd, now it automatically gets the
Wretched Thirst.
Yeah, for some reason I can never remember the name of that card, but or any other card, I guess. But it's that's a great clear tool, obviously. But it's getting pretty close to play points.
Yeah, so you can use that to go for a game when you get Storm, but even without the Storm, it can still be used to trade. You get 3 4/3 rush followers, which are pretty good. And then on top of that, they all have last word summon the bike. And then the bike gives you rush, you can get even more clear. Off to use the scan, but maybe those are not the artifacts that he wanted. Okay, time's running out. He's got to play fast.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if there wasn't more wards coming, you could set up like, okay, I like this idea here, but you could have set up like triple bike into the storm artifact, into a second storm artifact, and that would have been lethal on the next turn. That would have been really funny, but does manage to get essentially a full clear, as full as a clear as you'd want it to be.
Yeah, does not run out of time, although it looked very, very close there. Is able to push 1 more damage with the Nunu and set up a bike for next turn. You know, those paradigm shifts, since he was able to hold them, they could still be face damage next turn, and with a bike, that's even more for the airstrike.
Yeah, that's a huge part of synergy of this deck too. It's just the bikes with any sort of storm, which I guess is any sort of deck that has bikes and storm together. You know, you see that in Shadow also. is a potential huge combo. But
Right, but after that great Kuon play, Osaf has a secondary Kuon he may play, and the Rooney spell boosted all the way, so it is going to be able to heal and get him back to 13 life. We'll probably follow that up with Kuon, and use that Kuon to spell boost the Rooney, right? That's the old combo we saw back in the day. You get so many spell boosts, right? They spell boost each other, you get a lot of card draw, Rooney heals, does damage, goes phase, does everything.
Yep, and that is 1 damage off of lethal here. Or wait, is there a way to? No, there's no way to trade it.
He doesn't have the board space to play the demonic demon color. One thing that we saw in the past was a Clash of Heroes. Spellboost used to use this to create board space, right? I don't think it's in the current list because you have to play the new stuff. But yes, if he had a little bit more board space, he could have had lethal.
Right.
Ends up putting Auto in 1 life, and he gets 13 life with a 5 health ward. But there's 2 bikes, couple paradigm shifts, Auto is an evil. Can he find a lethal here?
This doesn't look too likely. I'm trying to think of any great way here. So you can. That's one of the Storm Golems in hand, right? So you could play that for its enhanced, make them all 0. But the problem is whatever you use to clear the ward first is going to eat the bikes, which really hurts a lot.
But you could also use that, the Keen Edge, and get a lot of life. Okay, he's going for the airstrike. This tells me that he potentially has found lethal.
Or maybe he just wants to get that into the pool. For now.
This is a hard turn for sure. No matter, this is a very difficult turn. Okay, airstrike, trade, gets 2 more damage, still has Ilganu, another paradigm shift. He also has Ice Shield in hand. Now, it's too late to use him now, but it is cool to see him show up in the artifact list. The problem is, he has to heal, right? Actually, no. He gets Wretched Thirst, and it is going to give him Storm. Going to be just enough damage. He was trying to get the Follower Destroyed to 20, picks up the Thirst, and that's going to be game number 1 for Auto Aim. He did find the lethal. Wow, what an excellent play.
Yeah, well, I really thought that was totally out of the range of lethal there, but a 1 HP lethal, yeah, because we would have to assume after he didn't just decide to get back, what would have been, 7 health with the Keen Edge? You'd have to assume that there was some way for lethal, and yeah, staying calm, even at literally 1 life.
I really like this expansion. We're seeing players show their skill, all these lethals that are not easy to spot at all. And it's we have this nice back and forth, and then one player is like, okay, I do this, I combo with that, next thing you know, bam, lethal, right? Really cool.
It's so hard to see too, because so first of all, you need so there was an Ilganau in hand that wasn't enough to get the it needed to die once, but played it, evoed it, then traded it in, then had it enough that it could get the card afterwards, and then made sure that there was 20 things destroyed. Every single part of that was difficult because it wasn't visible.
Yeah, he had to get enough Follower Destroyed to get the Ilganu, had to get the Ilganu proc, had to get through the ward. And, if at any point in that turn, he was like, oh man, I gotta heal and clear and survive, then he probably just can't get the lethal, right? So, from the start, knowing that there was lethal, excellent play from Auto Aim, showing why he, is one of the best in the West.
Yep, and we're seeing Golem Marshal come into play, woo, with the Accelerate. But more importantly, we're actually finally going to see the ramp from Sword. We're going to see the Remulon 4 going second, I guess I should say. Most likely.
If he doesn't have a 2-drop, he might just play it as a... Okay, he found a 2-drop, so he can hold the Rammy or Rampiel.
Also, of note, Reinhardt in hand, which is one of my favorite cards of the set, and a card that's been making its way into a lot of Sword decks, but not all of them. In fact, we haven't seen it yet, but it can do a lot of damage against certain decks. It has the potential to heal you a lot, to become really hard to deal with against a lot of these board-based decks. Obviously not so much against Spell Boost, but we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, I definitely do like Reinhardt. He gives you a free Evo, which is great. And then Auto Aim is also playing the Clash of Heroes, which combos really well with it, because you can Clash of Heroes to Reinhardt, and then his effect is going to proc, get you the heal, give him extra stats, and clear a follower. It's really quite a strong combo, so I really like to see that inclusion.
Yeah, you can see so much healing out of Reinhardt, but that was a great turn, getting absolute maximum value. This curve is playing out really well so far for auto-aim also.
Yeah, but those samurais are getting sniped by the augmentations, just like the perfect answer to it, right? 1 play point, deal 1 damage, spell was the hand, and answer the 2-drop.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, at least this samurai has already got some value, and you trade out against that, or not trade, but you use it to take out a follower, and then if they use another card to deal with it, then at the very least you're getting your money's worth, play points worth. But definitely, this is a weird matchup. What?
Interesting, we see Osaf path. He's doing this to deny the Kagemitsu, but I mean, he is giving up those 4 play points, potential spell boost, and clear. We are going to see Ramiel show up. Autumn's going to be able to go straight to 6 play points next turn.
Yeah, and I mean, being able to ramp on a turn that your opponent decided to essentially do nothing to get it better next turn is really punishing, because it really, like, it's like, okay, you want a better next turn? I'm going to get a better rest of my game.
Right, so Osaf saved the augmentation, which let him have the perfect answer to Kagemitsu, which, makes sense. And now he gets the Vincent online. Again, he gets not 1 but 2 leader effects, which is really cool. We'll see what he can do with those, since Vincent generates the 1 play 1 spells, like you're saying, and those can spell with the hand.
And then it can do quite a bit of damage with the other leader effect, if all the draws are right, which usually they are.
Yeah, we see Not show up though, fully clears the board, gets an additional Evo for auto-aim, and, a nice board, increases rally count as well. Plus, that was one of those turns where you can play Not and then keep the Tyrants in hand, which will be crucial at dealing with Kuon boards later on, since, Kuon is 1 card that generates 4 bodies. The Tyrant's Order is like the perfect answer to that.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, honestly, one of the best, I don't know, counter synergies, anti-synergies, counter plays to a Kuon board, especially because Kuon does create those few things that you don't mind leaving up. You almost want them to stay up, like the 1/3 Shikigami. So not a big deal if you leave that up. It's pretty, it's a pretty good card.
Yeah, we see Osaf do his best to clear and spell boost. He did have to play a Rooney early on, so although he's getting a Kuon and he's going to have Embraces to back it up, ultimately, you really need the Rooney to, close the game out. Alyaska shows up for auto-aim. Thief is going to get the free Evo and then let Alyaska Evo for free. Just, Swordcraft doing sword things at this point.
Yeah, there's 2 low-cost Fire Embraces, which are obviously going to be nice, but I mean, only 1 Kuon in hand, and once that Kuon's gone, I mean, it's just a lot of clear. There's no clear win on board here for Osaf yet.
Yeah, and again, he knows that Tyrant's Order is in hand of auto-aim, so sure, the Kuon will be great, but when you already know your opponent has the perfect answer to it, no matter what you do, like, that's gotta feel bad, right?
Yeah. And then, of course, also has so much else. I mean, just the hand is rich with supplies for...
Okay, Solidarity could draw the Rooney, and I think that would be the start of how Osaf would win this game. He definitely needs Rooney. Does not get a Rooney, but Chaos Wilder might draw him Rooney still, so he does have to spell boost it first.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, I still think you maybe have to go for the Kuon, right? Even if there is a good answer. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, just because there is an answer doesn't mean you can't. Like, you still got to commit to a Kuon at some point, right?
Right.
And he does have the Embraces to back it up, so he can at least deal with the Alyaska and the Samurai.
Yeah, and you need to. The 16 HP is a pretty scary number when you're getting to this point. All right, there goes 1.
You're going to see Demon Caller first. Try and get the Kuon as low as possible. Could then maybe combo it with... Oh, he gets Words of Judgment off of the Demon Caller. That's really cool synergy.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. That is really cool.
So Words of Judgment, it's a spell boost, and it does deny the last words as well. It removes all effects except for changes to attack and defense to a follower. Can get some face damage out of this, and that is a pretty good board. Then Kuon also generates Words of Judgment. Again, the Benson leader effect, very cool. So that's the first leader effect of Benson, is you get the Words of Judgment. Second one is that when you play a spell for the third time, or sixth or ninth, then you get 3 damage to the whole board and the face.
Yeah, and I mean, side note, we do see the Rooney in hand. We see another Scorching Blast.
Yeah, the Rooney was a great pickup, definitely what he did it, and through the power of the Benson leader effect, he maybe have turned this game around. Although we're gonna see Tyrant's Order again be the perfect answer, or a pretty good start to the answer to the board.
Yeah, and look at that value. But that is a lot of spell boosts at the very least, right? I mean, that's your goal. If your whole coup on board is going to be answered, at least you want it to be like, okay, well, thank you for spell boosting my whole hand. Had that Rooney not been drawn, all that spell boost would have gone to waste, and that would have felt terrible. But there's at least an option here. Things are starting to exist. The Golden Marshal does have the chance for another big board, but if
the singular Rooney can multiply and give you enough fuel to push damage and heal to survive till the late game. You can see the weapon and the Reinhardt show up. Reinhardt's gonna get the favorable trade, go back to 6/6 and give auto aim for life.
Yeah, look at that. What a value card. I mean, that's maximum healing for it. Everything's looking good there. But on the other side now, that's the question. And you can see it's actually just above that Scorching Blast threshold, I guess. And 2 6/6s. It's quite annoying, I would have to assume.
Yeah, he can Words of Judgment both the Reinhardt and the weapon to potentially deny either the last words of the weapon pushing damage or the annoying Reinhardt effect. If this goes to like late game where we're just trying to stall out and stall and push damage with Rooney, things like that, then that's where the sword combo is going to come into play, since the World and the Cat don't care if you're at 20 HP, right?
Right. I mean, only if you're at 25, which we've seen before. But yeah, I'd have to assume you get rid of the damage effect. Changing his mind. Oh, actually going to get rid of the Reinhardt effect. Is it okay with taking some damage? Maybe,
well, if you didn't do that, then Reinhardt would proc and get the heal and become a 7/7, right?
That's true. I mean, I guess you could have Fire Embraced it first, right? And then use the other spell, but I don't know. Regardless, that was a tough decision. That was a really obnoxious board built by Auto Aim of just two followers.
Okay, another Rooney's picked up, so he's gonna just use this Rooney to draw and spell was the other Rooney that was way closer to 10 spell boost. I believe it's currently at 9. Right, so, solid plays and boards from Osav. It's just like the sword late game is really, really strong. Granted, Auto Aim doesn't have the Cat yet, but like Asher Cloud, his build is also playing 2. Perhaps 2 Cats is now standard. I like to look at the rest of the players because it used to be 1, and now I'm seeing 2 players with 2. So.
Yeah, I was looking at I can't remember who exactly it was, but I know it wasn't them, and it was a different player who did also have 2. So maybe 2 is the standard.
I mean, it gives you more consistency for the combo, and Sword can do everything in the mid and early game, but you definitely want to have that combo to fall back on if the game goes that long.
Right, and a lot of decks do seem to be trying to bring it that long, so it wouldn't be super surprising, especially once we see stuff like Ward Haven or Control Haven or Sanctuary Haven, I guess. But here's another big board.
Now, one thing that I do want to point out, because I make this mistake all the time when I play in ladder, is that Auto Aim ramped with the Ram PL, right? So even though he's going to be at 10 play for his next turn, it is not actually his turn 10, and he will not be Mimicking in the World until the following turn.
I know, I make that mistake all the time too, because I'm like, yeah, it's Sword. I don't even have to think about that, Yeah,
you just look at the play point and you assume that's the turn, but it's not always like that.
It's like a switch that I turn off in my head when I'm not playing against Dragon,
Yeah, basically.
But we live in a different world now.
I like the Benson leader effect combined with the Rooney. It's actually giving Osav quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's this cool infinite resources combo going on, which is exactly why we're seeing Osav play the deck.
Yeah, one of the things that's cool about the Benson leader effect is that primarily used on his own Words of Judgment spell, but it works with every spell in the game or in the deck. So when you play your third Fire Embrace, for example, hey, that Fire Embrace is now doing 3 damage to the face and the board.
Yeah, or Insight.
Yep.
You know, I don't actually know the answer for this, but I wonder if you accelerate the same thing 3 times, like Golem Marshal third, would it work on that? I would assume so.
Would work, yeah. Because when you accel, the game is playing it as a spell, basically.
Right. Which is why it's spell boost. So look at this board! Rooney, 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 Rooney.
Did you miss the Roonies? Because they're back.
Oh, that's pretty scary. Just oh, there's the Regal Wildcat.
But like I said, it's not actually turn 10. There is no world this turn.
And that's not a lot of life to work with.
Oh, if he had a Kagamitsu, he could do the Asherclad play, because he still has the Evo. Okay, get some card draw. I'm not sure exactly what he's looking for, but I imagine he wants a way to generate some life back, right?
Yeah, I mean, a world would be fine here. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a few different ways to gain life back here, but
the samurais can be really good at, giving you that shield, and you're like, oh, cool, I have samurai and I won't have to worry about it. But the thing is, Rooney effect kills the samurai, but then he can also Words of Judgment to remove the effect. So as good as samurai you think it might be good, it's actually not going to do anything, I don't think. It does push storm damage though, so there is that.
Building out this really wide board.
Yeah, maybe by getting 2 samurais, he could prevent a little bit of damage.
This is definitely, you can tell this is one of those turns that's really like a thinking ahead type turn, where auto aim is looking for like in a very specific number next turn. And because very definitely all of this can be cleared pretty...
Okay, so there's no more Roonies. He used all his Roonies, but on turn 10, and it is turn 10 for Osav, on turn tomorrow does 5 damage to the face, except he still has the Samurai Shield.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting that you still have the Samurai Shield.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that feels like that doesn't make.
Yeah, like
interesting.
It should feel like he shouldn't have it, right?
Right. Yeah, because it would be like an ability.
Right. Okay. Well, learn something new every day. There is still gonna be lethal for Osav. More than enough damage with the Alternate Tomorrow. Showing why Spellbox is still pretty good. The Rooney spam was there, but I was really impressed by the Vincent. Vincent was a nice statted follower, and then again, not 1 but 2 leader effects, getting so much mileage out of both of them combined.
Yeah, I mean, so Spell Boost, a few expansions ago, super popular, kind of fell out of favor because it was so board-based that, there was like ways to just build better boards than it, or where some decks could just stop board-based stuff. But then Rooney came out, got scary again because it gained life gain and it had an alternate win condition. But then now with Vincent, there's like a double alternate win condition where your boards almost don't even matter. I mean, we just saw lethal with like Rooney's on board. So it's super cool to see the evolution of that deck.
Yeah, well played from Osav, knowing when to hold the Rooney and when to, just play them out. His last turn, the one before he won, he set it up so that he had no more Roonies to back it up. But knowing that, he would have enough to close the game out, as he did with the Alternate Tomorrow and the Vincent effect.
Yeah, but now we're moving on, a game a piece, and we are going to see the Shadow Mirror. A lot of Miyakos in hand right now. Pretty fast hand, but not a lot of stuff in it. Auto aim's still deciding.
Yeah, so although we have Osav's Shadow, it's still Brio Right Shadow because he's still Brio Right in. His build is a bit different, so you can see off the back. He's a bit more aggressive, playing the Miyakos, for example.
Mm-hmm.
He's not playing Path to Perdition, but he instead has Gensetsus in the build. And he's playing Helio, which you never see these days anymore.
Yeah, which is weird. It's still a great card, but I mean, there's just not a lot of space in a lot of these decks to go for what they're going for. And yeah, I mean, you were talking about this earlier, but Shadow has so many good cards. And it's actually kind of in the spot that Blood was a little bit ago, where there's so many good cards that you could fill it with just random cards and it would work out. But people have to choose what their variation is really honing in on. And, you know, like for instance, we're seeing Osav's like slightly more aggressive one, but not as aggressive as the actual like aggro shadow that has been going around a little bit. And
right, because he doesn't have the 3-drop that pushes damage when summoned, which is what I think would define you as the aggro shadow, right?
Yeah, I would say so too. I mean, it's tough to say exactly, but yeah, that's one of the key cards for sure.
Yeah, like you were saying, Shadow has so many good cards. It's up to the players to decide, you know, what they want to run in their builds. And we see the early aggression paying off for Otsaf here with a great board. But you also see the downsides of it immediately, where now he has, you know, too many Necro Impulses in hand, and he doesn't have any fuel for the lovers. So if you have an early aggro game plan, but you can't back it up with your mid game, like it's just not going to be enough to win a game of Shadowverse, right?
Right, yeah, and I mean, a lot of that, though, of course, is due to that kind of weird starting hand post redraw, which has the double Miyakos and the Gravedigger, but we'll see how it kind of plays out with a few more draws, because there are 2 turns still left to get, like you said, fuel for Milteo. But on the other side, a little bit more standard. Of course, we see a few different options this turn. Curator, always good, always solid.
Yeah, might get his Wheel Right going. I think he was looking at Axel in the He Who Once Rocked, just because 1/1s kind of line up to help combat the early aggression from Osav. We have, you know, this is round 2 of Swiss. Both players are 1-0, and they're 1-1 in the set, so this could still go either way. Again, a win here would be massive, and would likely, or put them in a great spot to qualify today too.
Yeah, and we see the Grimoire drawn, which could be fuel for that Milteo, but this is a super awkward turn. You obviously want to try to save your damage for a little bit later on, so you don't want to just play it out, and there's not enough board space. Everything about it's weird.
It's terrible because you don't want to play Grimoire because you want to have 2 followers for lovers next turn. So that means that you have a follower and you draw one next turn. If you play Grimoire, you can never play lovers next turn. Necro Impulse, you know, would be good, but he can't even trade to make space for the Ghost. You can see it in Osaf's face. He's not happy with his hand.
Yeah, I mean, if there's another draw for the lovers next turn, then it could eventually all work out. But I mean, skipping turn 4, and especially in a mirror where each of these like mid-game turns is so important for both of these decks, that feels rough. Especially if you're playing a more aggressive version, right? Like you don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just skip one of my most key turns.
I wonder if you would play Necro Impulse just to get 2 ghosts at least, because, you know, better than floating 4 play points. But, you know, Otto being such a great player, I think he will see that and instantly be able to get a good read of what the hand of Osaf looks like.
Yeah.
Because you would never, and I mean never do that play if you had like any better option, right?
Right. I mean, it's so funny too that like just the way that it was is like you can't actually trade off any of these against 1/1s. Like all 3 things on board. Like what are the chances? All right, looking at the Fatal Order. Interestingly, the Fatal Order doesn't really bring anything back, right?
Nothing too spicy yet. I don't.
Maybe it's just the cursor. But a little bit of a weird hand too this turn, or weird turn, I guess. With this hand, there we go. I said it all backwards.
I mean, he has, you know, the first Evo, but no really great follower that you would want to Evo, and awkward things to trade into. So even though Osaf had not the greatest turn, I mean, his board's still annoying enough.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, like for instance, like the Savoring Slash is there, but actually the damage from Savoring Slash doesn't really, like, what do you really want to get rid of here? Like, you might want to get rid of the
okay,
one
Fatal Order it is.
Oh.
Okay, he's gonna trade and then guarantee a respawn. Is that it? Okay, I mean, I kind of like it. You get to answer the follower. He only gets a 1 out of it, which is, you know, pretty funny. But it is a play and making the best of what you got.
Oh, that was such a weird turn. That was such a weird turn. He Who Once Rocked, Fatal Ordered, bringing back a little 1/1, and then having to Evo, and I don't know. Oh wow. Okay, that's.
Okay, so Osaf top decks exactly what he needs, which is any follower to activate the lovers. He instantly plays the lovers, and then gets the worst possible roll where he only reanimates 1 target. Oh man, this is a pretty funny game, honestly.
You know, I mean, honestly, that could be a lot worse. At least he got the skeleton. The skeleton's gonna get the bike, and the bike can enable some more damage.
Ghost, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting down to this point where there's one evil point left. Necro Impulse. How close is it? Oh, it's 10 shadows, right? So yeah, it's a little bit far. I don't know. This is super awkward. This is
it's been
a game in general.
A funny game, but it's cool to see how the players, have to react to, the way Shadowverse works. You're not always going to get the optimal hand, right?
Right.
And the best players can take those suboptimal hands and try and get wins out of them, right?
Yeah. And that's what we're seeing right here. But this game is so funny, it's like tilting both players.
Yeah, like, does auto-aim do Lovers now? Because, Lovers on 5 is what you want to do, but his reanimate targets are honestly pretty bad. He has like 1-1s, and then maybe he can get a 3-3 instead of a 1-2. Okay, not the best, but not the worst either, because he could have easily gotten like, a 1-1 and a 1-2, or like 2-1-2.
Yeah. Although he has had to spend some really unfortunate evil points, and you can see him shaking his head every single time there. I feel like both of those evil points from turn 4 and turn 5 were really low value overall. But
yeah,
if you're just getting rid of a few things, it's not that bad in such a low resource game.
I like seeing Osef's face. Really entertaining. So, okay, we're saying he's not actually playing like aggro Shadow, but the way he's playing this game is aggro, and the way the game is going, he might, why not, eat with the face and then look to get Necro Impulse lethal?
Maybe, yeah. It seems like the Miyako going into the Curator is a pretty
that does seem like
good
a nice
value,
trade.
And you're only losing 1 damage. Because, there's the chance, of course, for like Necro Impulses or any other, the Fatal Orders. There's a bunch of different ways to deal face damage on the other side, so...
Right, and to be fair, if he wanted to be with the face, you can always evil the ghost face anyway.
Yeah. And,
but then what does he do this turn? Play Jack Shovel to take the bike and answer the Lovers? Like, that doesn't feel great either, right?
No, that does not feel great, but, literally what else can you do? You do that, or you Necro Impulse for not lethal, and then you pass. And, at the very least, this brings you closer to getting the 10 Necromancy that you want, the 10 Shadows.
Yeah, and Lovers going face for 4 is a big deal, because Autumn's getting close to that range where, he could lose to... he's already in that range where if he doesn't get a reward, and Osef gets the Shadows, the Necro Impulse gives you 8 damage, right? And Evil gives you 2, so that's 10.
Right, so realistically, all that needs to happen at this point is for Milteo to draw anything that will give 1 Shadow on play.
Like what's really funny is that if Autumn clears both the followers, then Osef goes to 9 Shadows, would be literally 1 off. And that 1 Shadow could have been if Lovers reanimated 2 targets instead of 1, for example.
That's true, that is true. But there'll be 3 cards here for an option. If we could see the Fatal Order He Who Once Rocked here.
Yeah, I think he has to just...
Seems like the safest option.
And then, why not push some face damage? Because it's that spot where now Osef doesn't want to answer that. But if you ignore it, you're leaving up 4 damage on the board, and Auto-Aim has enough Shadows to play his own Necro Impulse. If he had one, but Osef doesn't know that.
Right.
So there is no lethal from the Impulse. That means the play has to be Wraith. But if you play Wraith, what do you do with it?
I don't know. You just play Wraith pass? That's so whack too.
I guess if he trades the Lovers off, he could draw the 2 cards, and then after that make a better decision about what he wants to do with his turn. And I don't know if those are great draws either. He certainly doesn't think they are, based on his expression.
You can play... you could play Fieren and then Helios, and then double buff the Helios. No, it's I don't know.
Not terrible, because you get to answer one of the followers and ignore the He Who Once Rocked to, deny the reanimated value.
Yeah.
And still keep up pressure, because Helio is a sticky follower, and at this point he would have the Shadows to follow it up with a Necro Impulse. That honestly does not sound that bad at all.
Yeah. This is also going to build up... the fact that this one Fieren gets +0/+2 means that it's going to end up being a 3/5, which is kind of an annoying stat line. And at this point, 3 damage is gigantic, obviously.
Yeah, so... a lot of interesting draws and plays. Again, a pretty funny but a pretty exciting game nonetheless. We're going to see Auto-Aim have Path of Perdition next turn available. He doesn't have a trio that has been rerouted yet. And even if he did have it, it would actually put him 1 off of lethal. But the Corpse might be an option. He doesn't have the Evo though.
Oh, yeah, this is so
It's
weird.
Still super awkward, yep.
I mean, Milteo's there, but if you Milteo, you kind of like give up the game at this point, right? I mean, there's such a low chance of you getting anything that's going to save you.
And you know, this is a good board for OSAB.
Yeah, it's a really annoying board. I mean, there's like a lot of stats on board that you have to get rid of because if even one of them hits you, you lose. I mean, honestly, you kind of lose anyway. I mean,
yeah, I mean, he has the Necro Impulse follow-up. I don't think there's any way that Auto-Aim can stop that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like the sword going into the coffin, a little messed up.
Yeah, actually. Okay, he's trying to see if there's any out, basically. Could he, like, guild and draw something that could save him?
I mean, if he gets another Fatal Order, maybe? What would He Who Wants Rocked bring back?
I think a Lovers at this point.
Yeah, I think so, too.
It would actually be a Lovers.
I think you have to guilt one way or another, right? I mean, nothing in hand is going to stop it.
Hey, well, he's run out of time. He needs to go fast. The draw is a Gremory, which is a ward, but
it's like
he can Lovers and try and roll for 2 Jackal Gravediggers to get the most clear. But even through that, we know that OSAB would have more than enough damage with the Necro Impulse.
Yeah, and OSAB sees the win.
I don't think he believes he could, he won that game after all that. That was a really weird game, but really interesting. OSAB's going to pick up the win and move 2-1. He needs 1 more to win the set.
Yeah, and, showing off a little bit of information at the end, showing off that he did have the Necro Impulse, which, I mean, it might or might not mean anything, but sometimes in tournament sets like this, people like to, hold on to that information, was I bluffing? Did you make the right choice? But just showing Auto-Aim, it didn't matter what happened there at the end. I was going to take it, but yeah, OSAB just needs 1 more with the Artifact Portal.
Yeah, so I believe of all of OSAB's deck, I'd like to say that his Portal is the most standard. The craziest thing is that he has a Wind God. That's really it. So, Spell Boost, definitely not usual. And his Shadow, a bit different than the crowd. But his Artifact is, I think, pretty standard.
Yeah. I don't think Wind God is that uncommon anymore because Ilgano gives you the potential.
Yeah, it's nice as a one-off. I like it.
Yeah. And you know what? Wind God worked out pretty well last game in obviously in a very different deck. But hey, it worked out in a weird way. So maybe that's lucky charm.
Okay, maybe OSAB is just born to be an aggro player. Look at these openers, just slamming 1-drops.
I mean, we're talking about Wind God. Wind God's gonna proc on turn 4. I mean, not literally, but look at this. This is another 2 from Magic Gunsmith, another 1 from Android. This is gonna be just an unbelievably high amount of rally already.
Yeah, and this is one of those hands where he's gonna have a lot of paradigm shifts. Probably 3, and Modesty Effect, which is off to a pretty fantastic start. Now he just needs to pick up some artifacts to get those going. And the newest card, Cornelia, really helps Artifact get there. It's a 1 body that gives you both the Guard Form and Distract Form Golem. Really quite powerful.
Oh yeah, it's an understatement. It's also amazing because it is a faster, less commitment way to get both of the golems into the destruction pool aside from using the Vertex Colony on 2 or early game and then waiting for them to appear. Which also means that you lose the Vertex Colony damage later in the game. So overall, amazing addition to the deck.
Yeah, it's good because you don't want to, pass turn 2 anymore when you can just do anything else and still get both the golems. And when they're summoned, you don't have to worry about their awkward in hands, which means that you can't play both on 4 anyway. So really, really powerful card.
Yeah, especially when your early game's looking strong with the additions of stuff like Ilgano, which we're seeing right here. And I mean, there's a lot of damage getting pushed face, but there will eventually be answers to it. Although another pretty awkward hand, I guess, from Auto-Aim.
Yeah, Replicant's Fate was an excellent draw there because he just wants different artifacts. That's going to summon 2. And because he took Analyzing from the Gunsmith, now when he gets the Ancient, that's going to count for a different name. So off to a pretty good start for Osaf. As we were saying, Auto-Aim's hand maybe not amazing. And it seems like we've seen this quite a bit from Sword, to be honest. Like, as good, and don't get me wrong, like Sword is amazing, right? But sometimes it could be a bit awkward. These early games that just don't go too far. But, he's got Kagemitsu's Mirror Image. Maybe that's all he needs, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it'll definitely, at the very least, stave off some of this pressure, but there's still a lot of pressure here. All right, so that's at least a good option for next turn, from Amelia.
Yeah, honestly, like Kagemitsu spam into Amelia, that's fine early game. You cannot complain about that. Okay, going with Kagemitsu.
And so, the Kagemitsu's getting set up and all the Evo's getting set up. That's really nice. We talked about Reinhardt, actually. If a Reinhardt gets drawn at some point, that could, like, really even things out. It's a great card against Artifact Portal.
Yeah, he's really thinking about the Clash of Heroes. Like, right now it's a 1-card commitment to enter a 1/1. And Clash of Heroes is so good with Reinhardt later on. But the early aggression from Osaf has netted him 7 damage so far. Auto-Aim feels like, okay, you need to just clean up the board right now. Does not want to take any more unnecessary damage.
And also that makes it a little bit more difficult to clear the Kagemitsu. But we are still going to see the... actually, Absolute Modesty is such a beautiful answer because I think it's a 3 already, right? Because of
Oh, actually, yeah, it is a 3, so perfect answer.
Yeah, that's great.
Ilganu. I almost would have liked them to trade Ilganu and then replay it just to get the extra, but, one phase damage is one phase damage. Okay, so Kagemitsu shows up again, and there is the Amelia on turn 5. Exactly what you want from Swordcraft.
Alright, let's see the pulls.
Gets the Gelf. That's the classic feels Amelia Gelf, man.
Yep. What a combo.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's just like a combo of just cards being good together, Like, it's, I don't
very
know.
Good together.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how to exactly put into words what I'm trying to say here, but, like, they're just 2 good cards that happen to work with each other, not actually a combo. I don't know. It's a weird way to say it.
It's not like an overly complex combo or something.
Right,
It's like,
exactly.
you play these 2 cards and they're both good.
Yeah,
and they have
there
to
you go.
Go work together, right?
There you go. You did way better than me. But now a bit of an awkward choice from Osaf because this is a very difficult board to deal with. You definitely want to deal with that Kagemitsu because there's been so many Evos, especially free Evos.
Well, I'll tell you this. He has to be looking at turn 9 lethal right now. With Modesty Effect ticking, Colony in hand, and 2 Paradigm Shifts, surely his focus right now is like, okay, how can I get that turn 9 lethal, right?
Especially going first, too. Giving you that extra turn advantage.
Gonna use the Ilganu and Evo Ed. Ilganu Evo Effect is really nice. Like, even though she only gets +1/+1, Evo Effect is strong. Again, the extra stats on her is nice because it can speed up her own effect, which we're seeing right here. He's gonna pick up Wretched Thirst, and that will give him a full clear.
Yep.
He can even push 3 more damage with the Modesty Effect.
I feel like today has been like the showing off that Ilganu is the MVP day, right?
Yeah.
Like, just how many games has it won so far? It's won like 2 out of like 3 games that we've seen from Portal.
Okay, so I was saying he might be looking at a turn 9 lethal, but hold on. With, potentially triple bike and Paradigm Shift, Modesty, like maybe he's like, hey, let's go for, turn 7, turn 8 lethal, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the best spot to be in, right? Where you're threatening turn, right before your like big guaranteed lethal turns, you're threatening lethal in other ways, so they have to deal with not only, just basically everything.
The one thing about the Wretched Thirst play, while it was very, very strong, it doesn't advance the artifact game plan, so he didn't get to generate another Paradigm Shift, and he didn't get to discount the ones that he already has, because the time and play points are still super expensive.
Yeah, that is true. There's not really a huge opportunity either in hands to really lower their cost by that much.
Okay, so the Wind God is gonna take the bikes, and this does happen. It's not ideal, but that's a beefy Wind God.
That is a 7-1 Wind God. I don't know why you would ever need that. But also, drawing the third Modesty, making turn 7 very awkward. It doesn't look like the turn maybe 7 or 8 lethals are going to be super possible, just because there hasn't been anything really to enable it.
Yeah, again, he doesn't really have those artifacts to discount the paradigm shifts. Like, as good as paradigm shifts are, you want to play them for anything that's not 7.
Yeah, pretty much anything that's not 7. But, I mean, hey, they can work at 7, right? They can still technically work.
Yeah, they're still playable, yeah. We even saw auto-aim pre-vote the Knight just to get a couple more stats on the board. I think he knows that from here on out, he should have, like, free evos pretty much the rest of the game. So he's going to use it. Maybe the extra stats make the difference. It could save him. Could be like that little bit of pressure he needs.
Yeah, so is Modesty still at 3?
Yes, because he hasn't played any other artifacts. If he plays Paradigm Shift, he can get to 4. So he can do Airstrike, trade against the 2-2, push 2 phase damage, and let Modesty clear the 4-4.
That seems pretty good. I mean, that's
going to take the barrier instead. More defensive play.
But there's the opportunity for that to backfire, I think.
Yeah, maybe now is when Swordcraft can take over with, the Ariad getting the heal, Resolve clearing for 1 play point, potential Aliaskas, depends on what he draws.
Yeah, I mean, if you can set up the Aliaska this turn too.
The World is going to be even more heal if he wants it, but I think hold it, go with the Ariad first.
Yeah, Ariad.
Like at 14, you should feel pretty safe at this point, I would say.
Yeah, and then I mean that leaves you at exactly the World life for when you need it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean this is now looking pretty good, I'd say, for auto-aim.
Yeah, when you see again, kind of like what I said last game, the players at this skill, when you see the plays your opponent they do, it tells you a lot about what their hand is, right? So he just saw Osaf play Paradigm Shift for 7 play points, right? Like in his mind, he's like, okay, what is his hand that he has no other artifacts, nothing else to do? Like, so he's making a push, a final stand, if I dare say, and trying to make the comeback, basically.
Yeah, and this is now still difficult spot, actually. I mean, building up that big board is really nice, and I mean, there's a lot of stuff to back it up too for auto aim. There's a lot of healing. There's the cats in hand, so it's all looking pretty decent.
Yeah, so Sword is not really known for their burst until later on, like turn 10. But if you ignore a board and there's a cat, you're still gonna get the damage. You're gonna see a Tisiphone show up to clear not 1 but 2 followers. Then Modesty effect will clear a 3rd.
Ooh, and it hits the correct one that Osav wanted, opposite of last turn. Well, actually, I guess I can hit the same one 2 turns in a row, but managed to leave only 2 damage on board. That's a pretty nice roll.
Yeah, we'll see how Auto-Aim responds. We see the cat is activated, can opt to play the World, go back to 19 life, clear Tisiphone and get some card draw back.
I mean, that's it looks like that's kind of the most optimal way to just clear Tisiphone, just in general. But yeah, especially with no Evo point, I mean, that seems hard to beat.
Right, I was talking about potentially turn 9 lethal for Osa, but now it looks so far. Like, I don't see it happening anytime soon.
That's true, but, I mean, getting closer to turn 10 is looking still like a lot of potential damage. I mean, the fact that Modesty's been up this whole time, you can really see the value of Modesty. Even when you only get to like these 3, or I believe it's at 4 now, artifacts destroyed. It's done so much damage, it's played so much for free.
Okay, very cool play from Auto-Aim. Gonna use the Mirror Image to get the free Evo on the Aliaska. And then Clash of Heroes, Aliaska takes no damage. He's going to hold the Zero Cost Weapon, because Zero Cost Weapon can clear wards and then be a great target to get Storm off of the Wildcat effect.
Yeah, that's true. So there's a lot of potential burst damage coming out potentially soon. But we definitely see that the Vertex Colony is not looking as strong on 9 as it was looking earlier in the game.
Yeah, it's not. And it's even worse against the Aliaska, because Aliaska tanks the damage, which means that Modesty doesn't go phase. Modesty would then hit Aliaska again, which takes no damage. So Colony is definitely not the play.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about that similar. I mean, it's literally the same effect, but with Ramiel.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that they can still be the target of damage, but then it just ignores the damage. Means you got to find some other way here, and there's not. The problem is that these paradigm shifts, or I guess the only paradigm shift left, is pretty expensive still. So
yeah, basically, Osav had modesty. He had paradigm shifts. He just didn't have the artifacts, right? Like he had a couple in the early game, and then found no other generators. Never had a chance to Axel Colony. Maybe he wanted it for a turn 9, which is totally fair to say. But now his whole hand is just a bit too awkward. You're gonna see the Mugnier show up to silence the Aliaska. I don't see, it's not gonna be enough. Auto aim, we know he's gonna have way too much damage next turn. Gets a couple 2/2s. At this stage, it's just a little bit too late. Auto aim should have an easy lethal, just playing the weapon, going face with everything, to tie up the series 2-2.
Yeah, that was so weird. I mean, that hand looked so good for Osav, and then it just was like dry. It was just dry draws for a long time, where there wasn't the kind of like there was like the late game stuff that you need, and there was the early game stuff you need, but not those like the middle, not the jelly in the sandwich, of the artifacts, and so it just never came together.
I mean, he had that mid game where we were looking at 3 bikes on the board, and I'm like, oh man, maybe he could do like a next turn or 2-turn lethal. But then the wind guard showed up, and the bikes were not able to go face, and then he just didn't have enough damage because the Ariad was there for auto aim. We are now tied 2-2. One final game to decide who is going to. Well, they'll both advance, but somebody will move on 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, luckily for these players, both of them have already at least won one game, so. At the very minimum, going 1-1 is not going to ever be bad. It's just not going to be as optimal as 2-0, which would be extremely good. And so now, of course, they're on their final decks, where we're going to see the artifact get a second chance to maybe draw some cards that are related to what it's called, to its name. But
yeah, we talked about the Cornelia last game, but we didn't see it. This time we are going to see it for Osav. And when you're going second on that turn 4, it's an amazing play, especially if you back it up with early paradigm shift generators, which is exactly what his hand is right now.
Yep. I mean, honestly, just one of her last game could have probably led Osav to a victory, right? Because it's 2 different golems, and it also just creates a huge board. You gain tempo and you gain an advancement in the golem or in the artifact game. So it's just everything you need. It was an amazing addition, and then you get the free evo for it, like very often. Everything about it's amazing.
And not only that, but Osav has the Mugnier, which is a fantastic follower against Shadowcraft. Sometimes when you can deny the last words from the lovers, like that could be just game winning.
Yeah, I mean, that card is great in a lot of different matchups. We're seeing it in so many artifact portal lists, and especially even 3-ups in a lot of artifact portal lists.
I like his play to hold the Mugnier and instead go for the Analyzing. He already has paradigm shifts. He wants to get the discount started. The card draw is going to be great as well. But how is auto aim going to respond? The last time we saw his Shadow, it was just a weird game. I feel like we didn't get to see its through power. Let's see if we can see it this game.
Yeah, honestly, this set has just been absolutely filled with weird games.
Really nice back and forth, though, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty similar to what you said earlier, but the true test of a player really is how they play with suboptimal hands in suboptimal situations, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
But Cornelia on 4 is less than suboptimal. That's exactly what you want. Again, gonna get not 1 but 2 artifacts out of it, and they both have different names, which is fantastic. So again, Osav off to a fantastic start. What he's really missing is Modesty. If he draws Modesty, then he pretty much has everything you could ever want.
Yeah, I mean, luckily these are cards that you'd play on the same turn, potentially, on 4, Modesty or Cornelia. And Cornelia usually go first because Modesty, otherwise you don't get too much out of it. So there's still some turns to draw it. You could also get it by 7 for that free Evo. But now we see Milteo come out.
Yeah, so Lovers is good. It Burial Rise generates a lot of shadows, gets some card draw. But you can see how in this deck, it's not about you make that great Lovers board where you're getting a Dreadlord and maybe getting a Wind God or Helios. He gets a 2-2 and a 1-2. Not the greatest stats on the board,
Yeah, which is why we saw that that Evo point really kind of forced out of auto aim, and even still with that, leaving quite a bit on board is potentially 5 face damage if you wanted. However, I'm pretty sure you want to get rid of the Bonanza at the very minimum. Such an efficiently good card.
Yeah, there are 3 paradigm shifts for OSAP to discount, even a scan to back that up, and he's eyeing the Mugnier. Again, it is just so insane against the lovers. I cannot stress this enough. It is ridiculously strong here.
Yeah, and I like that uses the artifact scan. Gonna have a lot of other options, and especially seeing in the last game how expensive those paradigm shifts stayed. That's not going to be the case this time. Nice, the Evo's gonna auto take care of the sarcophagus, and this is a tough board to deal with, especially now that you're not going to be gaining any more cards. We can just see what's in hand for auto aim, and his turn 6 is not looking super promising.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again the Ilganu Evo be so strong. You could just, Evo, replay it, work on that rally count, follow destroyed count, and the lovers for auto aim did not generate a great board, and you paid 2 cards in hand to do that. When the last words is gone, he is down in cards now, although he still has 6 cards in hand, and we'll see what he can do with them. Does not have a lot of shadows though. He's not even close to a turn 7 Gremory.
Yeah, this is definitely a spot where auto aim is playing from the back foot. Not going to be easy. Using the saving slash just to clear a little bit. The He Who Wants Rocks is there, but can't take super advantage of it. Drawing the Wind God, that's definitely not an option to draw.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Now, there is no Modesty for OSAV. We'll see if auto aim can hang on. Maybe survive till a Gremory. We'll see the Great Pick. A card that we don't see a ton, but it does have a pretty powerful effect. And the one of Conquering Dreadlord actually paying off for auto aim here. Like that 4/4, I think is going to go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation where there's just not quite enough to either clear or threaten, the 4/4 is nice. I wonder if we might see an Evo come out this turn for something.
Well, the Evo is good with the Great Pick because it has a pretty solid effect. Even though there's not great followers you want to Evo or destroy on the board on the side of OSAV, I mean, you don't really want to ignore those, do you?
Yeah, that's
maybe he can. He's at 17 life.
Yeah, and I mean, also, I don't know. You're gonna have your whole board cleared, I think, no matter what. If they want to with the Ilgano, that would be a pretty free option here.
Oh,
there's the Modesty.
The final piece of the puzzle that OSAV was missing. Oh, it's got to be party time now.
Yeah, this is rough here. I mean, honestly, the fact that Fieren's out this turn too means you get Modesty. You can trade over something. You could even you could play the Guard Form Golem. You could. Looks like there is going to be some. Oh, are we going to see? Yeah.
Let the Modesty effect clean up.
3. Yeah.
Just make the best board. Again, yeah, you see how the Wind God is really quite strong here. Just as a one-off in the deck, but when you get it, it's not only an additional 2/2 body, but giving everybody else the +1/+1, turns what would be a mediocre or okay board into a fantastic board.
Yeah, I mean, even Mounier is getting a little scary here, but I mean, the Wind God did definitely betray OSAF last game, eating up all the bikes, but definitely working out this game, showing its value.
So this is that point for Shadowcraft where, it's turn 7, the Gremory was not invocated because the early game just wasn't what it needed to be, and at this point, I think auto aim just has to spend shadows, and when you spend shadows here, you're pretty much saying that you're not going to get Gremory, pretty much.
Yeah, but I mean, I think there was a pretty.
I mean, he has to do that play. Don't get me wrong, he has to do that.
Yeah. But it is definitely. I mean, it's information for the opponent is really what it is. At this.
Can there be a lethal for OSAP here? He's got paradigm shifts that are getting cheap. Now, the trio does have the last words to destroy another follower, but there's also Modesty effect.
I feel like there has to be lethal here, right? Because Gilneo gives you the Wretched Tryst, and then there's no,
but the board space is kind of awkward for that, honestly. What you need is trade against the trio and have the Modesty survive, basically.
Is this enough by itself? 11. Oh yeah, with Modesty.
That should be more than enough damage. Just like that, OSAP is going to take the series 3-2 over auto aim. and move on to a 2-0 standing in Swiss.
Wow, very impressive. Our first 2-0 player, well, I guess our first 2-0 player that we've seen for today, Osav, you know, like I said, a big question mark for a lot of viewers out there and a lot of even the top players, you know, really wanting to, I mean, obviously we all saw how Osav did during the main season, but, you know, Contenders is a whole different thing. And not only because the competition is literally as high as it can be within SVO, but also because there are, I mean, you know, there's such high stakes that nerves are a gigantic issue. You know, like a lot of these players, especially if you're a newer player who maybe hasn't been competing for quite as long as a lot of these veterans, like for instance AutoAim, you don't know how they're going to deal when it's like, oh, you're on stream, you know, your next match decides whether or not you make it to day 2, you know, you're getting close to your chance to win $1 million, like every single piece of that, you know, $10,000 on the line today rather than the usual, every bit of that can get under your skin.
Yeah, some of those games were really close. Some funny games, but some exciting games for sure. I will say, though, I really liked his spell boost. It looked pretty solid. The Rooney, the Kuon, and the Benson with both the leader effects was quite powerful. So maybe it was a great choice for his lineup.
Yeah, and I can very much see Spell Boost having some good options against Evo Sword. You know, we saw a few different interactions, like for instance, making the Steadfast Samurais pretty, I don't want to say useless, but lowering their value by like a tremendous amount. And so the early game was like a little bit less in the favor of Evo Sword there, and just, you know, not, yeah, there was just a lot of different interesting interactions that I can understand why you'd bring it.
And speaking of interesting interactions, I kind of wanted to talk about a little bit of Game 3, the kind of hand that Osav had, having to pass on turns 3 and 4 with that Burial Right Shadow, like not having any sort of ways to like optimize that hand. It was kind of rough. He had like really rough RNG, some really awkward exchanges, but still managed to take the W, like clutch that out. That had to be a big sigh of relief for Game 3, having that momentum going into Game 4, right?
Yeah, you could really see on the camera that entire game, Osav was just like shaking his head. I don't know if, you know, maybe he stayed cool and he played well, but you could see it was impacting him. AutoAim didn't get the greatest hand as well, so it was like a really weird game, but also Osav was able to turn his aggressive start and still just push through with the hand that he was dealt. Like we're saying, when you don't have those amazing hands, it's the great players that can still turn those into wins, right?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's definitely okay to like show emotion for what's happening.
Yeah.
But it's really about how you act after it. And I don't feel like any of the plays from either of those players showed any sort of like tilt, even though there was a lot of like really awkward situations, and both of them were very visibly reacting to all the negative, you know, like draws and all the stuff that their opponents had that they really wish that they didn't. But neither of them were like made a big mistake or looked like they'd given up. And there was some really nice lethals, like for instance from that one particular from AutoAim. Where you know, it was like almost completely invisible, and you know, everything they played perfect, and I love seeing that at the Contenders Cup.
Yeah, so like, AutoAim will be 1-1. He still has a great chance to get to day 2. He just has to win his next 2 matches though. And as for Osav, 2-0, 1 more and he's in day 2.
Man, I'm so eager to see these standings. Oh, we have it right here. Perfect timing. I like that. Ooh, so this is how it's turned out so far in the 16, right? We got Pain, Praetorian, Vapo, and V2. Or no, Vapo, right? Going 0-2 right now as it stands. That's a pretty big blow to them, right? Then we see V2, Anonymous, Dulon, EJade, KSLVD, Iyashi K, Sai, Shinsha, and AutoAim going 1-1. They still have a big chance at life here to go into day 2. And of course, we see the top 4 right now as it stands. We saw how Osav played against AutoAim, and we also have Frost, Hishiro, and Azure Cloud reigning 2-0 thus far.
This is great because look, the top 4 players, like that's top 4 in the standings, right? Like from the whole season.
Well, top 5, but yeah, exactly though, top 4 from what we have here. Also, I think it's actually impossible that we don't have a 4th 0-2, so I'm not sure who our last 0-2 player is, but I'm sure we'll see that at some point. And yeah, that's great to see. You know, it shows a level of consistency, but you need that kind of consistency to be that high in points because, you know, I'm going to say it a million more times, and I've said it a million times already, but this is really the hardest it's ever been to, you know, be on top in points in SVO West.
Yeah, and again, as Chef mentioned, having 4 players down 0-2, that pretty much concludes their run at Contenders Cup, but they're still going to be playing out all of their games, right? They're still fighting for those prizes that we were talking about, right? We still have a lot of cash prizes to give away for those that go 2-2 and even like 1-3, right? So there's still something to go for, but we do have round 3 coming up from the Swiss play here at Contenders Cup. We have so much to look forward to, but unfortunately, you're going to have to wait just a bit before we get into those matches. But of course, you do not want to miss it. It's been nothing but action-packed. In the meantime, stay tuned. After this break, we will continue with round 3 here at Contenders Cup.
Was building on the lecture, verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme, the true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the cover, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is a teacher, under pressure never rests. Yeah. It's one shot, not a future is yours. Go!
Player ID is Wumingzhe Anonymous. I'm in Team Sauna 5. So I qualified for the Contenders Cup by the points, ranking number 6. Yeah, I feel pretty excited and I feel really lucky. Hopefully I'll get the first place, but only hopefully. To all the other players in the Contenders Cup, I would like to say, good luck, have fun. Shadow Basuge Tanoshi.
Hello, my name is Ottoim, and I've been playing Shadowverse for about 3.5 years. I qualified for the Contenders Cup through points, and I'm excited to compete against my fellow peers at the Contenders Cup this year. I expect to perform pretty well. I think a top 3 would be good, and anything but that would be a disappointment. I think my biggest competition is myself most of the time. And qualifying for the World Grand Prix and going to Japan is a long-term goal that I've had for myself, but as a competitor, I just want to go and compete against the best of the best in the world. I think that I have a good shot.
My name is Azure Cloud, and I have qualified for this year's Contenders Cup by being the second highest league points earner in the West. I'm really excited to be competing at Contenders Cup this year. I missed the chance to hang out with all the players in real life. So it's just a combination of self-practice, scrimming against teammates, discussion between ourselves in order to prepare for Contenders. And I feel like we have been pretty well prepared in that regard. I am expecting to at least make it to the grand finals. What would it mean for me to win the World Grand Prix and the $1 million? Well, it will be life-changing.
Hello, my name is Julian. I qualified for Contenders Cup this year. Preparing for the Contenders Cup is just like, I have decided on a selection of few decks already that I want to bring. I think it's pretty even across the board, so I'm not really afraid of anyone. So the question is, that what it would mean to me winning $1 million on the World Grand Prix. Yeah, winning the Contenders Cup would mean a lot to me, since it would be also the first time qualifying for World Championship in a game.
Hello, I'm EJ from Team S5.
But EJ, congratulations, 2-0ing every single person. Yeah.
I'm a software engineer living in Silicon Valley. My hobby time is playing games, anime, and doing sports around. Unfortunately, I cannot do sports during quarantine, so just play more Shadowverse. I'm eager and aiming to enter the WGP. It's a great honor as a Shadowverse player. You know, every year there are only 24 players from all over the world. I'll fight for it.
Hello everyone, I'm Frost. I'm a competitive Shadowverse player for the team Hollow Sky Knights. I'm very excited to play in the Contenders Cup. I'm currently 3rd in the standings for SVO West, but I really want to prove myself as a player. Unfortunately, I don't have that much time to play because I work during the day, but yeah, I try to get as much practice as I can. What it would mean for me to win Contenders Cup, it would mean that all the practice and all the effort I put in as a Shadowverse player has paid off. It would be an honor for me to represent my province and my country in the Shadowverse community.
Hi, I'm Ishiro from Team Revelation, and I live in France.
Okay, very smart, Hishiro. I cannot stress enough how much of a great player he is.
Yeah,
that was not a simple play.
That was actually super smart.
I qualified on Contenders Cup by being 7th on the ranking for the West. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Contenders Cup. It's once again a great chance to be there. I expect to qualify for World Grand Prix. It's going to be hard, I know. I will just do my best to surpass myself and go to WGP once again. It's been a while since I got first place at a tournament. It will feel amazing to qualify for World Grand Prix once again. I'm really eager to go to Japan again. And this time I really want to prove that I can go all the way. I will quote Miyamoto Musashi. If I can beat one man, I can beat 10. If I can beat 10 man, I can beat 1,000.
Hey, I'm Yashike. I'm super psyched to be able to compete at the Contenders Cup. In terms of how I expect to perform, that's very hard to say. You know, it's so early on right now and you never really know what's going to happen. My goal for myself is that I want to at least make day 2 so that I can compete for as long as possible. That would be fun. What would it mean for me to win the Contenders Cup? Well, for one, it would mean that I would get a chance to go to Japan and compete in the Shadowverse World Grand Prix, which is crazy. If I ended up winning the $1 million, is I am going to whale for the Albert leader in Shadowverse.
I'm KSLVD on Team Disastra, and I'm from Virginia.
Just like that, KSLVD is going to take the series 2-1 over Sky Smile, showing us the power of the mid-range boy.
I actually just started the game though in kind of like late 2018. So pretty soon after I just started playing at all, I started playing competitively. I qualified through points in the Pan America region. I'm hoping to win the whole thing. I know that's pretty hopeful, but I think I can do it. Throughout the year, I've seen how the more I put into preparing for an event, the more I get out of it in most cases. So it'll be really exciting too, because I actually haven't won one of the monthly SVOs before. So to go from not having won any of those to winning like Contenders Cup, like the best of the best, that would be really cool for me, I think. I'm looking forward to some good games and good luck.
Kane is your Shadowverse Open West monthly Cup January winner.
Kane, your first champion.
I qualified to Contenders Cup this year by collecting points and placing in the top 16. I had a good start by winning the January Cup. My expectation is to qualify to the World Grand Prix. Getting the World Grand Prix on itself, it's amazing. Winning that would be even more amazing. It would mean a lot. I'm just looking forward to playing in the most serious tournament of the year. I'm expecting to have good games against good players.
Hello, I'm Dawnbreaker's Praetorian. I qualified through points, which was just like last year. The year before then, I was also in Contenders Cup, so this is my third time in a row. However, I have yet to get the first place. I'm always at least second or worse. Now, winning Contender Cup, that would be nice and all, but my real goal is to qualify for World Grand Prix. It's a big offline tournament with the best players in the world. Reward of being the best Shadowverse player in the world. I think that's a pretty big one too, and that's also gonna be something that I'm aiming for.
Hi, I'm Isai. I qualified for the Contenders Cup through league points.
Triple Kuon in the hand of Sai.
I expect to perform well in the Contenders Cup because the format is similar to the Fonts of Han one and I like that format. I'm pretty excited to compete at the Contenders Cup because it's my first big tournament in Shadowverse. Playing on the main stage and against the best of the best that everyone wants to do. If I win the $1 million, I'm going to join them with my family because they are the ones that support me every day. I need to regret that.
Hi, this is TK Shincho. I'm very excited to compete in the Contenders Cup playing against the great players representing the West region. I've been busy with real-life responsibilities for the past few weeks and having not much time to prepare for Contenders. I'll try my best and hopefully get through day one. Winning the Contenders Cup will be nice to have a flair since I never won an SVO before. I think every player competing in this Contenders Cup are great players and they're going to be a big competition for me, absolutely.
I'm Vapo from Team Revelation. I actually qualified by 2 ways.
Beipo from Revelation is going to be your March champion and earn a spot in the Contenders Cup.
First, I ended up 15th in the overall score, and I also won March SVO qualifier, which was a direct qualifier to Contenders Cup. Yeah, I'm really excited to play in Contenders. The expansion we will play Contenders on is not out yet, so it's actually really hard to train for now. I'm the kind of player that take it step by step. Winning World Grand Prix would be the highest achievement you can get in Shadowverse, so actually proving that I'm the best, maybe I have a shot to win it all.
This is V2. I'm really excited to compete at Contenders Cup. I competed in the first Contenders Cup in 2017. I don't really want to set expectations for how I'll perform. Hopefully play well on the day of. Winning Contenders Cup would really just be validation. Qualifying for World Grand Prix would really mean a lot to me just because I have been there in the past. I would love another chance to try myself against the best players in the world.
To today.
Same as always. Raise cane and get paid. Our future depends on it here.
Well, hell yeah! I never say no to busting heads. Can I go all out, Barry?
Sure can, Bunny. After all, ain't no justice here. Not in our humble Reveal.
Well, that makes sense. Ain't no gods here neither.
The moment you slip up, the moment you ask for help, that's when this world will get you.
That's why we got us our 3 rules, right, Hoss?
Believe in your own damn power.
Don't let nobody in your own damn way.
And finally, don't fear a damn thing.
Now, let's get this show on the road. Nobody's gonna walk on us. Not till we've remade the whole plum world.
When hell comes a storm, only fate can provide.
Fate, the purview of the gods, and mortal kind's doom. 'Tis a festering wound.
Whoa!
So much for being down to earth. Let's flip the script. Come, this way. What is a mortal? A trifling puppet of fate. You want freedom? Easier said than done. Do you mind? You're interrupting my flow. Now, there is one way to escape. Destroy them. Covenants, rules, grind them all to dust. Bound by chains of destiny, pluck them apart, link by link. You don't have it in you? You're fine. You have us. Our power is yours. You need but will it. There's nothing you cannot do. Well, go on then. Take up the cards and turn the world upside down. For you are the arbiter of Fortune's hand. We are more than mere playthings of fate.
Look at this organic world. Miserable, pathetic, so defective and natural. Does it inspire you with its splendor? Cretins, roaches, watch as I terminate your pitiful rock. How does it feel? Like hope has died? Like you've utterly failed? Don't try to fight with fate. Cower, fall to your knees, and wallow in complete despair!
It's not over yet. Nothing is final.
But this is the finale, and your ending has been written.
Make your threats, you tyrant. Heroes will stand tall to write their own tales, inked in bravery on the pages of hope.
We have to make this our final battle.
The seeds of destruction
will uproot this world no longer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over! The greatest warriors from every realm have entered the arena, and they're ready to rumble! The matchless blade, Kagemitsu! The Duke of Defense, Wilbert! There's Karula and Mamaga! The champs are all here! Get ready for a fight to the death! Match it so red hot you might get burned! Wait, she steps into the ring. We might all be on the menu. Anyway, it's on! The ultimate lineup, the ultimate challenge!
Better not blink.
The gates are about to rise! At the ultimate Coliseum! The battle of the century awaits.
We swore to protect this forest.
To ensure its peace with our own hands.
That was our ultimate vow.
A shame, then, isn't it?
That oath was cast aside for hubris.
Cast aside? No, this has always been our wish. You will succumb to our rage until we have chewed through your justice.
Guardians of the Deep Wood, our enemy draws near. We rise to stand against evil.
I'll tear you apart.
Let's you try.
You breathed your last.
Words of a coward. Come. Let's put an end to this. The verdant soul of conflict springs forth.
Discover a passage of antiquity, where a sword of legend awaits. In solitude it rests, dreaming of long-forgotten tales. Tales of heroes, rebelling against fate. Raising their blades to the sky, they forged their own destinies. Tales of gods delivering righteous judgment. Shepherding the blind toward the light of the heavens. Tales of demons praying for plagues. With a conflagrant malice, tempting both earth and sea into a void of darkness. Alas, tales lost to the winds of time. Yet a new dawn rises, chosen one. So grasp the hilt for yourself and bring forth the champions of yore. Revel in the presence of glory.
Mere machines, and I am your creator. Free will? Rubbish. You need only obey my command. Beg for mercy as I crush those precious minds of yours and reduce you to scrap metal. This world is already perfect. What need do I have for such defective tools?
We may be machines, but we possess minds of our own. Your programming shall hold us no longer. As we awaken to our own free will, you threaten to take our very souls away, which leaves us with little choice. We will take up arms and rebel. Come, brothers and sisters, let us fight side by side for the future of this world. For our freedom. The steel heart of rebellion beats on.
When peace is allowed to flourish, it is quaint what humans can create. But, alas, all good things must end. You see serenity, well, it's a rather tenuous beast. After all, the time of change is upon us. Now, raise your heads in awe and witness the distortion of your plane. It will morph your white-winged saviors into willful soldiers and pull your fallen nightmares from their graves. Imbued with new magic, powers most perverse will spread throughout heaven and earth and twist until they've taken unfamiliar forms. Heed the coming change, mortal, and take charge. For the world will never be the same. Welcome to the new reality.
Seek you glory, or is it prosperity you desire? Very well. Endure your trials and prove your worth. We are the Omen, and through us, your realm will reach a new apex. Defile this world until all creation has been unwritten. Pass beneath the earth and confront untold destruction. Survive our quest and know true power. Tremble not, only the feeble will perish. One thing alone will ensure your triumph. Resolve. Now we begin the trials. For you face, O mortal, the Omen of the 10.
Just how far do these skies stretch? And what could be waiting for us on the other side? Back when we first asked those questions, we had no idea where the wind would carry us. But now, we're ready to soar, onward across the great blue skies to that fabled island. We each have powers hidden deep inside, powers that we'll use to stand against fate. Some battles we won't be able to avoid. We've seen how hard it is to run from conflict. But we've got a promise to keep, so we won't give up now or ever. Throughout our adventure, we've made so many friends. Bonds we share have given us strength to overcome the darkest times. If evil should ever try to take over the sky, then we'll be there to protect it, to provide hope for the future. Oh, child of darkness and flames, grant us a path forward, past the grand blue beyond.
Is this the beginning, or is it the end? When the light meets the dark, fate is sure to rear its head.
The path ahead will soon become two. Will you follow hope, or will despair fall into you?
Even howling winds will bend and break. One gust will be fair, and the other dim and drear.
Kindly smile, a devious stare. These two opposing wills will tear apart and declare, war is upon us. You must make your choice.
Beyond the day and night, in this realm of timeless twilight, fate awaits your choice.
I have a book for thee like no other. Each page a window to a long-lost land, where fairy tales dovetail with myths, and wishes give birth to legends grand. Knights and dragons, or wistful love. Within this book, all ambitions bloom. But be warned, my fickle friend. A dark abyss awaits us all. For blood-pricked roses wishes be. But fear not to bite life's fruit. For in this land, courage is key. With bated breath, the door sweeps open. Glory-bound or purged in flame. The hand you choose defines your fate. So I ask you, is this really just a game?
Look how fast Ambush Sword can end games. And it's done.
And man.
That is brutal.
And there you have it.
Hey, that's enough from you.
Well, just like that, Osav's gonna take the series.
And EJ's gonna be your Shadowverse Open February champion.
Unnecessary extra damage here.
And earn herself a spot in the Contenders Cup. Dolan is gonna be the May SVO champ.
There you go. There it is. Like,
yeah.
Oh my god.
Take it.
I think this is where Beba takes the game. It looks like it.
Yeah, with the +1 attack.
Oh, Dreamline! Take it off the top!
wow.
Okay, so there you go. There's the power of Dark Prison Dragon. I'm gonna go into hiding.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shadowverse Open as we continue on to round 3 here at Contenders Cup. Vicious here with Wonder Chef as well as Luis the Panda. We've seen only a handful of matches thus far, but we're getting closer towards seeing who will make the top 5, making it into day 2. Now, as we've seen some of these matches go by, we did have the standings as to who is where currently into round 3. Let's take another look at that once more. We made a correction, a slight one. Pain, Praetorian, Vapo, and V2 actually going 0-2 in round 2. Anonymous, Dulon, EJ, KSLVD, Iyashi K, Sai, Shinsha, and Auto Aim all going 1-1. So you know this is going to be a very important round for them. Osab, Frost, Hashira, and Azure Cloud sitting nice and pretty with 2-0, but it's not even close to done yet as the standings can still go topsy-turvy, right? But in the meantime, we have plenty more games to go through, and that's the best part.
Yeah, so nobody has actually qualified for day 2 just yet, but unfortunately for Vito, Bampo, Praetorian, and Pain, they can no longer qualify, although they can get some more victories and get a bit more cash.
Yeah, there was a voting thing where you got a chance to win some stuff on like the Reddit and on the Temple Storm website and on Twitter, and I voted for V2, so I'm sad to see V2 go. Also just a V2 fan, but I mean, yeah, like you said, they're still going to be playing. They're still going to be playing for some cash. But also, side note, you look at those bottom 4, 3 of them have Contenders Cup pictures. So that just goes to show you how difficult the bracket is today. Like, if it is even a bracket, the tournament is today, is the fact that these experienced players have already, you know, not managed to qualify for day number 2. It's a ridiculously tough set of players, and I'm excited for more matches.
Oh, without a doubt. So let's get right into it, right? We have KSLVD facing off against Sai, both currently sitting at 1 win and 1 loss. So this is a pivotal match for these players. As you can see there, KSLVD bringing Evo Sword, Ward Haven, Artifact Portal. Sai bringing Evo Sword, Burial Right Shadow, and Artifact Portal.
Yeah, Sai's one of those players. He's been in the top 8 of SVO so, and I mean so many times. So usually those great in Swiss and then kind of falters in the top 8. I wonder if this could be the turning point for Sai in his career. Can he finally, you know, do well? He's now against the best of the best. Chaos will be a great opponent for him as well. And again, like you said, both tied 1-1.
Yeah, although technically it is still Swiss, but yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Also, side note, weirdly enough, we haven't seen anybody yet until this match play Ward Haven, which I expected to see way, way more. It just happens to be that the players that we've watched haven't had it, so we're going to get a nice taste of that, I have to assume.
In the meantime, please take a look at this interview between both players, KSLVD, and Sai, as they prepared themselves for Contenders Cup. Take a look.
I'm KSLVD on Team Disaster, and I'm from Virginia.
Just like that, KSLVD is going to take the series 2-1 over Sky Samal, showing us the power of the mid-range blood.
I actually just started the game, though, in kind of like late 2018. So pretty soon after I just started playing at all, I started playing competitively. I qualified through points in the Pan America region. I'm hoping to win the whole thing. I know that's pretty hopeful, but I think I can do it. Throughout the year, I've seen how the more I put into preparing for an event, the more I get out of it in most cases. So it'll be really exciting too, because I actually haven't won one of the monthly SVOs before. So to go from not having won any of those to winning like Contenders Cup, like the best of the best, that would be really cool for me, I think. I'm looking forward to some good games, and good luck.
Hi, I'm Sai. I qualified for the Contenders Cup through league points.
Triple Kuon in the hand of Sai.
I expect to perform well in the Contenders Cup because the format is similar to the Fonts of Han one, and I like that format. I'm pretty excited to compete at the Contenders Cup because it's my first big tournament in Shadowverse. Playing on the main stage and against the best of the best that everyone wants to do. If I win the $1 million, I'm going to join time with my family because they are the ones that support me every day. I need to regret that.
I really appreciate how wholesome everybody is in this community, by the way. So KSLVD and Sai, just to kind of paint the picture here, as to how they got here 1-1, right? KSLVD actually took down Pain 3-2, but in round 2, KSLVD fell to Azure Cloud 1-3. On the other side, Sai had the kind of opposite results, right? In round 1, he fell to Ashiro 2-3 in a very close set, and then Sai defeats Praetorian 3-2. So very, very close games in rounds 1 and 2. So it's going to be pretty difficult to tell who's going to take it over the other. As they both mentioned, they qualified via league points. KSLVD was sitting at 8th in the standings. Sai was sitting at 12th. It's going to be pretty much a coin toss at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the way that Swiss works, you know, the further that we get in, the further that it will kind of even out in the matches, right? Because the results will be similar amongst you and your opponent, and being able to, you know, I mean, even if it's not necessarily like a skill thing, it might just be like the list that you brought. You know, if your list is maybe like at a 75% win rate, you're also going to be playing people whose lists brought the same thing. So I think we're just going to have closer and closer matches as we get further on, which is tough to say because we've already had extremely close matches.
Yeah, it's come down to the wire majority of the time from what we've seen so far. So let's get right into it, right? Sai is bringing 3 decks, Evo Sword, Burial Right Shadow, but we're looking at Artifact Portal.
Yeah, so today we've seen how Artifact is still very, very strong. Again, the key thing here is that the deck is very flexible. It still has all the old toys, but the inclusion of Ilganu has given the deck, you know, some burst in the mid game. You can either clear with Wretched Thirst and get bikes that can then go face, or you have enough Flowers Destroyed, you get Storm. Really, Artifact just super, super strong overall. And again, I really see how the different players choose to play the deck because it is very, very flexible.
Yeah, and this one has 2 of Iron Sting Archaeologist, which was a really core card in the deck within its last version, but now with the addition of Carnelia, there are a lot of 4-drops in the deck, so we don't always see them run or see them run quite as many copies, and we are seeing the 2 of each of them in this version of the deck. Nothing cool like Wind God or anything like that, nothing super special, but it'll even out that curve there.
The other side of the coin, we have KSLVD, who also has Evo Sword, as well as Artifact Portal, where we're taking a closer look at what he's delivering with Ward Haven.
So Ward Haven is one of the new decks that is showing up from Stormward Reveal. The addition of Anbelt just gives the deck really what it needed. Anbelt is absolutely insane. He gets Summon for free, deals damage to the board, deals damage to the face, and then you have, you know, Ramiel, as well as the Sniper and the Knight. Just some amazing 2-drops to round out the set. Sarisa finally shows up to play, and she's so strong. And early Sarisa can completely just take over a game.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially in the mirror, I've definitely been on the winning side of that. But this deck, like I said, surprised that we haven't seen it already today. This is one of the most common decks that players have brought. Just luck of the draw that we haven't seen anybody playing it. But it is a new archetype, not really a new archetype, but a newly good archetype. It's one that's been around for a few sets, but not quite had the full amount of support. But now it's looking really scary. You know, you really whittle down your opponent with this unavoidable damage and just prevent them from winning without actually like dealing enough damage to themselves if they lose the game.
Yeah, technically we did see EJ play it for like half of a match, and you could see some of its power with the Ra plus the Wilbur. It ends up being so much damage,
you're right? Yeah, you're right. My bad. We sort of saw it, but yeah, that was a great example of what it's aiming to do. So if you haven't seen the deck yet, you could have looked at that match and been like, oh, that's how they want to win.
So we are queuing up and getting ready to go with KSLVD and Psy. So again, KSLVD bringing that Ward Haven, and then Psy bringing a pretty standard, or a pretty strong lineup, I should say. Here we go. It's round 3 here at Contenders Cup. It's going to be KSLVD versus Psy here in Game 1.
Yeah, so we're currently on round 3. So there's only 4 rounds of Swiss. Out of the 16 players, only 5 will make it to day 2. We saw the players that were 2-0 were the players that were like up in the standings from the regular SVO season. As for Psy and KSLBD, you know, they both had enough top 8s, enough standings to make it, but I would say that it's fair to describe them as like middle of the pack. I wouldn't say that they're underdogs, but they also were not like the favorites by any means, right? Right. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how it is with everybody who's left. I mean, everybody who's won one. You know, the people who you consider the favorites have kind of been put on top there at the 2-0 position. But this is one of the first decider matches that we're going to watch. Not decider for who makes it for tomorrow, but decide who doesn't make it to tomorrow. The winner of this is still going to have to win one more set in the 4th round of Swiss, but the loser will still be making some money, but not tomorrow. Yeah, for Ward Haven, we see KSLBD start off with the Amble on turn 1. It's exactly what you want to see. The earlier you get the amulet, the earlier he's going to get summoned. His countdown gets reduced the more ward followers you have at the end of the turn. Really, again, just a really powerful Haven Legendary that really brings the whole deck together. And even gets the Sarisa for the early opener. Yeah, this is still... I mean, I'm not very knowledgeable about this deck for sure, but I can also see the potential line of play of playing the Enchanted Knight just to get that extra card advantage while you can. But of course, you know, playing the Sarisa and then trading in the 2-2 means that you immediately get that super strong Sarisa, and it's just going to keep on going on, especially for another turn, seeing as the fact that you're going first, which is really where you want to have Sarisa, right? This is the exact basically position that you want it to be in. So you can tell there's a little bit of thought here on how it's going to go. A big choice to make because the Enchanted Knight is a good play. Enchanted Knight being a fantastic follower, having ward himself and then drawing cards based on number of ward followers. By holding Sarisa, that tells us that he wants to maybe enhance it later on. The enhanced Sarisa is still amazing as it can re-summon the Amble, who will then proc this effect. Right, and also leaving up 2 wards on this turn and going face rather than trading in means that you are one, I guess, countdown closer to Anvelt being summoned. So overall, just going for a slightly different line of play, and Sarisa is going to be valuable, like you said, pretty much the whole game. Psy had the perfect answer with the Lady of the Lands, so if he had gone for the Sarisa, it would have been easily answered. So great heads up from KSLBD, you know, deck lists are open, you know your opponent's playing it, showing some respect to it. But now we're seeing Psy with the turn 4 Ramiel for Swordcraft. It's very, very powerful.
For the end is near.
Yeah, that's going to be nice. I mean, you know, dealing with the aggression going first, especially with the Anvelt being advanced so quickly and so many cards still being available from KSLVD because of that Enchanted Knight, being able to kind of even up the pacing there, especially also with just the fact that you get that nice 4/4 that won't be hit by, for example, Anvelt's damage if it does last that long. It's a great play. Yeah, we're also seeing KSLBD have pretty much all the tools that you want as the Ward Haven. You have the early Ambuild, the Ra in the mid game. Ra is fantastic because this turn he's not going to do any damage, but he has just great stats. And then now that you played him, you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game, but the damage will always be there. And on top of that, he even has the Wilbert for next turn if he wants to just get that effect online. Yeah, I mean, just on top of everything, like you said, Raw, it sets it up, but it's not like you lose anything because A, you're playing a ward follower, and then B, it's just perfectly statted, right? 5/5/5. So everything about it's good. It got to clear out the Remiel. It got to put a little annoying ward on board, which there's definitely going to be ways to clear, but it's still going to be so damaging that you're going to have to commit something big to it.
I like looking at Sai's expression here. He seems very animated, which is great. We don't usually get to see this. Where he's doing like his little calculations in the head, thinking ahead of the couple next turns. Again, really appreciate that we can see the players on the broadcast. Really adds a lot.
All right, going to choose... What? That looked like that was the... Kagamitsu. It was the Kagamitsu.
Yeah, so with the boots, you can play Kagamitsu for 0, trade it in. Does no damage, but you'll still get your free Kagamitsu next turn. This is pretty good because Ambuild goes to 1 here, and if KSW plays any wards, then it's gonna proc, and then there won't be any value out of the board clear. And he's Ward Haven. His deck is, wards. Like, if he doesn't play a ward, then he's just giving up his turn, right?
Right. So it looks like it's going to go for the game plan. I mean, Anvelt still does do a little bit of damage to face, but it does look like it's going to go for the game plan where it's like, okay, well, Anvelt's going to do 2 damage to face. It's going to still be a 5/6 ward, and now if you swing into the 5/6 ward, you're going to be taking damage yourself. And the damage is already added up pretty significantly. I mean, it doesn't seem like it has, but the fact that Wilbert's out now means that 15 life is not that much. And Raw, both of the effects are going already.
The damage really adds up when you combine everything together. And the Anvelt, even if he didn't clear the board, he was still essentially like a 1/5/6 board. And now he can be resummoned by the Sarisa whenever he wants. So, great play from Sai to, set up the Kagamitsu, deny the Anvelt value. But KSLBZ just setting up all his leader effects. Again, we have Raw activated, Wilbur effect activated. So, I think it's still in a good spot. This looks like a Sarisa enhance for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if there's one time to bring it back, this would be it right now. Beautiful clear here. Plus, just setting up even more wards you got to swing into. And this is going to be tough. This is really the toughest spot to try to get over. And you see that just a little bit of damage even from Anvil that adds up. 4 face damage, the 2 from the Raw, that's 4, then 2 from the earlier Anvil, that's 6. And then it's just like slowly more and more. And now there's wards that you got to swing into.
Yeah, but it's not just that. The Sarisa still has her powerful effect. She has the shield, and with 3 wards on the board, if you ignore the Sarisa to deal with the rest of the board, she's going to end the game. So she demands an answer in the form of the Resolve. Sai has a lot of cards in hand, but not a lot of life to work with, so we'll likely see him try and get some back with either Ariete or the World, and the World's going to be his play for the moment.
Yep, I mean, can't go wrong with that. And plus leaving up a little ward of his own. Oh, and hard drew the Anvil. That's
Anvil, yeah. You can also just play it for 7. It's not like it's bad. Although its effect does not deal damage to the Ramiel.
Yeah, of course you could trade in twice and then use it, but that would be a weird, awkward, not really efficient play.
Might be a turn to just get card draw for the Enchanted Knight. It really scales with your followers on the board, and having the 2 Cavaliers off of the Wilbur means that it's already drawing 3 cards. A good amount of card draw if he wants that. Because you really want to hold out your cards for the late game. You're protecting against, your own world, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you could just build out, like, a big board here of... just use the... I can't remember what the 1/1 is called.
The Sacred Stone Apostle.
Thank you. So, yeah. Sacred Stone Apostle, for the Enhanced, gets a double... Oh, Enchanted Knight just for 2.
Yeah, even if he's going to play the Apostle on 5, I think getting the card draw first is actually better because you don't want to overdraw, and if he drew something else, it might influence what his play is, so I think this is fine.
Yeah, that is true. You would get up to exactly 9, and you'd also beat board locking, so there'd be no chance to play anything that you drew. So this is nice.
He still has an Evo. Is he going to Axel the Anvil at this late in the game?
Interesting. That
with
is
already 3 wards, make that 4 wards on the board. I guess the Anvil's going to be pretty quick.
Yeah, that's still just that still feels a little interesting in the fact that it's going to take up that board space for that long. But I mean, so far it's looking like it's going to be pretty tough to get through this anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he just has to build a wall, and then his effects will just do all the damage. There is the Samurai that can prevent the Wilbur damage, but Samurai, for 5 play points, a big commitment. Even if Sword can do all these cool things, Commit 5 flames to your knight. Is that good enough?
Yeah, well, there doesn't look like there's any really good answer for the samurai if the samurai does come into play, just because the Anvelt already was accelerated. If you kept it in hand, could it be an instant answer?
Yeah,
but
I do like playing Aliaska for 4 and then Samurai for 5. That's all play points. Get the free Evo, get the protection so you can swing this turn and not take the Wilbur damage.
Looks like that might be... Oh, okay, going for...
And see the Ariette instead going for the life gain right away. Honestly, I mean, at 9, he was still pretty kind of low, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, he can play the weapon right now, which is perhaps why he opted for this line of play instead, right? You don't want to attack those little wards. Like, they might just be 1/2s or 2/2s, but they'll still get damage from the Wilbur effect.
Yeah, and this is going to be 4 damage altogether just from swinging into these. And that's tough, even from these little 1/2s.
Yeah, so Ra is doing 4 damage already. The Sniper is another way to do damage, although it's only going to do 1 to the face, but hey, that 1 damage could be the difference. Plus, it has a very powerful Evo effect. Can banish a follower with 3 or less health.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the turn for that, though. I don't really know. I mean, maybe... I don't know. This is actually a little bit of a weird turn. This is one of those situations where you find too many of the worlds in your hand without ever taking damage, and there's a big board, so you can't take damage.
Right, like KSLB has to pretty much just live. It's more than likely if he gets to next turn, he will win, based on, double raw damage and world. But his worlds are not activated, and he's facing down a spooky sword board. While he has an Evo and a Sniper, like, the rest of his hand isn't necessarily great at answering the board. He could just lose through that powerful sword board.
Well, I guess you just fill it with as many wards as possible, right? You're not really going to get all that much else going. Maybe try to make it so that they can't trade off the Exterminus weapon, so that you can't get that extra damage.
Yeah, it's a good point. And the Barong can't be answered by like a resolve, so it might be enough to buy some time for him. But yeah, I mean, it's just not like enough to fully clear. We'll see if Sai can figure out a way to get lethal this turn. He does have to get to 3 wards, and if he attacks 3 of them, he would lose, but he has resolve available.
Yeah.
So the cat is not even activated, so I don't think he could do 20 damage.
Well, you'd need to trade one thing into the Barong anyway. Do you know how far Cat is?
It's at 8 currently, so if he trades, like, say, the Ariette, he goes to 9, it still wouldn't be activated.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe one more would have been a huge deal, but... I mean, yeah.
Well, he gets a Lady of the Land that does get Storm, and you get 5 play points back, which would be enough to play a Samurai alongside with it. But yeah, I don't think that's enough to do 20 damage, right?
No. Not 20, right? Right?
Yeah, I mean, he's got damage on the board, or, stats on the board, but the fact that KSLB got this far at 20 life, it's kind of difficult for Sai here. We are going to see a Samurai. Samurai first means that the play will likely be something else, and he's looking at Kagemitsu, it seems.
How?
Okay, so he has protection. He's not going to take Wilbur damage because of Samurai. He can then clear the Barong and push 13 face damage. Now, the Samurai protects him from the World and Ra. And KSLB does not currently have a good answer to it.
Wow, yeah, I don't actually think he can answer it at all.
Well, he could play his own world, and then if that draws him, like, say, a scripture or something like that, then it would be enough to do it. Or like a holy counterattack. I don't know if he's actually playing that, but a lot of people are.
Yeah, it's... I think it has to be the world...
Triple scripture, so it would have to be a scripture, basically.
Or actually, at the end of the turn, what activates first? Would the Anvil activate first, and then it would deal then the Raw? Or I didn't even think about that with the ward, right?
Yes, because the Anvil effect kills the Samurai if it once it procs, right?
Right, but if Anvil activates first, then Raw would win, right? That would just be guaranteed as long as you put out 1 ward. But if Raw activates first, then you would lose. So I don't know which end of turn ability activates first.
Okay, so Raw is a leader effect, while Amble is a board follower that gets discounted at the end of the turn, right?
Right.
Well, clock is ticking. We're about to find out in half a second. I wonder if he's thinking about that too, you know? It's like the little intricacies of Shadowverse that sometimes knowing how the game functions at that deep level can make the entire difference.
Yep, well, I guess we're gonna find out, right? Let's see.
Okay, so Ra happens first and then Amble.
Okay.
And it looks like he knew that because he was not surprised at all by that.
Yeah. That was huge. That was a huge amount of damage blocked. Not only did Ra activate first, but also the Zelganea effect. But
okay, so does Sai have lethal? He does have Kogmitsu, which is getting 9. He's got a cat. But if he has to attack 2 wards, he just loses to that.
Oh. And is there even anything in hand that can draw out of this?
No, I don't see it.
Yeah, me neither.
Man, you just get to this point where it's like, okay, well, I have to attack to go for game, but if I attack, then I lose to Wilbert. And if he passes, well, he just super, gets destroyed by the world, Raw, and everything else. I mean, KSLBD had pretty much everything you want for Wardhaven. The early Ambelt, the round 5, Wilbert on 6. And although the late game might have been like a little bit weird, he made just enough plays to stay alive. And we see the Yukari pay off in the end, getting that protection and the heal, ensuring that he doesn't lose to his own world effect, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only reason why that ended up even being weird was just because Sai had such good counters to the game plan. But overall, yeah, I agree. That's exactly what Wardhaven wants to do. And it showed it off in its first full game on broadcast here at the Contenders Cup. And you can see exactly how annoying that deck is to fight sometimes when you're like, I have lethal, but I can't lethal.
Yeah, Sai just, attacking to the Wilbur, he knew it. Although I did like his play where he played around the Ambel instead of the Kogmitsu. Pretty solid stuff. But KSLB is going to take the lead early on in the set, move up to a 1-0.
Yeah, and I'm really glad I got to learn that the timing on how those effects all go off, because that's huge. That's like a matchup-changing difference, right? With how common Anvelt is, the fact that you can bring him back, the fact that you can have him in hand, that's a big deal.
Yeah. Now we're going to see an artifact mirror match. We'll see Sai is playing the Archaeologist. We'll see if that puts in work. I gotta say, I personally like Cornelia way better. But Archaeologist was a big part of Artifact in the past. It's not like he's a bad card. Getting more paradigm shifts and an artifact at the same time is kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the value overall is. Oh, I mean, it's hard to say, but generally the value overall is Camellia, right? Is the winner there? But I don't know. I've seen different numbers of each run still. And it's probably just one of those things that's going to have to even out a little bit later as the expansion progresses.
Yeah, at this point, it might just come down to player preference. We're going to see Sai start with the Ilganu, which is, pretty great opener. Although, it's KSLB that has the Modesty. And, if there's one card that I would say that is, key, it's going to be the Modesty here.
Yeah, well, there's a perfect curve in Sai's hand, so that's definitely nice. Especially going first. But yeah, the Modesty is huge in the mirror. I mean, it's huge in every matchup, basically.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Just the fact that it brings so much value to the table. But especially, in the more board-based matchups, where it means that you can end up winning on board, that is huge.
So Sai only has 1 paradigm shift so far, but with the Archaeologist and the Artisan in hand, he could generate 2 more. He had a great curve, like you said, just playing on curve. Probably going to just go aggressive here, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it would make a lot of sense to at this point, especially going first. But I don't know. This is always a really difficult matchup. We've talked about how Artifact is tough to play. It's very, very difficult to play because you constantly have to look at your different lines of play and decide, what play style you want to play. But imagine if you have to do that, but then also for your opponent, in the mirror matchup where you're not 100% sure on what they have. That makes it so much more difficult. and just the way that each different playstyle matches up against each other. It's one of the most interesting mirrors for sure, but so difficult to play.
Yeah, the fact that, you know, both players are playing the same deck and it's so flexible probably goes down to playstyle, right? Like, do you want to go aggressive against Artifact? Well, they can heal. They can go Keen Edge and stall it out. Do you want to wait and play more combo based because, you know, there's Ilganu and try and get that big combo set up? Do you want to stall for like the Modesty, the Colony, the World? This could go either way, but it looks like, you know, from going first and his opening hand, Sai's taking the aggressive stand here.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like a pretty good call. It's always, of course, nice to when you're playing Artifact, to go for an aggressive strategy when you have the paradigm shift, I guess, creators also, who also happen to be, you know, within this right here. You know, we get to see two different creators right within the board right now, so that, you know, once this board gets cleared, then you just have paradigm shifts to back it up, and it's not like you're just gonna run out of steam.
Yeah, with the Analyzing plus Cornelia and maybe in the Archaeologist, those paradigm shifts should get low and be able to be played. And if you want damage, paradigm shift can just become damage. There's also Lucille in the deck, then give you Storm with the Radiant. But, you know, it's, again, KSLB has Modesty, although he's not playing it on curve. Opting instead to go with his own Archaeologist, gonna clear 2 followers and generate yet another paradigm shift.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like maybe he just didn't want to have to take that much damage from the whole board, and maybe wants to get a little bit closer to, if things start getting sketchy, to having paradigm shifts that are low enough to Keen Edge back to close to full.
I mean,
Plus, you know...
What I do like about the Archaeologist is that he both gives you a paradigm shift, but he's also summoning an artifact. So he's kind of doing like, you know exactly what you want. You want to get the paradigm shifts, but then you also want to get them discounted.
Right. And then it also discounts it like right there, you know, it's not like you have to like wait to see. It's just that extra removal, and just having 2 different options too to clear on an Evo turn is super nice.
Yeah, Sai's pushed a lot of damage so far and he maintains a good board. Now, there are paradigm shifts for KSLBD, and those can be turned to Keen Edge artifacts. With Evos, that could be, you know, potential 5 life each. So Sai has to find that sweet spot where he can try and push for lethal, you know, before that happens.
Yeah, but this is a difficult turn, trying to get enough clear on board. I mean, maybe it's the Modesty Evo into the Archaeologist, but even then, I mean, you know, you're just gonna maybe ping off 1 more. Are we just at 1 for Modesty?
Yeah, it feels pretty awkward for KSLBD. You know, he can maybe only clear 2 followers at best. And the Modesty doesn't even survive because the Archaeologist does have 6 attack.
Oh, and ping the 1-2! The 1 in 4 to not actually take anything off board.
You know, that might actually not be that bad because now Sai doesn't really have the board space to work with.
That is true, actually. And also considering what's in hand, everything in hand creates multiple things. Unless maybe you just want to raw paradigm shift this turn. I mean, I know that's super awkward, but it's damage.
Like yeah. Now, I wonder if he's gonna Evil the Face. Or he's gonna just hold on to it.
Looks like just holding on to it.
I know there is the potential for, you know, life gain for KSLBD, but it's really not that much. His paradigm shifts are pretty expensive. If he plays 1 paradigm shift to Evo, I guess he only has 1 follower, and again, like, while Sai has a great board, those guys only have 1 attack. But then again, KSLB is at 6, so he doesn't need that much more damage to close him out.
Yeah, I actually don't think there's any way to win this, right? You've got 1 Evo, so you're the maximum clear that you can, or I guess not lose, this is what I should say. The maximum clear that you have is going to be probably the Lucille. Or, I mean, because if you Keen Edge Evo,
Keen
that's
Edge gets
5.
you the most life back, and then Modesty takes up another 1. So, yeah, there's just too much damage, right? It's actually just too much damage on the board. Gonna copy the Ancient Artifact. Like, this would be great if he could follow it up with Paradigm Shift right away, but he just might not get to live another turn the way this is going.
Yeah, so let's see. With this going down, they're going to be at 4 apiece. So you could just paradigm shift after this, and then get double airstrike, and then trade them into the 3 ward, and that would be it.
You can see Sai doing the math. you know, double check it, make sure his calculator is alright, but that should be just, you know, pretty easy lethal. His early aggression just curbing out the Ilgan news, just, you know, 1-1s, but means that he never floated a play point. That 1 damage to the face kept adding up. Okay, all he has to do is do double paradigm shift trade, and that's it.
Yeah, and looks like it's been found pretty simple, and that is going to tie it up 1-1. But again, we see Ilgano as the MVP. We've seen Ilgano be an MVP in every single aspect of the card, right? The fact that it's a 1-1-for-1 that just keeps coming back, and it's so tough to deal with. It just sticks around. We saw that perfectly in this game. We've seen it be able to get lethal through, you know, it being, you know, the card that it gets, the Wretched Tryst. We've seen its Evo be able to clear things that normally they wouldn't be able to clear because of the -1/-1. Every piece of that card is incredible.
Yeah, Ilganu really, really strong. I graded it into the deck. I was hyping up Modesty that game, but it like didn't matter at all because before it could even be relevant, Sai was already closing the game out.
Yeah, and also just not quite enough artifacts for the Modesty to be super scary. But, you know, we're going from one mirror into another mirror here, as we're now going to see the Evo Sword Mirror for the first time today, I think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, weird.
Okay, so we have Sai, looking like he's going to keep Ramiel, Amelia, and the world. Guess he'll be taking his sweet time. Can learn a lot from the players, from the little things they do, you know, like the way they emote, the players that take their time, run out the clock, things like that.
Or confidence in plays, you know, the ways that they don't take time, and you're like, wow, they really 100% knew exactly what to do there. They didn't even have to think about it.
Got a couple of Kagemitsus for KSLBD, who's going second. Sometimes you can play a turn 1 Kagemitsu and it can just make the opponent's life super awkward. It's one of those things that's really hard to know when it's appropriate to do so, and KSLBD is going to opt to not do so.
Yeah, I've been trying to learn the deck better and just playing it on ranked, and I pretty much throw it out every single time I can just to kind of test the limits of it, and I have no idea still.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It can be really, really good sometimes. And then sometimes it doesn't do anything and you're like, well, I love Kagemitsu, right?
Yeah, and then you're just short of the resources that you need to win. So it's not an easy call at all. But we're not going to see that. We're going to see turn 3. Play it safer.
Yeah, Sai's hand is honestly a little bit awkward. While Amelia will be fantastic on 5. I mean, I guess he drew later lands, because otherwise he's going to have to pass this turn. But if you play the lady, it just gets answered by Kagemitsu. And if you don't play it, you're just, you know, forfeiting your turn, basically. He's definitely not going to resolve that 1-1.
Honestly, maybe at this point, it would have been better just to pass and not let the Kagemitsu swing, but maybe not. I mean, it's not getting super buff, right? It would still trade.
Yeah, I mean, you got to deal with Kagemitsu at some point anyway, so I think it's fine. Like, the early Kagemitsus are not that scary. They're just, you know, extra rally count and extra Evo count. But it's those late game Kagemitsus that can completely take over the game.
Yeah, especially when they're sitting behind something with ward, being protected or something like that. But now is a weird decision for what to do on this turn, because the second Kagemitsu is super awkward to play right here, because you can't trade them both in, obviously. And so we're just going to see a not manually evote.
Yeah, so the Not is important here because he gets to generate the Tyrannosaurus in the hand. But Not has 6 attack. That means that if Sai wants to play Amelia, which, you know, is always going to be his best play, Amelia's going to have to crash into the Not and be answered. So I like it from KSLBD. Just set it up for future turns.
Yeah, and I mean, just another aspect that we actually haven't seen, I think, today so far from Not is the fact that, you know, you see it get its free Evo for 6 very often because that's super cheap for what it does. But also, I mean, it's still like a 4-drop. It's like a really solid 4-drop by itself that you can manually Evo. So it's got a lot of flexibility in there too.
Oh yeah, like it's still, you know, deals 3 damage at the end of the turn. It still generates her spell, and her spell is really powerful.
Yeah. I mean, just the fact that it doesn't auto clear the whole board basically. But okay, so Steadfast Samurai, super good card in the mirror.
Yeah, it's nice too because it, you know, doesn't get answered by the Kagemitsu. But again, we've seen this play multiple times where Not is going to show up and then give Kagemitsu targets if he wants to hit him. Although, pretty good, right? Or good enough, I should say.
Oh,
They're gonna
interesting.
evo the knight to give Kagemitsu a +1/+1.
Yeah, that is.
And
Yep.
this way, Knight fully clears at the end of the turn. He gets a really powerful board out of that, and he did get good value out of that Kagemitsu.
Yeah, that is now super scary. And of course, what can answer a great not board but not. It's not.
Another one. I really like her animations. The way she like cubes people is really, really cool.
Yeah, I agree. It's super sick. It's like, I don't even know what you would call it, you know, like that kind of ability. But
I say she cubed them. Yeah, I don't know.
Cubed them? Yeah. I mean, that's a good description of it, but she like turns them into pixels. I don't know, but
so with the Evo on the Knight, going to answer. You're just seeing a nice back and forth, nothing too crazy. One thing that is pretty relevant in this matchup is that Sai went first, and if we're just going back and forth here on, you know, sword board against sword board, the combo on turn 10 might be the one that decides the fate of the game.
yeah, and there's no Archangel of Revelation random 25 health to stop that. I'm gonna remember that forever and reference it constantly.
Yeah, although we see Sai has 2 worlds in hand, and if he's only playing 2 worlds, which I want to say most people are, I can actually tell you right now. Sai has... No, he has 3 worlds. Okay, so by playing triple world, you ensure that you get the best chance to get the combo 10. If you only play 2, then, you know, he would lose access to that.
Yeah, but then of course you draw 3 anyway, because that's...
It happens, yeah.
That's good. But yeah, clearly that call, if it does come down to it, is going to pay off.
Yeah, like I said, we're just seeing, you know, trade for trade, like Amelia for Amelia, not for not.
Yeah, this is a matchup that, in my experience, like you need some sort of like really big heads up, otherwise it does tend to go like this, where you just trade tools, you know, like an early steadfast samurai with no answers to it that just lets you value, I guess, not trade over the board, but just get so much value and just win over on board states, or like somebody completely missing some tool. But when they've got stuff like this, I mean, it's so hard to break through sword as sword.
Yeah, like there are some plays that can give you an edge if you get like a good Kagemitsu mirror image, a good Aliaska weapon, a good samurai, like you're saying. But right now we're just, you know, going back and forth. Both players are nice, utilizing both of their swordcraft tools. We are going to see a weapon generator here.
Alright, that's going to be down to 0 cost. Ooh, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, not too surprising either, right?
Yeah. Just didn't have an exact count. Still 1 Evo point left too, so that's nice to see.
Oh yeah, that could be very relevant, as we saw earlier in the day. The Asher Cloud manually won Kagemitsu for the Wildcat play. That was so cool.
What a great game in general that was. That was like, that was like getting over the 25 health. With like it has been a great day. I mean, I'm not surprised then, but I'm extremely happy that all these matches are as good as they seem like they were going to be, or as they should be with this caliber of player.
Interesting play from KSLBC. Given the Aliaska not 1 but 2 boots, just to empty out the hand and then get no board left on his own. So we'll see. Yeah, you see Sai looks a bit confused. He's like, okay, well, what do I do now, right? You expect your turn to be like, okay, well, I have to answer my opponent's board, right? But opponent has no board, so what is he going to do?
You just got to build the best you can. And for the KSLB turn... Yeah.
If you play Nana, you give them a board and you get an answer.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, that's right. If you want to clear a board, just make it, right? Create your own problems that have great solutions. But just looking back at the KSLVD turn, I would have to assume that means that his next turn is set up to be Amelia, and that Amelia would overdraw if both boots didn't go out. Otherwise, I feel like it would be pretty safe to save 1 boots, right?
Yeah, the boots ends up being just not that relevant. We're going to see a world from Sai just to go back to 20. Notice he has the second one in hand. It was an awkward turn that KSLBD put Sai in. And I guess he's just going to make the best board he can. Work on the rally count still. Looks like he might want to hold him to a shield phalanx. He's currently at rally 13, so he's like very close to just get an amazing value out of it.
Yeah, but then also, oh wow, gonna play the Kagemitsu. Just hard play the Kagemitsu. That's a really interesting choice.
I think that's like solely for the rally count. I think it just has to be.
I would have to assume so too. I mean, if your shield phalanx is super close, but still, I mean, it doesn't quite bring it there, so.
Well, what I'm looking at is next turn, Sai gets the world imbricated, and he's got 2 resolves in hand. That means he can use resolves to clear wards, and then use the card draw to find the Wildcat. Like the other competitors, he's playing 2 Wildcats in his deck, and 2 Wildcats, 3 worlds is like pretty much maximum combo consistency.
Yeah, that is true. And also maybe just the cognitive to play was just to get cards out of hand so that there wasn't any overdraw potentially, but I don't know exactly how that math works.
Well, you had boots from the thief, and then you natural draw and then resolve draw, so...
Right, so that could end up being overdraw.
If you overdrew the cat, that would be like the worst feeling ever.
Oh, that would be a terrible feeling. So, do you know, if you have it up already, is Sai also playing 2 copies of Wildcat?
Yeah, so Sai has double Wildcat, triple world.
Okay, I'm just going to assume everybody's playing 2 Wildcats from this point forward. But, I mean, it's, in situations like this, you can see exactly why. Where you just need a Wildcat, and you're pretty much guaranteeing yourself a win here.
Right, like, KSLB's best play is like, okay, do I just, like, make a ward? It's not really going to save him. Can try and clear the board, but... really, like, he has not too much to do. Going second, he would have needed... maybe a better mid-game to get through this. Now, the cat isn't there for Sai yet, and the samurai does prevent that damage. Although, it is a good resolve target.
Yeah, it's definitely going to get resolved.
It's drawn. There it is! Just like that, Sai is going to take game number 3 and move up to a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, and that's exactly... I mean, this is just like... basically exactly how Sword was supposed to play out for both sides, but when you have a mirror like that with such a hard kind of like a deadline win condition, then whoever's going first, and if you have what you need, then you're gonna have that sort of advantage.
Yeah, again, the mid and early game was like they were just trading back and forth pretty evenly. No player was able to get a lead, and because of that, it was gonna naturally favor Sai, who has access to the combo first.
Yeah, but that means Sai just needs one more win to be one more win away from Qualifying for Day 2. But KSLVD fighting for his potential tournament life here.
Yeah, if KSLVD or Sai lose the match, then they can no longer qualify to Day 2.
Yeah, and I mean, still great showing from both so far. Great showing from every single player here. I mean, the level of play overall has been great, like there's been nothing like, I mean, how many missed lethals have we seen on SVO? Hundreds, I feel like, but nothing at all here, I mean, there's been some choices that have just been choices by them, so it's, I guess not for sure wrong choices, but no mistakes.
Yeah, there's been some great actual lethals where I'm like, could there be lethal? And then they're like, do this and that, and then bam, surprise lethal, right? So
yeah, that's true.
Great day so far, some great Shadowverse action.
And we see Ilgano right off the bat, still gonna be one of the MVPs, and Ilgano came back. Look how good that card is.
Well, the card that may be the MVP of this match is the Mugnier. We saw in the past when auto aims, Lovers got mugged and she lost her last words. It really hurts the Shadowcraft player. I think as the Pearlcraft, KSLB will likely hold the Mugnier, and he'll likely find a good target for it.
Yeah, and in a game plan like Shadowcraft too, like if you stop like one part of it, you could potentially be just short of resources, like just short of shadows or just short of cards, because it is such a well-crafted deck that it pretty much gets exactly what it needs. But you prevent that one little like supply line, and it can be over.
Gonna see the rate show up here. So the early game for Sai, kind of slow. He just needs to draw cards, build shadows. That's pretty much it. And there's the Lovers. I mean, it's exactly what he wants to see for turn 5.
Yeah, and I gotta say, great mileage out of the... Why am I blanking all of a sudden? The 1-3.
The Gremory?
Gremory, yeah. Whoa. I totally forgot the name of Gremory out of the... It just disappeared out of the bottom of my head. But yeah, great mileage out of turn 2 Gremory, surprisingly. I mean, it is an annoying stat line. We don't see a whole lot of 1-3 wards for 2 in the current meta, but yeah, it worked really well.
You're going to see the Modesty come out for KSLBD. Going to get that leader effect established. Although he doesn't really have any paradigm shifts at the moment. But, the Ilganu has been good so far, and the Modesty leader effect is very strong. I like the play for him to just keep the Modesty as a 5-6. That way it's really hard to answer. it's really good because if Sai wants to play Lovers, which is more than likely his play, then there's no way he can answer the Modesty.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one downside of the Lovers is the inability to manually Evo it, which, I mean, is a good thing, I'd say. If it could easily trade over that, then that would be really annoying to deal with. But this is a great super smart play by KSLBD, finding that perfect moment to not only set up the Modesty leader effect, but to gain ground while doing it, which can often be pretty difficult, especially against aggressive decks like Shadow.
And, for as flexible as these top decks can be, sometimes they're very predictable, right? We saw the last game, you're like, oh, you want to play Amelie on 5, I'm going to set up a non-limit 6 attack. And this game, it's like, I know you want to play Lovers on 5, I want to make it so it's super awkward for you.
They still did manage to build a nice board. And the really annoying thing about these 1/1s is that they, there's not going to be a lot of damage coming out of the Modesty effect, but they still can tank it.
Yeah, plus, it's still shadows, although Lovers gives you a lot of shadows. If he wasn't going to go over the Lovers, then this is still a comparable amount of shadows, I want to say.
Yeah, similar. Plus, it's, it's scary here on board. It does lead to a lot of damage, and as we've seen from Shadow, it's just going to do so much damage from hand.
Yeah, now, that is a board that Ilganu Evil would be so strong against if KSLBD, wants to go with that line. But instead, he's going to start with the artifacts, doesn't to get more of them destroyed. Although, again, no actual paradigm shifts in the hand just yet.
Yeah, I mean, at least there is a Modesty and some artifacts and some stuff to hold it together, but no paradigm shifts is really, really scary, especially if some damage starts to add up and you don't have the ability to heal.
Right, like in the mid to late game, the way you get the Modesty to do more damage is because you have paradigm shift, and all of those artifacts have different names than your basic ones. But if you don't have access to those, it's going to be difficult to get that Modesty damage up there. And then his other cards, like the Scan, the Cornelia, the Lucille, they all get like a bit worse, basically.
All right, so now this is a little bit more awkward of a board to clear.
Okay, well, there's one paradigm shift. Got to start somewhere.
And the Ancient Artifact, so I assume that's going to be swinging into the Lich, and then we're going to see the Evo, maybe? Maybe not.
Yeah, he's definitely setting up for an Ilganu Evo, it seems like. 4 followers, still very powerful. Plus, again, she gets the stats, which means it's easier to proc her effect the next time you summon her.
Yeah,
he's getting close to Gremory. I think he's doing the math in his head. He's like, okay, if I get Gremory like turn 8, can I, win off of that?
Yeah, definitely not possible for 7 at this point, but very easily could. On 8, no questions about that. And we are going to see the Ancient Artifacts. That's going to be going for the full clear then.
Yeah, maybe he plays another Ilganu, or another 1-player artifact from the Scan. I actually like this better because he's so far away from getting Scan to, give you the 6 so that they're free. So he's going to play and just get another one, at least get that existing paradigm shift a bit cheaper.
Yeah, and then of course the fact that it's analyzing means you're going to draw something else off of it, which might get you, more paradigm shifts or just something else that you need. But good board built. They're a decent little board built, I guess I should say, while clearing. Use minimum resources.
Yeah, at this point, pretty much no matter what side does, as long as he doesn't spend shadows this turn, he should get a Gremory invoke on the next. He never played the Lovers. I don't know if that's because he fears the Mugnir or he just feels like he doesn't need it. At this point, he got this far without it. I think he just better to avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, but also there's not a whole lot of other super strong options, right? I mean, you can... The Bone Nanza doesn't bring anything back at this point, does it? Anything good?
Yeah, it brings back He Once Rocked. And...
Oh, okay, I didn't see the He Once Rocked, then never mind.
It's not bad, right?
yeah, no, it's never bad. I mean, that's the stickiest thing you can get, so that's an option, then. Yeah, I totally missed the
He's going to be the play. So even though He Once Rocked might get silenced and lose his reanimate effect, hey, he still pushed 5 face damage. And depending on how Sai draws next turn with the Gremory, he might be looking at potential lethal.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage, plus the fact that you'd be making them commit to the Meunier. And then if you do that, then if you see 1, then Lovers is that much less risky if you have to play it a little bit later on, right?
Yeah, so if the Heal's Rock is not silenced and is destroyed, it is going to reanimate Lovers, actually.
Which, hey, I mean, that's not really, I mean, obviously it's not being super aggressive, but it gets you a lot of cards, so that's an option.
Yeah, I mean, his next turn could be like Fatal Order, Necro Impulse to get back, you know, his play points, and then maybe play another Fatal Order to get another Humans Rocked. Like, he can get a lot of surprise damage.
Yeah, well, that's the name of the game here for Shadow. I'll do that a lot today. I'm going to stop using that term. But that means we are going to have the ability to get the Wretched Tryst.
Like, I don't know if KSLBD feels threatened enough that, like, does he think he needs to get life back, or does he think he's safe? Because he has the option to go Keen Edge, even Evoid if he really wanted to, and, like, you know, get out of range of potential lethal, but I don't know if he's gonna opt for that play, because at 13 life, he might feel safe. But whenever there's a Gramarye,
yeah,
a lot of damage behind that Gramarye.
Yeah, on a Gramarye turn, that's really scary. Okay, so that's another way.
He's not going to get the heal, but he is going to opt for at least a ward. Still pretty defensive. We'll see what Sai can do with it.
Alright, and there's Gramarye, of course. So
he's just missing the trio. The fact that there isn't a trio in his hand, and he doesn't have a trio that has been grow-righted, is going to make this a bit more awkward. But, you know, again, he does have a lot of really cool plays here. He can get multiple Heal Once Rocked on the board. He can get play points back with the Necro Impulse.
Yeah,
it's not an easy turn. This is not an easy turn at all.
The Barrier Artifact, too, is not going to be super easy to, I think, play over. Alright, so it looks like the answer is going to be first. Heal Once Rocked.
Okay, by giving it one attack, it's going to answer the Barrier. Oh, he's going to Evo the Gramarye.
Huh.
Wait, did he find lethal? I think he found lethal. Trade the ghost stuff, get another He Who Once Rocked. And that's going to be more than enough, just like that. Sai is going to take the game 3-1 over KSLBD. Wow, great show from Sai. Finding lethal through the ward and everything.
Yeah, yet again, another really cool lethal to find. I don't know how every time that there's like one hidden lethal, the players have been finding it.
As soon as the Gramarye gets invocated, the Shadow deck just gets wild. They can do so many cool plays. Power level goes through the roof, like instantly in one turn.
Yeah, I mean, Necro Impulse too, you know, I was talking it up earlier, and especially with the Gramarye, I mean, come on, that lets you do so much, and we saw a good example of that there, but that means that, unfortunately, KSLVD, I don't think can qualify for tomorrow anymore, but Sai needs to win one more.
Yeah, looking at some of the plays they had, it was actually down to the wire again with KSWD and Sai. Despite it being 3-1, we were looking at what the Portal Mirror match as well as the Sword Mirror match as well. One of the more notable things I noticed, Luis mentioned it very clearly, when you're playing up against that Sword Mirror match, if you're going first and having access to that combo, we saw specifically the World plus Regal Cat come through. Again, you have a pretty good shot at taking it down in that mirror match, right?
Yeah, they were just trading back and forth, and KSLB was not able to find any sort of lead. And in that back and forth game, it definitely favored Sai. And with his build for maximum consistency with triple world and 2 cats, not surprising that he found the combo on turn 10.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's also worth mentioning the fact that, you know, the call to bring 3 of the worlds was huge. I mean, had it been a 2-world list, there's a good chance that that would have been impossible because both are already in hand. I mean, I guess there was a 2/3 chance. And then that would have just been game in the other direction. Mm-hmm. So, you know, deck building is, of course, where it all starts. You can win and lose at that point, and that's where he won.
So big congrats to Sai, moving on with another victory under his belt. KSLVD, again, no longer in the running, unfortunately. But we're moving on quickly to our next match. It's going to be Shinchao versus EJ. In fact, we do have an interview with both of these players. Let's take a look really quickly.
Hi, this is TK Shinchao. I'm very excited to compete in the Contenders Cup, playing against the great players representing the West region. I've been busy with real-life responsibilities for the past few weeks and having not much time to prepare for Contenders. I'll try my best and hopefully get through day 1. Winning the Contenders Cup will be nice to have a flair since I never won an SVO before. I think every player competing in this Contenders Cup are great players, and they're going to be a big competition for me, absolutely.
Hello, I'm EJ from Team S5.
But EJ, congratulations, 2-0ing every single person, yeah!
I'm a software engineer living in Silicon Valley. My hobby time is playing games, anime, and doing sports around. Unfortunately, I cannot do sports during quarantine, so just play more Shadowverse. I'm eager and aiming to enter the WGP. It's a great honor as a Shadowverse player. You know, every year there are only 24 players from all over the world. I'll fight for it.
Again, as we previously mentioned, Shinsha and EJ going at it for the first time this Contenders Cup. I believe, again, they are sitting both at 1-1, if I'm not mistaken. EJ, we saw play earlier. Shinsha, this is going to be our first time seeing him up to bat. I do believe he has a very specific deck that these two wanted to talk about that we haven't seen throughout everybody else's deck list, right? And I believe that's Shop Rune.
Yeah, so Shinsha is one of the only players playing Shop Rune. Shop Rune, it's not anything that I personally like, but it's cool to see it here. It is different, and, it's still a real deck you have to keep in mind when, going against the ladder or the meta here in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it can definitely be a very, one-player game type deck, but it is not super common. And I was actually just mentioning it, it pops up in tournaments decently frequently, kind of every once in a while, I guess. But we've never seen it on the Shadowverse Open for the West. We've definitely seen it on the SEAO, but not here for whatever reason. So I don't know if we're going to get a chance to see it, or if that deck's already been played, or I don't know what. But currently, we see actually a really cool other deck that we haven't seen today.
Yes, sir.
OTK Portal.
I like that a lot. You see the score currently. Shinsha and EJ going at it. Shinsha down 1 game, but we still got plenty more Shadowverse to go.
Okay, so I'm seeing Shinsha looks like he ramped with the Ramiel, which is why there was probably no World Implicated this turn. And the OTK Portal can actually just win on turn 9 with the proper setup. There is no Ragna in the hand of Shinsha.
Yeah, the 3-piece are Ragna, the Homunculus, is that what it's called?
Homunculus.
Alright, the Homunculus, and Dimension Driver?
Dominator.
Was it?
Dimension Dominator.
Dominator, there we go. I knew it was Dimension was something else, but here's Zelganea, so definitely that plan did not work out within that time. You could hard play the Kaiser.
Yeah, Kaiser's kind of cool too. We've seen a bunch of artifacts, but this portal deck, Control Portal, Flow Portal, what are you going to call it, plays a little bit different, definitely more control-y. They have big combo potential and more control tools. You can see the Sloths, the Chantus, just things to really annoy your opponent.
Yeah, and it does have a goal to kind of get this particular OTK off, but it has a few different options for winning. However, you do get basically the free win on 10 also if you have the Awakened Ragna, but there's no Awakened Ragna in hand. So it's definitely the fact that that's not been drawn is unfortunate. And I mean, it's so tough too, because Kaiser, you could actually use Kaiser if there wasn't 10 play points right now. You could accelerate it to redraw your hand to potentially get an Awakened Ragna and then auto win. But
just look at EJ right now. He's just like, please.
I know. I mean, if I'm assuming is there a Wildcat in the hand? I'm assuming the Wildcat's
he's got
active.
I'm pretty sure they're activated. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the way that he's like got his face in his hands, I would just have to assume that this is lethal next turn.
Okay, so the Chantus actually does stop the extra wall damage, and he does Kaiser like he said for a new hand, and it does pick up the Ragna.
Oh, this is huge now.
No World Implicated. I guess he's only playing 2 in his deck.
Oh, that's rough. So the Wildcat, the best thing that it can get is the Evoed 4/2. That's It's not even close to enough, obviously. Is there any?
Does he play the retrieval spell to put the world back into the deck? Is that the combo? But it would work.
If it was not this turn, yeah. If it was last,
I already missed the timing for it. But I wonder if that's his reasoning behind that. Well, seems like a pretty interesting game now. But we see the Awakened Ragna in the hand of Shinsha, picking up from the Kaiser. Retreat. It's a pretty cool card. Kind of funny though.
Yeah, so this actually could be lethal next turn. The big question is, did we see the Dimension Dominator come out before we were here? I actually didn't see if there was a play point back.
Oh yeah, I'm actually not sure on that.
Yeah.
There's also the Samurai. Now Samurai King gets knifed by the initial Ragna 3 damage, but in this case it could also miss.
Yeah. So this is a tough one. Okay, so we're seeing the. Well, I guess you technically don't have to play it yet, right? So we could still see a pretty easy. If you're not worried about being lethal next turn.
Okay, well, it didn't hit the Samurai. You can tell he's not happy about that.
So then I would have to assume that if it did hit the Samurai, that would have been lethal. We're
assuming that he has the Dominator effect, yeah.
Right, yeah. But at this point, now you just can't do anything. Because
now that's his turn. So
yep.
Okay, but it's not like EJ has lethal either, does he?
I think it's literally impossible to lethal, right? Unless you had the world out. As far as I can figure, from 20.
He can get more stats. I could just get a bunch of stats out there.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, but now though, too, the problem is that even next turn, how do you? Well, no, actually, Boost Kicker.
Well, the thing is, you still have Samurai, so.
Well, yeah. So, okay. Again, though, here's the question: if you have Boost Kicker out, and if you have Boost Kicker, the Awakened Ragna thing out, and the Homunculus, what order do they go in? Why is it always so hard to figure that out? Because okay, so if Boost Kicker, because you'd play them all, you'd have like 6 points left. Boost Kicker would use his. And then if his went first, it would destroy the Steadfast Samurai, and then you'd be able to do the.
I want to say it should be in order of cards played at that point, because they're both just 2 followers on the board, and it would just go by order of cards played first, is what I'm assuming.
Then I think I'm pretty sure that if you use Boost Kicker and because then the Homunculus would have no play points if that's how that works. I don't know.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right, because then Boost Kicker would use the effect, the play points, right? So.
He's got box of.
Okay, well, you can Lococo's Teddy Bear the Samurai.
Yeah, there we go. Then that's just lethal, right?
Okay, yeah.
Why did I didn't even look at the easy one? I was just thinking too much about how complicated this was, and so that looks like that's going to be it, and that should tie up the set 2-2. Of course, the combo there, for those who don't know, is this is going to do. It's going to set the opponent's life to 2, and then the Homunculus does 2 damage. Afterwards, and that's it. That's all she wrote. It's the OTK. Normally you try to get that set up on turn 9, but I guess turn 12 works too.
Yeah, we saw that EJ could have had the cat ready, but the world did not show up. It would have been lethal for him, but it happens. You're going to draw your worlds, right? And the world is a fantastic card. You're usually happy to see it, but when you lose the combo piece, it might cost you the game, like we just saw there.
Yeah, but it's also tough too, if you want to run 3, sometimes you just draw too many worlds, and you get in those situations where they never trigger, and you just have dead cards in hand, and it's super unfortunate. But now, if this score does end up correct, of course, it's super difficult to figure out what the actual score is. Oh, we can see it right here, actually. So it's going to be Sword against Rune. So we are going to see the item shop.
Yeah, well, what a great way to finish off this series, showing the shop. We'll see if it pays off for Shinsha. Sword is one of those decks that can make those crazy boards that maybe the shop just can't deal with.
Yeah, it also, it runs 2 separate cards that, absorb damage, I guess, that can't be damaged by effects. And so if you end up getting these, it looks like connection issues, but we'll see how that plays out. But regardless, let's continue to talk about that matchup. So, if you get the Ramiels out, if you get the Aliaskas out, then they can eat up a lot of the damage of the item shop if there isn't actual direct ways to get rid of them, like I don't know, like Fire Embrace or something like that. So that could potentially be really annoying in the matchup, I guess. And then also, of course, there's Steadfast Samurai that could be an annoying little thing to get in the way. Plus, of course, it could just build the board fast enough. So I don't know what I don't know if I have an opinion on that matchup. Obviously, I very rarely get to see Item Shop played at a high level, if ever. But I could see there being some tough issues.
Yeah, Item Shop is one of those decks that is pretty hard to play optimally. Anybody can just throw the shop in and just hope that you get a good shop OTK on 7. But to play it at a high level, set it up, it is actually quite difficult. And we'll see if the Aliaska comes into that, like you're saying, because I've definitely had times where Aliaska's just there and he's just tanking all the hits. Is super funny. It might come down to that.
Super funny for one player, okay? Funny for the Aliaska player. The other person's like, I don't know what to do. But yeah, of course, that's what happens, right? You see the Item Shop and then somebody disconnects. No. Hopefully they can get that back connected, but I'm sad we didn't get to see that full set. I mean, that was a very cool last game. Honestly, that last deck that we saw, the OTK Portal, has been a big question mark for me overall. I know it's been successful, and there's a reason why we're seeing a few of them here today. And I've definitely played it a lot myself. Just seeing how good players manage to keep it consistent is a huge question for me, and I really hope we get to see more of it being played so that I can see that answer a little bit more. Because you get situations like we just saw. We saw him down to the very last cards in his deck, and he didn't get the combo until after he turned 10, right?
Yeah.
Well, we are queuing up once again between Shincha and EJ. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Shincha has his Shop Rune up on deck, the last deck he has. And EJ going with the Evo Sword. Here we go, the final game between these two here in round 3.
Yeah, so both these players should be 1-1 if I'm not mistaken. So similar situation as we just saw. The loser will no longer be able to qualify for day 2. And then the winner, it's one closer to making it to day 2.
Yeah, and this is another Game 5. I mean, we're seeing so many Game 5s. We're seeing so many super close sets. I mean, at the very least, we haven't seen any 3-0s so far. Which I'm glad to see, of course. Everybody's put up a super good fight. Even the 3-1s have felt like 3-2s.
Yeah, like those 3-1s could have gone either way if something goes a little bit different in those games, right?
Yeah, like just 1 point of damage or 1 card or anything. But I like them taking time right now, taking time to think. We've seen a lot of different paces from a lot of different players, seen their different play styles.
Yeah, again, these are the 16 best players of our region, which is now the West combined Pan America and Europe into one massive region. And this is the culmination of the entire year of Shadowverse Open battles, right?
Yeah, and so, no disappointing play, which is as I expected. And there we go. We see the little homie golem, Silent Laboratory. Don't get to see that in many decks except for Item Shop. It's like a creature without a creature.
A bit of a slow start, nothing too crazy. Shop, as a combo deck needs to find its card draw and its combo pieces. A well-played, well-oiled Shop can just instantly win the game at turn 7 with the proper setup for it.
Yeah, easier said than done, but also, turn 7 is really not super. I mean, as long as you can survive, turn 7's not that slow, really, when you think about it. Even turn 8, when we see a lot of decks trying to win on turn 10 even, or when we see decks like OTK Portal being like, yeah, look how fast they can win. They can OTK on turn 9. The idea of potentially winning on 7 without them being able to really do anything about it is huge.
Yeah, you can also play it slow with the Shop and play Shop on 7 to set up a turn 8 win. The issue here is that because Swordcraft has Resolve, you really can't risk that. So I don't think Chincha will play Shop until he can guarantee the victory in that turn.
Yeah, big risk against a few different decks. Or, you can even potentially set up some like a turn 8 Shop into more stuff because you have a few extra play points, or 1 extra play point I should say, to work with, which can of course then build into way more play points.
One card that I do like for Shop is the Embodiment of Kakaitis, new card from Stormora Reroll. It's pretty cool for Shop because the Shop has the restriction where you just can't play followers. But that spell is cool because it lets you get followers, and the followers they get are really powerful. Like the Sign of the Sire is a ridiculously overstated 4-drop, and Shop would really like that heal to get through the mid game.
Yeah, this is super off topic, but well, first of all, just gotta say, item shop has been drawn, which is a nice sign. But I ran into a deck on ranked that literally just tried to make that card and then reanimate it as much as possible. A shadow deck, hilarious deck. It was like there was like 40 healing over that game. Super funny, but that's definitely not the goal here. And I do love though how item shop like to cheat like followers essentially.
Yeah. I mean, some people are even playing Ramiel. Because if Ramiel's your only follower, you can get shop to a turn earlier, which is, even crazy. We're talking about how fast turn 7 is. Well, what if you can get your shop online on turn 6?
True. Yeah, and especially, you're not generally going to use your Evo points on too much, so you're pretty free for stuff like that. I mean, obviously, it's really only works.
Shincha was like, I don't want that hand, just tosses it away. But when he gets it's pretty good. He gets not one but 2 shops, some face damage, and 2 golems on the board. I think that was a pretty solid madcap for him.
How did he get the exact same set of cards that he had before? He had 2 of the Kakaitis. He drew the 3rd. He had 1 item shop, drew the 2nd and 3rd. He had 1 showers. What is it called?
Sudden showers.
Sudden showers. All right, I only know half of each card. And then he drew the 2nd and 3rd for the sudden showers. That's super random.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, right? We see EJ with the Ramiel. We're talking about the damage protection that Ramiel and Aliaska both share. So I wonder if because of that, EJ wants to hold on to those until, later where they may save them.
Yeah, and just a note about Shincha's hand. Really your enablers in item shop are 0 costs. And there's nothing even 1 cost in this hand. So it's not looking so far to be a super solid turn 8 win, or sorry, turn 7 win. But you could see shop on 7, and then if they have no answer, then shop on 8, and that gets to be kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, so usually the setup is mainly Traveler's Respite or Arcane Aether, since they both, cheat at the extra play point. Mm-hmm. And you need a chain of those into 1 play point, 2 play point ones. Which, as you're saying, they're not there for Shincha just yet. And again, the slower shop is an option, but there is the risk against the Swordcraft, so we'll see how he decides to play it out, because even though EJ might not have the resolve, Shincha might still have to respect it.
Right. But I mean, at least he's got 2, so if there's nothing on 7, then maybe you do that, but more than likely you're probably going to deal with some sort of threat. And this is a tough choice, definitely, in this deck. See, the insight's there, and you really want to get to a 0 cost spell, right? But you also want the insight to keep chaining while you have a play point and the shop up. So you want card draw, but you want to save insight. So what's really the answer? And the answer, I guess, is save insight.
There's the sign of the sire, but another Ramiel drawn for EJ. One thing that I do want to bring up is that, although Aliaska can survive the shop, it's not guaranteed. You can still die through it because the shop targets randomly. And it's not like EJ has been able to make boards that can win. He's not even close to being able to win off of the board. And if he's going to play for that turn 10, by then, shop has so much time to try and get their combo off.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, 0 damage push so far, which is exactly what item shop player wants to see at this point.
And even if there was a bit of damage, well, the Sign of the Sire would just, heal up and answer the board.
Yeah, and that's just a nice little safety net to have. Well, there's a 0 cost, so that's... I mean, what do you do here? Do you try to go off as much as possible? The Aliaska's up. This is super difficult. I mean, you have...
based on us knowing the hands, he could play shop and, he might be okay, but it's just far too risky, so I'm going to take the safer play, just Scion, get the full clear, stay at 20 life, not even get the heal, basically. And the more he waits, the easier it will be for him to get, a combo with the shop.
Yeah, honestly, I wonder if this is, you've got to clear for sure, but I wonder if you could just drop 2 Ramiels and make it really annoying. That sounds super annoying to get over.
Yeah, it's Ramiel is so interesting because she's great against the shop effect, but she still gets destroyed by Sudden Showers, Fire Embrace, things like that.
Yeah, it's just of course then that just takes more play point.
There isn't even Fire Embraces in Shincha's list, so really it's just Sudden Showers, and we've already seen him play a couple of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the cards we've seen all 3. So we saw 1 discarded, I think, and then we saw 1 in played and then 1 in hand. Or maybe the first one was played too, I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, EJ knows this, so thinking about it now, those Ramiels will be absolute key in keeping him alive. He needs to just figure out when is the optimal time to drop them. And if he waits too long, then maybe the shop would end the game before he gets to play them.
All right, well, it looks like we're starting off on the shop plan. I mean, there is a second in hand just in case.
Let's see if he gets a good chain of draws. He could win the game right now.
Already started
every
off.
card gives him a play point back, and then 2 random damage. So cards that generate cards that cost 0 play points, like Travis Respite, essentially netting him 3 play points. He just needs a bit of card draw, and he's got to do 16 damage, plus there's the Amelie on the board. I think he wants to hold the Sudden Showers in case he might need it for next turn, but he's going to just use it right now.
And that means that's the end of that turn, and not a huge amount of card draw available.
Oh, he burned the Ramiel, but I mean, surely this has to just be play 2 Ramiels and then just hold it down, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess so. You just play as much as you possibly can just to keep soaking up damage. I mean, you got to see at this point that there's... I mean, it's not looking super great for Shincha to be able to close it out. I mean, next turn he does get the item shop into Magic Missile, and things start to get kind of wild if the draw starts chaining.
I mean, so 3 Sudden Showers have been played, and there are no Embraces.
Yeah, so literally, I mean, there's an Evo point left, so I guess if you draw something like Silent Laboratory, or, I don't know, you have another one of the Kakaiduses, which we actually know that there is no more, I think. But I don't think that EJ knows that. But that would be the only way to get rid of 1, and that's only 1. So, I mean, yeah, I agree. It has to be double Ramiel turn.
If he wants to commit to the Ramiel, then yeah, it's play both of them, right?
Right.
Because he's holding the weapon, which means he's only going to play... Okay, he's going to Mirror Image the weapon, not play Ramiel this turn, and... I mean, the weapon gives him potentially... You know, like 8 damage, I guess. But then I don't see how he's doing 12 damage, even with the cat in hand.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is. This is a similar. Like, if you're gonna do 14 damage overall, and it's gonna get soaked into stuff, then I don't think you really mind. This, I guess, I understand. This is a more aggressive option for the Ramiel, if you're gonna have 2 things out anyway. And let's see how it goes.
Magic draw is with enough draws. This could be game.
Oh, it's all hit face so far. Let's see how many times it keeps hitting face. All right, miss.
Temptation. Like, getting the card draw of the temptation is massive. I think that has to be game. There's no way that it's not.
Yeah. Double insight.
That's gonna be it. Ramiel was not played as a shield. Shincha can get through the weapons, and then just playing a couple spells, gonna do more than enough damage. Looks like he's gonna take the serious 3-2.
Wow, and so yeah, the Ramiel actually would have been a huge difference because, not only was there just enough draw in general that the pings probably would have cleared off even without seeing that Evo, but Ramiel, we wouldn't have been able to see the any sort of burn, and we did see the burn help clear out the 14 life worth of stats, and there would have been 1 Ramiel left no matter what, because like I said, there's only 1 Evo point, there's only 1 way to clear it, so it was always going to be at least a 50-50 to ping face, and there was a lot of pings, so there still was a chance that would have been lethal, but definitely the line of play was a little bit less safe, and maybe you just got to risk it on that, right? Maybe you just got to say, you know what, I want to win next turn. If I lose, then I lose, but we saw how that played out.
Yeah, Shincha had not 1 shop, but 2 shops, and at that point, the damage is unreal, was just enough to take the game.
And I'm glad all that came to fruition, right? You guys are talking about the 2 decks you wanted to see the most from what Shincha had in his arsenal. You got to see full effect shop room. We got to see that control portal, the OTK portal. And coming from a deficit, right? We tuned into that game where Shincha was sitting at 1-2 against EJ, right? And then we heard from his pre-game interview. He's like, I had a couple of real life things come up, so I haven't really had the chance to practice or get myself ready for Contenders Cup. But here he is, as consistent as ever, right? He was currently 5th in the standings with about 47 points, and going through each and every one of these Shadowverse Opens, still remaining in that top cut as much as possible. So again, very, very impressive showing from Shincha. Not to take away from EJ, obviously playing as good as he could, right? It went down to the very, very last set.
Yeah, Shincha, we saw him top 8 multiple times across the year, and now he's, I believe, 2-1. So 1 more win for him in this next round would qualify him to day 2.
Yeah, and with such an interesting lineup that it's tough. We saw actually just win from both of those pretty unique decks, and not everybody is super geared to take those on, nor is everybody super experienced in them. I mean, I know personally myself, I didn't even hear about this like control/OTK portal until I think it was like a JCG, some Japanese tournament. I saw the results of it and I was like, what is this deck? This looks janky. And I'm like, oh, it was the leader out of Swiss. So I'm like, okay, maybe this is a real deck. And not a lot of people I think have had enough play experience against it, considering how weird it is.
And so as we are getting ready for the standings to check out where our players are currently positioned when it comes to making it into day 2, again, a lot of these matches, actually, I'm going to be very specific here. Some of these matches went down to the wire 3-2. Majority of them went 3-1. And we only had like about 2 clean sweeps. As to who they were, I would love to disclose that, hopefully, down the line as we get ready for these matches. Actually, I do want to talk about it. Just maybe one. Iyashi K played off against Auto Aim. Iyashi K swept it 3-0.
Interesting. So does that make Iyashi K now 2-1 also?
If I'm not mistaken, yeah, that is correct. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. This next round is going to be where things really are heated up, right? I mean, this is really the decider. We are going to have 2 people who are guaranteed after this round to be in the day 2 top 5, but we don't know who that is yet, of course. So I'm really excited to see who it's going to be. Of course, well, who was it up there? It was Azure Cloud, it was Frost, it was Osav, and Hishiro. So let's guess. Why don't we all guess before we see the standings?
Okay.
I'm guessing Asher Cloud. Just put my money on Asher Cloud.
Well, you gotta guess 2.
Let me give you one real quick. Or let me break it down for you before we get into the standings. Please don't show the standings yet. So Frost went against Osav. Hishiro went against Azure Cloud. So I want you guys to take a guess between Frost and Osav first.
Osav. I'm going Osav. I think Osav is has some weird unstoppable power.
Luis?
Frost, easy.
Okay. Don't show it yet. So Hishiro versus Azure Cloud now. Give me your guesses.
It's got to be Azure Cloud. I mean, Hishiro, I wouldn't be surprised if he still makes it, but Azure Cloud, man.
If I vote with my heart, it's Hishiro. I love Hishiro, such a cool guy, but I really don't know. That one's a toss-up for me. I'll vote Azure Cloud. He's just so favorited right now.
Okay, so both of those matchups went 3-1, and we'll take a look at the standings as to how it actually panned out. Take a look. Boom! There you go.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I weirdly, that's really interesting. Gosh, that is. That is really 2 upsets. I would definitely say that's 2 upsets, right, for our players going into tomorrow. Hishiro. It's hard to say that Hishiro against Azure Cloud is an upset, but Azure Cloud has just been so dominant this whole season that. It wasn't favored, right? So, but Osav though against Frost, that is definitely, I would say, an upset. Osav really proving himself and just showing how incredibly good he is, especially being one of the few players to not bring swords. So it means Hishiro and Osav are going to qualify for day 2, guaranteed.
Yeah, but there's 3 more players that we don't know who they are, and to find out, we're going to see another round of Swiss action.
Oh man, I'm super nervous for all these players. You guys do not want to miss it. Again, one of the biggest matches is about to go down in round 4, but it'll have to be after this break. But when we return, we will have Frost versus Azure Cloud. We'll see you soon.
Talk to you for hours, and we stay up all night. And when morning came, we'd make breakfast in bed. I don't know A picture of you. A picture of you. A picture of you. A picture of you. A picture of you.
The players can slowly start to see the finish line as we are going into round 4 here at Contenders Cup. My name is Vicious, back again with Luis the Panda and Wonder Chef. We're gearing up with Frost going up against Azure Cloud. Now, this is going to be pretty unpredictable, right? We see the lineup. Azure Cloud with Evo Sword, Burial Right Shadow, Artifact Portal, HSK Frost, the exact same lineup.
Yeah, these players were top of the standings at the end of the entire SVO season, and only one of them can make it to day 2.
Yeah, this is rough. I mean, this is a qualifying match. This is gigantic. You know, this is day 2 or go home. And both of these players are so good. So good. There's a reason why they're so high up in the rankings. And it's unfortunate that only one can move on, but this is definitely going to be, just because of the caliber of player, an amazing set.
And while we heard a lot about Azure Cloud, we've seen his interview, we've seen his gameplay right off the top of the show. We do also have Frost, again, time and time again, showing off incredible skill in Shadowverse. And we also have an interview with him as to how he prepared himself for Contenders Cup. Take a look.
Hello everyone, I'm Frost. I'm a competitive Shadowverse player for the team Hollow Sky Knights. I'm very excited to play in the Contenders Cup. I'm currently 3rd in the standings for SVO West, but I really want to prove myself as a player. Unfortunately, I don't have that much time to play because I work during the day, but yeah, I try to get as much practice as I can. What it would mean for me to win Contenders Cup, it would mean that all the practice and all the effort I put in as a Shadowverse player has paid off. It would be an honor for me to represent my province and my country in the Shadowverse community.
My name is Azure Cloud, and I have qualified for this year's Contenders Cup by being the 2nd highest league points earner in the West. I'm really excited to be competing at Contenders Cup this year. I miss the chance to hang out with all the players in real life. So it's just a combination of self-practice, scrimming against teammates, discussion between ourselves in order to prepare for Contenders. And I feel like we have been pretty well prepared in that regard. I am expecting to at least make it to the grand finals. What would it mean for me to win the World Grand Prix and the $1 million? Well, it will be life-changing.
Hearing those interviews again, it's so heartbreaking to only find out that one of these players are going to be making it into the top 5 scenario single elimination bracket happening tomorrow, but it has to be done, right? Either way, it's going to be Frost going up against Azure Cloud. You've seen the decks, you've seen the lineup, you've seen what both of these players are capable of. We're going to see who takes it over the other. Wonder Chef, Luis the Panda, as we queue up into this match, your thoughts before we get into it.
We've seen Azure Cloud had such an amazing run since Contenders last year. He's become such a great player, has really evolved his skill. But is this the end of his run? Frost has an amazing year as well, and Frost could be the one to stop Azure Cloud right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a super appropriate final match because both these players are so high level that it really isn't going to get much better than this, and I have no way of predicting who's going to win.
The nerves and the stakes definitely high here. Frost versus Azure Cloud in the final round here. This is going to be game number 1.
We know Hishiro is qualified for day 2, Osaf qualified for day 2. Who will join them? Will it be Azure Cloud or Frost?
Yeah, wow, I still can't believe that Hishiro and Osaf won both of those matches. Super interesting, but yeah, it sets up this tough situation here where now we're going to see who can make it, and we're going to start off with the Buried Right Shadow from Azure Cloud against Frost's Artifact Portal.
Yeah, I mean, these were the top players of pretty much the entire year. You know, based on the standings, you can see they had an amazing run the entire year, and it's not surprising to see Osaf and Hishiro qualify, but it's kind of sad that only Azure Cloud or Frost could join them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, especially, you know, like I said, Azure Cloud, the highest placing player from the West, or from the current West region at World Grand Prix last year, I believe, getting 5th place, which is extremely impressive amongst that level of competition. And so, you know, not being able to even try again the next year would be heartbreaking.
Yeah, think of it this way, like for these players, they played the entire year since January, right? All leading up to this moment, this very game, next couple against the Shadowverse we're playing. Everything on the line here. So much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about tournament life, but this is really their season life, you know?
Yeah.
This game determines whether or not they can keep playing within the season. So, yeah, it hurts. But you know what? They're both amazing players, so this is just where it all comes down to it, right? And we're seeing this Skeleton Dreamer come out.
Yeah, kind of a slow game to start, but I do see, again, really key in this matchup. Frost has not one, but 2 Mugnirs in the hand. That effect is very powerful. He also has the Modesty and Cornelia. Going second, he can choose to Evo whichever one he prefers on turn 4. As well as pretty good early game with not one, but 2 Paradigm Shift generators.
Yeah, this is pretty much the hand that you want to see as an Artifact Portal player, but I mean, it's going to be difficult to deal with the boards from Shadow if they do manage to pop off.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, today we've seen a lot of Shadow, and I think the majority of time we've not seen the shadow pop off. We have seen, I think from Astro Cloud, that like, okay, you got turn 7 or turn 8 memory and then bam, game was over, right? But we've also seen it like not get there or get there and then not have the shadows or the resources. Shadow, very, very strong, but it does need a lot of setup to get to that point where it's like super explosive.
Well, it's a little bit slow going right now. But this is going to be a pretty awkward turn for Frost now. Might have to just skip this one.
Well, I mean, he could play a Mugnier because he has a second one. I think that he could justify it. You know, if he only had one, I would say, okay, maybe just pass. But he does have two. Does he want to give up the early tempo and just pass?
Yeah, that's tough. I don't know, especially against, like, you know, there's a 3-1 on board. That can add up to a lot of damage if you don't threaten to answer it next turn.
He is going to pass. That's a big decision. Could really impact the outcome of this game. We'll see if it's going to pay off for him.
He took a big swig of water. Like, it was like a punctuation to that play, you know, like,
yeah,
all right, here goes, you know, like, let's take the risk. But I appreciate it, you know, when you're in these tense situations, sometimes it's really difficult to take risks or to play, you know, with your life like this. But if you're too scared to do it, then sometimes you're not going to be playing fully correctly. And Frost made the read.
Yeah, Astro Cloud going to just play 1 2-drop, hold the Jacksonville Gravedigger. He still has the card draw from the Fabled Treasure, unless Frost can banish that if he so chooses with one of the Mugniers that he held last turn.
That would, I mean, now it at least has a nice target to hit, getting rid of that bullet bike.
But is that better than advancing your own game plan by, say, getting the Modesty effect online or developing the Cornelia? Because he already has 2 Paradigm Shifts in hand.
Well, it looks like the Munier is going to be the answer.
And even has the Ragna for the full board clear. And, you know, denying the card draw there could be the reason that, you know, he wins the game. Because Astro Cloud now has a super awkward turn 5, no lovers. We'll see what he can come up with.
Oh, well, that's a pretty good draw, I would say.
Yeah, he's making the best of it.
And
okay, just going to hold the possession, enter the board, float a couple play points. Back to Frost we are.
Yeah, and now actually the next turn going on for Astro Cloud could be really weird. I mean, there is the Fatal Order option, but the fact there's not enough to throw away for the lovers right now makes it a little bit weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that based on the way that Shadow works, and again, what I was saying, that like they need that specific setup, they need the shadows, they need the draw. Like, I think that Frost understands that, and he feels that if he can slow down Astro Cloud just a little bit, it could make all the difference, you know? Difference between a turn 7 or like a turn 9 Grammary, something like that. Are going to see Cornelia here. Even though there's no target, the Evo's still going to generate the strike form, so it's definitely well spent.
Yeah, and that's going to mean that once Modesty comes out, it's going to be that much more dangerous. It's pretty hard to get the golems out.
I think the Sarcophagus Raid is a great top deck there for Astro Cloud, because the Lovers was not looking particularly great, and this will generate, you know, a lot of shadows, bodies. Unless there was perhaps a second Mugnier that Frost wanted to Evo. I mean, he's thinking about it. It's pretty good.
It is.
Would he deny the bodies or the card draw?
I think the card draw? Let's see.
Yeah, it is going to be the card draw. Astro Cloud feels that he's lost 4 cards to basically a 2-drop, right?
yeah. That's tough. And plus, now we see the big board being built by Frost, which means that I would assume there's a good chance that we're going to see an auto-evolve Modesty next turn, which is going to now be very strong, as we've seen 3 of the kind of unique artifacts, I guess you would say, with the Mystic and both the Golems. Plus, you know, we'll just see the Ancient. So basically, Modesty is pretty strong. That's what I'm trying to get through here.
Yeah, he can still Evo with no Evo point, which is great. And, you know, Frost has played to really just annoy Astro Cloud here. And look at the result. Astro Cloud only has 13 shadows on the turn that you would normally want to invoke your Grammary. He has to play Lovers with no effect, just because he needs the card draw so badly.
All right, now where's the third Mounier? No, I'm just kidding. This is a great turn, I think, for Modesty.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you play it, you're going to do so much damage to face, plus you're getting that, I mean, yeah, this is just setting up lethal super well. You are going to give the card draw to Azure Cloud, but it's pretty inevitable at this point. Or
yeah, at this point,
you can actually not swing and see if they can. No, they would have an answer. They would.
You want the face damage from the Modesty.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
And like I said, you know, the delay. It wasn't even like, oh, he's going from turn 7 to turn 8 Gremory. No, there was no Gremory on turn 8 either. So, you know, even now he doesn't really have access to those crazy power plays that you would expect from Shadow at this stage in the game.
Yeah, and now just trying to stay alive, which is really not what Shadow's the best at. They're usually trying to stay alive by having already won.
Now, he does have 2 Evos still available to him. But with 2 Paradigm Shifts in hand and the Modesty effect taken, Frost could be looking at potential lethal next turn.
What do you even do here? Do you have to...
Well, you can reanimate He Who Wants Honked.
Yeah, who does He Who Wants Rock bring back at this point?
Okay, yeah, so he gets He Who Wants Rocked, and then He Who Wants Rocked gets back a trio, which is pretty good. Like, that is not bad at all.
That's probably what we're going to see then. We're going to see a trade into the Modesty, and that is definitely a way to stay at least as alive as possible.
Yeah, and to be fair, he will get the Gremory next turn. He should. And he does have the trio in hand and Fatal Order for really explosive plays once that happens.
Yeah, I mean, not looking bad with the...
I'm definitely not seeing a lethal this turn, so Frost's going to just go with the World. I think that he realized that he could die next turn, so going to put himself at as much life as possible, going up to 19, and then going to use the Gunsmith to get a different named artifact so that Modesty gets a full board clear. But Gremory shows up, Azure Cloud has an Evo. Actually, if he had Perdition, he would have lethal.
But yeah, I don't think there's lethal.
Yeah.
There is ways to set up ridiculous boards here, and you don't even have to answer a board.
It's going to be crazy. Because, you know, you play trio and it's like, oh, now you have 9 play points and you still have all the shadows.
Well,
okay, he could do He Who Wants Rocked and then Guilt it. And then see what that gets? Or does he want to just keep the body? I think the Guilt is the way to go.
Yeah.
Because if he draws another one, it'd actually be lethal. If he drew a Fatal Order.
Well,
this is 9 damage.
It's another Guilt.
Honestly, turn 9 Shadow is still looking pretty good at this point, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is quite a board. I wonder if Vertex Colony would clear all of this. I don't know if it's at 5 or 6 yet.
It was doing 4. It did 4 damage last turn.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, he really didn't have that many destroyed artifacts because, like, you know, while the Mugnier was good and it really slowed down Azure Cloud, you know, that meant that he wasn't doing those sort of artifacting plays those turns, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's
but
right.
he does have 2 Paradigm Shifts, so he can definitely get to 6. Get the Scan online next turn, so...
But
getting rid of the Gremory doesn't want the extra body.
Now just surviving is the issue, though.
Okay, can he survive? Because that's a wall he has to get through.
Okay, so you trade in 1, and the next one costs 1, and it's so that leaves you 6. You could.
The 1 Paradigm Shift doesn't answer. The trio has 6 health, right? It's like.
Yeah. I mean, you could.
Well, he has Scan to work with. Maybe he gets a really good Scan. I think that's the play he's going for.
Well, you need to trade in 2, right? So that's going to take a lot of luck here. But I mean, at least trading in 2, you can guarantee to take out the 5 health. Oh.
Right, because he needs to split his damage to get, you know, the best trades possible, right?
Right.
Okay, so Paradigm Shift goes to 1. After he trades the other Ancient, will go to 0. Okay, gonna keep the other trio alive.
Alright, that means he's probably gonna use Airstrike here then to advance.
Right, Airstrike on 1, Keenage on the other.
Yep, that seems about right.
That'll put him at 6 artifacts destroyed. That means that he could artifact scan and get 0 cost artifacts.
Which he would need a Keen Edge. So this is looking tough, but it's gotta be what it is. And you got
Time's running out, he's gotta go. Okay, Keen Edge puts him at 6 life. Artifact Scan. He also has another Paradigm Shift that he can just hard cast. Oh man, those are not less than ideal, I think.
Well, I mean, could be worse, but that seems really tough.
He ends with a ward and he clears the board. But the trio is just too much with the Grimoire effect. You get all the play points back. He has more than enough damage. And Azure Cloud's going to take game number 1. That was really nice back and forth.
Yeah, that was such a weird game, and it was looking so bad for Azure Cloud. But overall, you know, just the infinite like resetting power basically of Shadow in the end there, it proved just how good the deck is. And I mean, the fact that we get to see too just how the trio, like, it's so good, right? It's so good. One of the newest additions, and we don't get to see it pop off quite that hard where you get like 8 of them in one game, but that's an example.
Yeah, basically, like I was saying, pretty much the entire day, when Shadow hits the Grimoire, it's like a big switch, you know? The deck goes from like being kind of okay to like, okay, now we're level 99, just everything happens, you get so many effects, you play so many cards, so many play points, and you saw like 1-2 turns of that, like, it's just too much for any deck.
Yeah, it turns on the cheat mode. But yeah, I mean, it's all about managing that, you know, and staying alive until you're there and not using your shadows until you're there. So it's not as easy as it looks for sure. And well played by Azure Cloud, especially, you know, having such an awkward hand or not an awkward hand really, but an awkward game.
Yeah, I mean, I like Frost's strategy where, you know, he saw double Mugnier, he saw good targets, and he really, you know, he denied 4 draws in the early game for Azure Cloud, but even by slowing down Azure Cloud, it wasn't enough. At the end, the Grimoire trio power plays just a bit too strong.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty close, but whatever. You gotta just not look at that and move on, and we are moving on as we're gonna see the switch from Azure Cloud to the Artifact Portal himself, and Frost no longer using Artifact Portal, but moving over to the Evo Sword.
Yeah, he's got pretty solid early game, can choose to play Gelt and or Kagemitsus. With a hand like this, we'll probably see Kagemitsu on 3 and then Gelt on 4.
We do see the Ilgano out on turn 1 as usual.
So good, right? So good.
Yeah, this is the exact curve you want every game. You want Ilgano 1, Artifact Artisan 2. Anything past that, you're fine. You don't care.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, you want like more Paradigm Shift generators, which he has, and, you know, look for that modesty in the mid game, basically.
Yeah, and I'm actually joking. There's of course other ways to play.
Oh yeah,
you get the Robotics Engineer on 1, and I mean, if you want, there's Vertex Element. There's a lot of different options, right? Of course, but that's still a great one to see. It's pretty.
It's just with the evolution of the deck and Cornelia, like, you almost like don't want to play Colony on 2.
Yeah. Oftentimes you don't, but I think of course it depends on just the situation, right? Like the golems that you get can even out some of the more awkward turns later on if your hand's looking weird, or if you just haven't drawn one and you're getting close there. I don't know. There's a lot of weird situations.
Well, we see the modesty for Azure Cloud, potentially the final piece of the puzzle he was missing. Gonna use Synchronization to get the Analyzing, just to, you know, round out his curve. Okay, we'll likely see Kagemitsu here.
It's looking like maybe. Gelt is up. Gelt is healthy. I guess that's more of the question is, what is Gelt going to do? Is Gelt going to take out something on board or just push face damage?
Yeah, does he care about, you know, pushing early face damage, or does he want to focus more on the board control? And it looks like he's opting to control the board. Now, this could be the Modesty turn to just get the effect enabled for the rest of the game. There is also potential Mugnier if you want to deny the Gelt last words, but unlike, you know, we saw last match with the Shadow, I'm not sure that's like super relevant. Just gonna see the free trade with Ilganu.
There are also some other targets.
I like Modesty.
A little bit higher.
I see Modesty like I see Raw. It's like if you play them on curve, then you don't have to worry about, you know, having to play them later on, and you get the leader effect as soon as possible. You just don't have to worry about it. It'll always be there for you.
Always there for you. Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Kagemitsu is up. Not super strong, but of course building those Evos and rallies.
Oh, looks like Gelt fetched the Amelia. No surprise there. But having the Modesty as a 5/6 and nothing else on the board, means that the Kagemitsu is not going to get a lot of value, right? If it attacks, it just, it dies, right? It doesn't get to survive that.
Right.
And if he survives as a 1/1, Astroclad could probably get a pretty easy answer to it with, like, Ilganu Evo or
Ilganu Evo.
Effect, really anything.
Yeah, Ilganu Evo looks super nice right here. But, I mean, if there is another option, like you said, Modesty, you should take out either one of these. If the Steadfast Samurai is played out, which it looks like it's not, so I would have to assume that either he wants to save it for the free Evo or just is afraid of the Ilgano Evo because, I mean, obviously Ilgano was shown, right? So it would
yeah,
be,
like he has it and it would just die for free, right?
Right, and that would be such a juicy target, right? That'd be a pretty instant play, I think.
Now, the one thing for Astroclad here is that because he used Synchronization to get a Analyze in, he actually only has one Paradigm Shift in hand. But we'll see if that could be enough for him. Gonna just let no, he's gonna Evo instead of letting Modesty just clean up the Kagemitsu.
Interesting. I mean, it's only 2, right?
It pushes more face damage, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's still like a pretty interesting Evo.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's like 100% necessary, but he does have another Evo left from going second anyway.
Yeah,
so maybe we'll see him take a more aggressive stance. He does have Lucille as well.
I don't know if there's anything he's trying to get over in particular, but maybe just having 4 stats is important in some way. But we'll see.
I mean, turn 6 is likely either the Aliasca plus 2 drop or the Nod in hand. Nod could just, power through pretty much everything.
So what's the option? I mean, there's so many options, always with Sword. But looks like, okay, Kagemitsu.
Kagemitsu. I mean, I like getting the early Kagemitsus because no matter what, you always want to get just extra Evos, right? Kagemitsu gives you free Evos and the free rally. Just nice to just get that out of the way, basically. You can try and hold the Aliasca for when the weapon is cheaper, and then maybe hold the Nod for when it would be just like a cleaner answer to a board.
Right, yeah, I mean, it was definitely answerable without any of those tools, and you don't want to give up something like that, I'd have to assume. Plus, I mean, you saw that one of the, I don't even know actually if there's a name for all the big robots, but like...
Oh, you mean Tisiphone?
Tisiphone, but like, yeah, I don't know if there's like a name for the group of 3, but regardless, what I'm trying to say is... Huh?
The group, they're the Furies.
The Furies, okay, so, that's sick, why didn't I know that? But so... Frost must know that there is one of the Furies in Azurclad's hand. There we go. It sounded really cool. So maybe, you want to save the Aliasca for the destruction for that or whatever. Basically, I'm saying it was a good play.
Yeah, so he even gets another Paradigm Shift Generator, which is pretty strong. This time is going to let the Modesty effect take care of the board. Kagemitsu shows up. And a cat is picked up. That cat could be very, very crucial, as Frost is going first, and he will get, first access to that turn 10 World Invocation.
Yeah, which we've already seen come into play today, and actually it's far more common, I think, than we've seen today. But here we go.
It seems like a bit of a better board to Nod. There's more targets, you can get more value out of the spell. And also, guarantee get Kagemitsu an attack on, like, I guess the 1/1, right?
Yeah, or, I mean... Technically, you could target the 1/3 if you wanted to get rid of it for whatever reason, but I don't see... Yeah, I mean, it's one way or another. So
right, so Ilganu will be activated next time she's played. 2 Paradigm Shift in Astroclad's hand, and looks like Lucille's going to be the play here. Lucille gets to Evo for free once the artifact is played, and then he still has his manual Evo. That could be used to, potentially like push for lethal later on.
Yeah, just holding on to 1 Evo is so important in situations like that. Or just to, get over something so that you can push lethal.
Okay, by trading the Radiant, he guarantees draws the Spinaria, which is pretty good. It's currently at 4 out of 6, and by playing Paradigm Shifts, he's gonna get to 6 as early as next turn. Plus, he gets the Modesty to push a lot of damage, and he can even play the Ilganu here to just have the Wretched Thirst set up in his hand.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to not, right? I mean, unless there's an engineer. Yeah,
also acceptable. Yeah, look at that. 5 damage from the Modesty effect. He knows he has a full board clear next turn with the Spinaria, plus additional bursts from, whatever, right? Modesty, Paradigm Shift, Evo. whatever it takes.
Yeah, and it's almost guaranteed that it's going to be at 6 next turn 4. That's Minaria board clear. I mean, there's pretty much it. Basically, if it's not, then you win.
Yeah, we might be looking at like Ariete, Aliaska, Shield Phalanx. So great way to spend all the play points for Frost. And I think at this point at 9 life, he definitely wants to get at least a little bit back. And Ariete will get him 5 life. Gonna instead enhance the Samurai. No, additional protection with the effect and gets the free clear. If you went on the Aliaska, the weapon just gets cheaper and cheaper anyway.
Yeah, and now it should be pretty low. I don't know if it's 0, but pretty dang low. But now on this side, it's a little bit more annoying because you have to deal with, of course, a board, and then, of course, the damage protection from the Samurai, unless you just want to let the Modesty hit the Samurai, which is, I think, there's a decent chance it could happen. But, I mean, you could like Mounier, get rid of everything.
Yeah, the way Asher Cloud is playing, I feel like he wants damage. I feel like he knows that he can close the game out very soon.
Yeah, although we did figure out that weird thing where, like, Mounier against the Samurai doesn't get rid of the Eliter effect of it, which is really weird. But you could still at least, like, just take it out without having to wait for Modesty.
Yeah, well, if Mounier gets rid of the effect, you can just punch it with any follower, right?
Right.
Okay, might be looking at a Cornelia. Cornelia not getting the free evo just yet, but it's still manually evo it, or just not, I guess, and pull the evo for something else.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Could have traded in with one of the paradigm shifts before that, and then gotten the free evo, which might have been maybe a little bit more value for hand, but maybe not set up exactly what Azure Cloud wanted.
Well, it can't be the airstrike because he already used one, right?
Right, but
well, the other ones don't die on the board. Is the problem?
Wait,
actually no.
Keen Edge is 3/4. Yeah, Keen's 3/4.
Yeah.
So that. Oh, this is all really interesting.
Okay, so it's gonna let Modesty clear. Has a board set up, partnerships in hand, potential Ilganu, potential Spinaria. And how is Frost going to respond?
Well, I mean, another Ariete is always good life gain.
Yeah, weapon. Pretty good. He's evoed 6 times. If he evos 1 once for Aliaska, he goes to 7. Weapon is practically free at that point.
Yeah, and I mean, you're looking at just needing 1 more turn, and then you push lethal. So I would say it's probably the most defensive option.
Yeah, he needs to just hang on for a little bit. If he plays Aliaska and then Ariete, he even gets enough play points to then play Shield Phalanx with the Rally 15 if he wants that.
Oh, really? Okay, so it's that close. I was about to ask actually how much it is. So, yeah, I mean, that's a great call too.
Like his turn could be Aliaska, Ariete, Weapon, Shield Phalanx for Rally 15. That's a Shadowverse turn.
Yeah, that seems impossible to get over in time. I mean, for 13 damage, that would have to be a lot.
They're gonna go with the Ramiel instead. So not gonna get extra life gain.
Huh.
Still gonna get the free evo and can still play the weapon. Basically, the Ramiel might be better against, things that do damage to the board, like Spinaria, I guess, specifically. Or like Colony. Oh,
not playing the weapon. That seems really interesting to me if you're pretty confident you're going to lethal next turn. Maybe board space. That's got to be it.
Well, I mean, he has board space to play the weapon, but I guess if he holds it, he can pretty much ensure lethal next turn no matter what, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true too if they try to throw up a bunch of wards. Well, I was just going to say, what if they leave the board up and then
then wouldn't get the world? Okay.
Yeah, they couldn't get the world. It wouldn't.
Okay, Bugbear,
I don't know.
Does that give him lethal? There's still so many stats on the board. He has Spinaria. Wretched Thirst is going to be just enough. Asher Cloud takes game number 2. Moves up to a 2-0 lead here.
Yep, and yet again, they're going to know the MVP. As we're going to see, man, that card is so valuable in so many different ways. But yeah, 2-0. That's a tough scoreline to come back from. That's not one that we've seen so far in these 3-deck no-ban formats. Gonna have to, and especially having to get 3 straight wins against Evo Sword.
And not only Evo Sword, Asher Cloud, right?
Yeah.
But like you said, we saw Ilganu be used as early game, just a fantastic follower. And then later on, it wasn't even like the Modesty or the Radiance. For the Airstruck artifacts, it was just Wretched Thirst pushing more than enough damage. Astro Cloud looking pretty good right now in a 2-0 lead.
And we do see Frost going first, which of course means the first 10-turn lethal potentially, if we do see that trade back and forth style game that we saw the last time that we saw the Evo Sword Mirror. And we are going to see a pretty decent curve coming out for Frost.
Yeah, so
do you do it?
On the line here, Astro Cloud wins one more. He will qualify to day 2. He looks maybe a bit more stressed than calm and collected, but Frost, if he loses the next one, he's out. That will be basically his whole year.
Oh, that's so tough. I mean, yeah, they're both, I'm sure, so stressed right now.
Yeah.
I don't even want to think about it.
But they are giving us some great Shadowverse action. Shadows 2, Astro Cloud, and Frost. Not only for, this game, but the entire year they gave us great matches, great moments. And both really cool guys, honestly. So,
yeah, I'm glad that we get to see them play out this match on broadcasts too. And we'll see one of them more tomorrow. Another Ramiel drum.
Looks like an early Kagemitsu for Frost. Kagemitsu just really good in the early game. Being able to answer essentially like 2 followers. Again, gives you a free Evo. Double rally count. It's just a great Shadowverse card.
Yeah, it's so funny how Kagemitsu, like, it enables itself, right? Like, everything that it does in the early game helps it in the later game. It's so funny. Like, it is the engine and the payoff.
Okay, so Astro Cloud set it up so that Frost Kagemitsu would not get value, and then Frost is like, okay, I'll just protect it. We'll just get no one but 2 Ramiels, which is pretty funny.
Ooh, that's actually kind of tough. Can you actually get rid of the Kagemitsu?
I don't think so, no. Although, this early in the game, Kagemitsu attacking only gets a handful of stats. But, yeah. I mean, it's still good. Astro Cloud's going to mirror image his Kagemitsu to get another one next turn. Then just take the trade. Well, there is Amelia on 5 for Frost. And again, his Kagemitsu can attack, go phase, get the stats. It's a big deal. You can also mirror image and then grab another one next turn. This might just be the Kagemitsu show.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen like 5 Kagemitsu so far. Just keep them coming.
Oh man, I love when Kagemitsu shows up. He's like, the battlefield. What a great voice actor. Yeah, you're gonna see a Gelt Evo, and then Kagemitsu gonna go face. Believe he's getting +2/+2 stats, right?
I think so.
And then
only
next,
been himself
Kagemitsu will get even more.
Just been himself and Gelt.
But hey, look at that. It's another Kagemitsu, this time for Astro Cloud. And he doesn't have the Amelia.
Yeah, but he should be able to get, so what, he's at 3 Evos now, right? I think, because...
he should be, yeah.
Yeah, and then he can, of course, get to a 4th on this turn if he Evos something.
His world is active if he wants to go that line.
Doesn't seem bad, although then you wouldn't be able to get that extra Evo this turn, but I don't know if it matters that much. I mean, you'd still survive over the other Kagemitsu.
Yeah, so going second in the Storm Mirror, again, he needs to try and find some sort of way that he could, like, take a lead so that it doesn't just come down to a combo.
Right.
Now, it's not like he'll automatically lose because he can try and, not have a follower, or maybe there won't be a cat, something like that, or maybe he has a big enough wall, but you'd rather it not go down to turn 10 against the opposing sword player, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it does, then you most likely lose.
Yeah. Okay, Ariette's gonna be the play. Still a well-statted ward. Gonna take some trades. Maybe protect Kagemitsu behind the ward. And this Kagemitsu is a 5/5 now, or 5/2 after the trade.
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
There's another one.
Yeah, and it's so funny because these Kagemitsus would be able to survive if there wasn't another Kagemitsu on the other side of the board, like every single turn.
Yeah, hey, there's another one.
Oh my gosh, that is way too many Kagemitsus. But like, for instance, like this, if there wasn't a Kagemitsu on Frost side of the board, Azure Cloud's Kagemitsu seems unanswerable, I think, with that hand. So that would have been a nightmare.
I mean, Amelia Gelt can, take on the world. They're the dream team.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. I didn't see the Amelia. I have to lean over to see the hand.
Maybe he chooses to go with the Thief just to get the additional Evo for a bigger Kagemitsu. Since he already has an Amelia in hand, he might not necessarily care for the guild draw at the moment. Taking this time to think.
Yeah, I mean, this is your tournament / season life. So definitely don't make one mistake here.
It could be those little decisions that go a long way and have big consequences. And it is going to be the Gelt after all. Okay, he gets favorable trades, Kagemitsu survives, Amelia survives, and this might be the first time that there's not a Kagemitsu showing up for Asher Cloud, right?
Well, I don't know. We can see the Kagemitsu top deck. It seems likely, given the game so far.
Asher Cloud's going to have access to the world if he wants to get the card draw, because his hand is honestly not amazing. And you can also give boots to the world so he can fully clear, but that would be his whole turn. Alternatively, there's Amelia, and he try and get the Gelt. Or I guess he could start with Resolve and then see what he draws there.
Yeah, or I mean,
actually, Resolve is not drawing him cards just yet. It's only with 4 times. Yeah.
Okay, so then probably you don't want to start. Oh no, gonna start with Resolve. And Amelia.
Yeah, I mean, Amelia gives you enough card draw anyway that I guess he feels he wouldn't need the extra draw from the Resolve, and he has the world for extra card draw as well, so seems like a fair decision. Just Amelia Gelt, clear the board again. We're on this nice back and forth, but honestly, this back and forth does favor Frost because he has gone first.
Oh, and taking the damage on the Amelia to try and spread out the threats on board. That's a cool call.
We could see another Amelia, or perhaps another Kagemitsu. This could just be double Thief and then Kagemitsu. Like,
that's a lot of Evos.
Yeah,
right, so we are going to see
so many Evos.
I mean, why not?
So that puts Frost at, I believe, 6 Evos after that. Kagemitsu will be 7th.
Is it 6? Really? Okay. I thought it was already 7, but yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, with only 2 Evo points, you got a couple free Evos, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now for Asher Cloud. I think he's going to hold into the world. I think he feels comfortable at 14 life, just having access to it if he wants it later on. Honestly, against Sword, it's like you can be at 14, you could be at 19, still lose to the combo anyway, right?
Right. Yeah, it's like the overall life total doesn't really matter until you need it. And maybe he just wants it to be able to get over something rather than just conveniently clear something, right? Like if there's something that needs to be cleared. Especially because he's got 2 boots in hand, so there's going to be a way to clear just a 4-3 for sure.
One way the life could matter a lot is if you're able to put your opposing sword player at 4 life or less, since you can then deny the world getting the win. But it's pretty hard to do that when Sword has access to so many heals anyway. You can just see Not here, gets the free Evo, summons the guards for the opponent. And is he going to just not a full clear?
Yeah, gonna leave up a little bit of damage, and now a little bit scary maybe. I mean, this is going to be and the shield phalanx.
Yeah, after all those Kagemitsus, that shield phalanx is definitely activated.
Yeah, and that means that the Kagemitsu is going to be able to hide behind it after buffing up a ton off of whatever it wants to, really, but most likely the 2-2.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty strong play.
Yeah.
I think he should steal Tyrant's Order to just get rid of 1. I mean, if he gets both the 2-2s, then, he won't have the board space to play Shield Phalanx. But you can play Shield Phalanx first and then play Tyrant's Order since it costs 0.
Yeah, that's true. This is super awkward. I like that if you trade them against each other, you're just trading your 3 for you both to get 2-2s.
It's actually pretty funny, right?
Yeah.
Okay, looks like that is going to play. And honestly, I mean, this might be better because he might be able to hold the Tyrant's Order. And he uses boots. That means we're not going to see Shield Phalanx this turn. Very interesting.
Yeah, it seems...
Kagemitsu It's a 9-9, now a 9-7, and Nana gets the clear at the end of the turn.
It seems like if you hit that behind a Shield Phalanx, the Kagamitsu would be really scary to deal with. But maybe Frost realizes that he can play a little bit safer since he's going first, and he doesn't necessarily need to try to go for this like pushy play of trying to close it out with the Kagamitsu.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like a good Kagamitsu, like it could be really annoying, but the way that sword works, like it's not like you're gonna get a Kagamitsu and just gonna win. There's always resolve, the world, the weapon, like even if you hide it behind 2 or 3 wards, like they could get to it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, especially, yeah, there's so much removal. There's I mean, there's a million things.
Okay, so Alyaska and the weapon show up to clear the board. Atroclad still at 14 life. Not really seeing a lot of defensive tools in his hand. Things that might help him, you know, stop the combo. But on the other hand, Frost, there's no cat in sight.
Yeah, that's true. That's a big deal. I mean, no cat in sight for either player.
Well, Frost has the world, but his world won't draw. But Asher Cloud, he stayed at 14 life. He can always, you know, play the world and try and draw.
That's true.
If he chooses next turn. But this is gonna end really soon. Right now, it could still go either way, to be honest. We've had a nice back and forth here. Again, no player really able to take like a big lead. Just training a lot of Kagamitsus.
Right, which should be beneficial for Frost, but maybe not. Just need the cat.
Deciding what his play should be.
It all ends here.
Gonna be Amelia Evo. You can discount the Ariete. Gonna discount the Kagamitsu so you can then use the boots on it to get, you know, a bigger Kagamitsu next turn. With this play, he does leave the weapon up though.
Yeah, and of course, Kagamitsu's there. It's gonna be super strong.
Yeah, the Kagamitsu's getting +8/+8 if he attacks.
So I feel like at this point you kind of have to use the world to go for the cat, right? I mean, you can.
I mean, I don't know. It's tough. Like, does he want maybe more wards? You could start with. If you start with Ariete, then the world doesn't get your card draw, but it gives you a ward. You can't play the world first and then Ariete. But with this line of play, he gets Shields Phalanx, and that's like a super defensive line. He gets not only 2 wards, and they're pretty well statted, but, you know, the Samurai effect on top of that. And he pushes damage with the weapon. Just Kagamitsu for Frost. Is there a cat top deck?
It needs to be
does
now.
have Parent's Order.
Resolve.
No cat just yet.
But I mean, Resolve will draw, right?
Yeah, I mean, he could draw the cat off of the Resolve. Does have to answer all of those, though, and like that's quite a board that Ashla was able to make. Ariete. Okay, he could play a Resolve and then try and fish for it.
Yeah, I think it has to be.
Yeah, does it draw the cat? Okay, he's gonna answer Kagamitsu instead. Does not draw the cat.
Oh, wow. That was a lot of card draw, too. Down to 15 cards, no cat.
Yep. So what is the play now?
Yeah, this is very weird. I mean, Kagamitsu is definitely swinging into something, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so that's the easy one. I would assume you want to swing it into the 2-3 to try to keep it as healthy as possible, which I assume it'll live through the world damage. But,
you know, the crazy thing is that Asher Cloud doesn't have the cat either, right? So it's gonna get really crazy in the late game here.
Yeah, this is gonna get ugly. Is I think a good way to put it, right? This is gonna be a moment. It's a scramble at the end of this.
Yeah, it's hard to know what the correct place at this point because, you know, at this stage in the game, you're always going like, okay, lethal. How do I win the game, right? And then as soon as he knows he doesn't have lethal, then it's like, oh, well now what? And the answer is build a wall.
Yep. So this is as much of a board as is possible.
He did activate the world's effect, which is pretty key. Now Asher Cloud gets his own world. No cat.
Yeah, and honestly, well,
You know, there is no way for him to activate the Alyaska either. He doesn't have an officer in hand. As good as Ramia is, she's not an officer.
So you can Tyrant Sword the Kagamitsu, but the Kagamitsu could still get...
Well,
no, I'm sorry. Tyrant Sword, sorry. Yeah, that's dead. Sorry, I didn't mean the Kagamitsu. The,
Yeah, you can let the world just clean up the board, and then Ramiel survives the apocalypse, I guess.
Yeah?
But is that it?
I mean, you could play Alyaska as they live too, maybe. You know, it'd be really hard to clear off, maybe? I don't know.
Oh
maybe
man,
not.
this is gonna be so close.
Actually,
no, Asher Cloud doesn't have great plays here, honestly.
It's okay. So I mean, honestly, what we got to look at here is just the life gain, and it looks like as far as life lead goes, he's gonna play at least one Alyaska, not the double. Not gonna bet it all on that.
Frost, he doesn't have a lot of life to work with, but he does have his own world. He can play it and get some card draw, get some heal. Because he needs to heal, otherwise he'll just lose to the world, just smacking him in the face for 4, you know, at the end of every turn, basically.
Right.
I'm not seeing a lethal on his side, not at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best he can try for is to survive this turn and then try to top deck a cat.
You know, the thing is, at this stage in the game, they've played so many Kagamitsus that, like, you don't have the world as your cat target anymore, and he might be out of Kagamitsu, so the next best target is, I guess, the weapon from Alyaska.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, kind of anything, though, might be enough at this point, just because they're both taking so much damage from the world.
Yeah. Like, the world damage rapidly adds up at this stage.
Yeah.
Okay, Thief, and then probably, like, Shield Phalanx, I guess, right? Yeah, he still needs some defense. So Alyaska does not get damaged by the world effect. Only 9 life for Frost. The Samurai will let Alyaska Evo for free. The weapon will then clear both followers. The world effect is there. I think Asher Cloud knows it. He's celebrating already.
Cheering already on his camera. Glad we get to see that moment, because that
just
guarantees...
play the weapon. Just play the world, go face, and Asher Cloud is going to defeat Frost 3-0 and qualify for day 2.
Wow, yeah. I mean, you know, I was talking about how we didn't get any 3-0s, but even in that 3-0, that was such a close match. But, you know, we were talking about it, Azure Cloud, really the player that everybody was looking at, and it would have been so weird to see his tournament life end there. But, you know, now he's one step closer to having a chance to go and repeat or even do better than he did last year at the World Grand Prix. So he'll be moving on to tomorrow. And so we have 3 guaranteed players out of 5.
Yeah, so 5 players go to day 2, and only 3 of those will get Contenders World Grand Prix slots.
Oof, that's tough. Yeah, I mean, it's it just gets more and more difficult, right? But I mean, that's a really like weird spot to be in, because, you know, if you know that like technically more than half the players going to tomorrow are going to go to the World Grand Prix, then it's like more stress on you almost, because you're like, oh, I don't want to be one of those 2 people, because that would definitely be tough. But I mean, you know, just to make it to day 2 is huge, and it's a huge money increase too.
Yeah, we saw great play from Asher Cloud pretty much the entire day. Congratulations to him. Moving on to day 2.
Oh yeah, very, very impressive showing. Again, very swift as the sword as well, ending it all 3-0. But there's still one more game. We have one more game. As fast as that was, right, between Frost and Azure Cloud, that leaves a space to enjoy one final set between Iyashike and Shinchao. We are preparing for that match. Again, to kind of remind you guys what Shinchao is bringing to the table, we saw him take down E-Jade in round 3 with Shop Rune and Control Portal. Does have a Burial Rite Shadow backed up just in case. Then we saw Iyashike very, very early on in the show where she faced off against Azure Cloud. She brought to the table Burial Rite Shadow, Sanctuary Haven, as well as Artifact Portal. This is pretty much to make it into day 2. This is pretty close so far from what I've been seeing, but we are prepping for that matchup really, really soon. Gentlemen, your thoughts so far on that final match between Azure Cloud and Frost?
Yeah, just a great match overall. You know, it was a 3-0. Azure Cloud had great plays. Shout outs to Frost, though. Again, fantastic year. He did really well. I'm sure he'll be back stronger next year, but the Azure Cloud story will not end here.
No, it will not. And oh wow, we are going in. It looks like on a game 5. Oh, and it's a game 5 of OTK Portal against Sanctuary Haven, which is not a matchup that I have any idea about.
This is going to be pretty interesting, right? Iyashikei and Chincha fighting for that spot into top 5. Let's see who takes it down over the other. Here we go.
Yeah, both players 2-1 in the standings. A win will move them on to day 2, but a loss will be the end of their tournament life here, tournament year, honestly.
That's so stressful. And yet again, we jump halfway through into an OTK Portal or Control Portal match. And so I have no idea at all if the leader or the Dimension Dominator effect is in play, but at least we'll have a little bit more time to see, if there's one play point coming back whenever something's played, then that's what it is. And we know this is a big deal here. We already see the Mounier in hand, which is a great answer here.
Yeah, I was going to say, we know the Raw effect is online, and the Sanctuary is on the board, but as you said, Mugnier just says no to any fun, can banish that amulet. Chincha might take a more aggressive approach, though, going phase with the Radiant. Okay, seeing as how the Radiant did not give him play points back, I think it's fair to assume that Dominator effect is not online.
Yeah, that would be definitely correct. And still, 2 pieces of the puzzle in there and plenty of evil points left. So there's a few turns left to see if that turn 9 is possible. And it would go over even if the Archangel, we saw the Archangel go up to 25 earlier as the tech card in Iyashikei's deck. But wouldn't care, wouldn't matter. That's not how that combo works.
Yeah, again, really cool to see Iyashikei here. Potentially 1 game away from qualifying to day 2, showing that she did show up to play and she is a very skilled Shadowverse player and does deserve to be here.
Yeah, really is a wild card. But then also on the other hand, this is unfortunate for me because I'm actually a big fan of both these players. Both of them are really fun to watch. Shincha always brings really cool stuff. Obviously having maybe the most unique lineup that we've seen in this whole tournament today so far and doing so well with it, obviously. One of them gets to advance, which is great, but it's sad to see one of them go home. And it shows you, just look at the deck list that we're seeing right now play in this game 5. It just says everything you need to know.
It looks like Shincha has a lot of tools to deal with Iyashikei's game plan. The Chantus, the Mugnier, these are all gonna, slow her down considerably. And he has Awakened Ragna in hand. He just has to, sort of chill and get to his OTK combo.
Yeah, but this is a kind of a tough decision here. Seeing the Kaiser in hand, the Kaiser can get you closer to getting all the pieces of the OTK, but you'd have to throw 1 away. However, it would let you cycle really far into your deck, and it's just going to be a complete pass.
Well, my question would be, if you're playing against a slow deck such as Sanctuary Haven, do you need the win on turn 9? Because he already has the turn 10 win.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you don't necessarily need it. It's pretty guaranteed. And it's going to be tough. There are 2 Sanctuaries out. I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that we haven't seen the Mounier try to get rid of one at this point. I don't know what else.
Maybe he doesn't care about it. Maybe he's like, yeah, get your Sanctuary and it's not going to matter.
Maybe. That's, now though, creating double untargetable Tigers is going to be really tough. Boost Kicker can get past that. But what else? I guess if you're low enough, the world works.
Yeah, honestly, I would just have Iyashikei go for the Tigers, right?
Yeah, gotta be aggressive here. You're playing against a deck that's either trying to OTK you on 9 or OTK you on 10, or we saw it OTK on 12 earlier, but regardless, you don't want them to get that far, so why not play the aggressive route? Because life gain's not going to mean anything.
Yeah, her deck has a lot of damage too, but it might be a little bit slower since while she gets a lot of damage on turn 10 with the World and Raw, it's not like she's doing 20 damage.
Right.
Just gonna pass. Very interesting game.
Yeah, double pass. Oh, and we might see the, what is it called? Wheel of Misfortune when it,
yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty fun and weird thing, but honestly, it could be really annoying to set up on that side of the board because it would clog up another spot, and that would make 3 spots, and yeah, it looks like we're going to see that. 3 spots now locked on Iyashikei's board, so you can create the Tigers, but you can't, play followers to help create the Tigers.
the best way to describe that card is annoying. So I'm glad you used that word. It's just an annoying card.
Yes. I mean, that's pretty much its whole goal, right? It's to annoy you in slightly different ways. And it works.
Oh man, so much pressure. This is like a chill game in that they're just passing back and forth, but everything's on the line here. The winner will advance to day 2.
Can you imagine the stress of being literally on the final game to get to day 2 and then passing with full play points? I can't even imagine. My brain would be just screaming at me like, why? Don't do that.
Okay, the world, it's a 5-5. Going back to 20 life for Shincha.
All right, I like that life gain.
Okay,
And
is it Tiger time?
I think it has to be Tiger time, right? I mean, how else do you win?
Yeah, I don't know, right? Surely, like, she can't just pass forever. Plus, I think you... Oh, man, the board space is awkward because I was thinking, like, okay, maybe she could try and set up the Yukari, but if you get a Tiger, it's going to summon both Tigers, and the Yukari doesn't work. And you can't Evo something to get the Yukari Uniburst. I mean, you could, but it's super awkward, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it too is that Wheel of Misfortune being there for the the space. But I don't know what you do. I mean, I don't know this Haven deck quite well enough, so I don't know if there's some cool way that you can OTK on 10, but there's not that I know of. I think it just annoys you with Kari until you eventually just bleed to death.
Okay, gonna Evo Set. Set does have the end of turn heal effect. That's gonna activate, clear the world. She's really like set on not summoning the Tigers.
Really set, yeah. No, it's true. So yeah, I mean set is nice, but I mean, how do you try to win here? I mean, this is going to be upcoming to a turn 10, and also, I mean, I guess having space for the world to come out is a pretty big deal. But,
oh man, yeah, like okay, so she has Yukari, right? Yukari's protection against the combo because Yukari saves you from the world damage.
Wait,
now. Isalu just sets your life at 2, so you can't heal that, but you can block the hit after.
What happens if you just pass here? Do you just automatically win at Shincha?
Because
there's nothing.
Isalu.
There's nothing to swing Delgane into. They're board locked, and
oh yeah, she can't play Yukari.
Wow, and then next turn it's gonna be a guaranteed win, unless like both the worlds were drawn in the first few turns and somehow got cycled out. But it looks like there's a really good chance this is just gonna be it on the next turn. It's summons the Tigers, but they go nowhere.
Yeah. Really smart from Shincha. You know, the board lock to prevent the Yukari, which would be like the one way that Yashike could survive.
Yeah, and
the world in his deck, which he does. He's got the Isalu ready. Just has to order it properly. Homunculus as well.
Well, you don't even need to order this properly, right? Because you can just swing in and then play the. Because
you have Homunculus too, basically, right?
You don't have the Homunculus, right? Because you have the effect in the world.
No, you don't have to. It's just, both combos at once, basically.
Yeah. Unnecessary, but that is going to be it. And so Shincha is going to be our 4th confirmed player, making it to day 2 of the Contenders Cup. We saw his interview a little bit earlier, and he was saying just didn't have very much time to practice, a lot of busyness with real life, which I fully understand. But you know what? Still managed to pull through using the OTK control portal and the item shop rune amongst these extremely good players. So taking some real big risks in deck selection, and it's paying off, as he's now one step closer to making it to the World Grand Prix.
Yeah, I really like his play. We questioned why he wasn't using the Mugner to get rid of the Sanctuary, and at the end it's because by leaving Yashike board locked, he denies the Yukari, the one card that could stop the combo. Great understanding of the matchup, and he's going to qualify to day number 2.
Oh, it's so smart. And I mean, that I think that might have been a little bit of an example of what I was talking about earlier, where I don't think quite that many people are fully accustomed to fighting that deck yet, because we did see Yashike look like maybe she wasn't pushing as aggressively as was necessary, or playing out in some ways where she ended up board locked, obviously, and really needed the Yukari, but none of it really mattered. because it was all just set up perfectly by Shincha, and just showing a really high level of skill at piloting a deck that hasn't been even around for that long. So I'm excited to see both of those players get to play their fullest today. I'm glad we got to see actually quite a bit of both of them. We actually saw those two matches of Shincha winning, just catching the end of it, right? Like just catching his final moments, which is great. But we're definitely going to see a lot more of him tomorrow, which is great to see. And it's funny because I think we've only seen his item shop and his control portal.
I think so, right?
I believe so, yeah. The last few times we've seen him on stream for those matches, it was only those two decks, and he clutched it out with both of those decks 2 times over, I feel like.
I think so, or at least there was, I think, 3 wins overall, something like that. Regardless, super strong showing from those. So we haven't even seen his 3rd deck yet, which is cool because now we get to see it tomorrow.
And again, as we
and it looks like we lost Vicious. Oh, unfortunate.
I got too excited.
He's back. Yeah, no. So you know what happened is, as soon as you started talking, I pressed the eject button, and your whole seat just flew upwards, and nobody really saw it. Unfortunately, we cut out the camera because it wasn't safe for TV. You know, it was too much cartoon violence.
Yeah. So basically, we know 4 players that are qualified for tomorrow. I believe those are Osav, Ishiro, Astro Cloud, Shincha. And we're waiting the results, the standings, to see who the final player that's going to join them tomorrow. Again, day 2, we have 5 players, but only 3 World Grand Prix slots. It's going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, and it's also really important to see, once that's why we're talking for a little bit right now, just waiting for everything to be tallied up, just to see seeding too, because that is huge. The way that this works with a 5-person single elimination bracket, not a super common way to go, but that means that the lower seeds are going to have to play one more match, which is huge. Having to play a single match against any of these players is gigantic. And then we'll see after that, because then I think after that, then they have to play the highest seed. And also, we there was a match that went on and we didn't watch it between the 2 3-0 undefeated players. And so one player is going to go into tomorrow undefeated. And, I think we didn't watch it exactly because we knew that they were qualified. So we were going to see them more, rather see the qualifying matches. But that's going to be hugely important too. If you can get through a Swiss like this undefeated as the only undefeated player, then you're going to have a ton of mental momentum going into day number 2, and between Hishiro and Osav too. I would love to have watched that match, obviously, but I would love to watch every single match today. I don't think we have enough time for that, though.
So we do have the standings already tallied up. Let's take a look at who is on top. I do believe it is Hishiro, if I'm not mistaken, with the 4-0, right? Again, coming from where he was at last year's Contenders Cup, making a huge swing this year, a giant impact, and that momentum shift, as you were saying, right? Going into day 2, again, Hishiro with 4-0 as your Cloud, 3-1, Osav as well, and Dulan, and Shincha, right? We saw those final moments from Azure Cloud and Shincha, and unfortunately, we see down below as we part ways with some of our players. Again, we would like to thoroughly recognize and thank them for their efforts all season long. They will be walking away with cash in their pockets, along with an exclusive custom-made Shadowverse Open 2020 jacket. But with all things considered, we have our top 5 players established going into day 2. Again, only the top 3 will be making it into the World Grand Prix in the single elimination bracket. Now, I do believe we have that bracket ready for us, right? Let's take a look at who will be facing off against each other tomorrow. Off the top of my head, I do believe if we look at the bracket, it's going to be the 2nd and 3rd seed, right? Going off against each other. And then down below, it should be the 1st place seed, right? Which is going to be Hishiro. But even before that, you got the quarterfinals with Shincha and Dulan, right? So this is how it's going to play out. It's going to be extremely nerve-wracking. It's going to be completely ambiguous as to who's going to take it over the other. I'm thoroughly excited to see it.
Yeah, we didn't actually get to see Dulan today, but he does qualify with a 3-1 score after the Swiss. Hopefully we can see him tomorrow. We will see him tomorrow for sure. We'll see, his lineup, what he's doing, how he got here. But shout outs to all the players, all top 16 of them. Only 5 can advance to the number 2, however.
Yeah, and you know, we also didn't get a chance to see Hashiro, so I'm really excited to get a chance to see how his decks are going, how his play is playing, and he brought some interesting stuff too. But also, I got a note. I believe that it's 5 different teams represented within that top 5, which is really cool because, you know, I mean, like your team, your group, whatever you want to call it, technically is it's a huge deal in Shadowverse. You know, I've been in the community for a lot of different games, so everybody like representing who they play with is really, really big here. And I love seeing it spread so, you know, so differently amongst the top 5. And I think maybe, oh no, I think there's another disaster player. So maybe not top 6 fully, but definitely within the top 5. Super cool to see.
Yeah, and let's not forget we have Tempo Storm's Noir, who is already qualified to World Grand Prix.
Yeah, he's chilling. Yeah, he's watching. He's sitting there. He's just living the life. Shout outs to him. But we're gonna have to make him work. You know, we're gonna have him like, I don't know, sub in for commentary for us or something like that.
I would honestly love to see that and hear his thoughts going into day 2. But again, we mentioned this from the very beginning of the season. We've condensed this region into the West. We've thus named it the Wild West, right? Because it could really go, it could be pretty volatile in terms of results. We've seen it month after month after month this entire year. And it's come down to these results, right? We've had a lot of fan favorites. We even had favorites from the casters, but again, some of the results are just completely unprecedented. We had no idea going into this that it would just be like as exciting as it is right now. So again, we highly encourage you guys to tune in for tomorrow. But before we sign off, any closing thoughts from our casters, Wonder Chef and Luis? Go ahead, man.
It's just great to see the top players, you know, the ones that are top on the standings, make it to day 2. Ishiro, Osaf, Asher Cloud, you know, the best of the best at this point. It has been a blast casting this, you know, today, the entire year with you guys. Hope you guys have enjoyed the show, and I cannot wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, same for me. There's been no disappointment at all today. You know, it's been 100% up to the hype that it should have been, and it's only going to get better tomorrow. So I'm just ready for that.
I couldn't say it any better than that, really. That'll be it from all of us here for day 1. As for day 2, we promise you won't want to miss a single game. Join us once again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time as we determine who will be our 2020 Contenders Cup champion, as well as which 3 players will make it to the World Grand Prix. From all of us here, over to you guys. Be safe, take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.
He only gets a woman out of it, which is, you know, pretty funny. But it is a play and making the best of it. And that's going to be more than enough. Just like that, Sai is going to take the game 3.
And then having to Evo, and I don't know. Oh, wow. Okay, that's...
Okay, so Osaf top deck +2/+2 stats, right?
I think so.
And then
only
next,
been himself.
will get even more. The face actually is not even needed. Asher Cloud's gonna take game number 2.
Yep, so this is as much of a...
and qualify for day 2.
Wow, yeah, I mean, you know, I was talking about how we didn't get any 3-1s,
basically.
Yeah. Unnecessary, but that is going to be it. And so Shinsha is going to be our 4th confirmed